Hello and welcome to the Central West End neighborhood in St. Louis, Missouri for the U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. Round 9 will be underway here shortly, so let's send it down to Jen, Yasser, and Maurice in the studio to break down today's matchups.
Thank you, Teryn, but I will be joining you guys tonight. I'm Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, and I am joined by Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Alejandro, welcome aboard. Great to have you back.
Always a pleasure to be here. Well, we have a fantastic round, I think, today. A lot of fighting chess we've already seen in this tournament, but I think that between the matches that we're going to see today in the Women's and the U.S. Championship, we're going to have a fantastic day.
I agree. I've always felt in U.S. Championship events that it's the last 3 rounds that are so critical. These are, to my mind, the championship rounds, and I agree wholeheartedly. We've got some wonderful matchups. What's the current standings?
Well, let's take a quick look at the standings. In the U.S. Chess Championship, it's still the leader, Hikaru Nakamura, the top seed, the favorite by all means at this moment, with 6 out of 8 points, followed only half a point behind by Ray Robson. Behind Ray Robson, 1 full point behind are Gata Kamsky, Wesley So, and Alex Onischuk. And still with good chances to place well in the tournament are Sam Sevian, Sam Shankland, and Kaden Trove, all with 4 out of 8. In the women's section, we have still our leader, undefeated, Katerina Nemtsova, with 6.5 out of 8, being pursued by Irina Krush, 6-time U.S. champion, only half a point behind. And with 5 out of 8 points, we have Nazi Paikidze, who miraculously drew yesterday against Tatev Abrahamian, and also with 5 out of 8 is Rusa Goletiani. With 4.5, we have Tatev Abrahamian and Victoria Ni.
The big games to go today, and Maurice is going to tell us what about the key matchups are going to be.
Absolutely. Please, Maurice, take it away.
Well, there's a time in a horse race when the thoroughbreds make the turn and they know the finish line is close. And in round 9, these players are definitely seeing the end of the tournament and they want to play well and finish strong. First of all, on the men's side, we have the leader, the #1 player in the tournament, one of the top players on the planet, Hikaru Nakamura. He hasn't lost a game in the competition, the only player to do so on the men's side, and he's just been scintillating in his play, leading the tournament, but he's playing against the wild man, Timur Gureyev, who hadn't won any games until yesterday when he positively demolished Sam Sevian in a wild position. He'll look to see if he can take a bite out of Nakamura's tournament. We'll see how that big dog matchup goes. The other pairing that's critical for the standings is none other than Ray Robson playing against young Sam Sevian. Ray's only a half a point out of first. He tasted the lead for but a moment yesterday. He'll want to win his game to keep pace with Hikaru Nakamura, but the young Sam Sevian looking for revenge after yesterday's game. On the women's side, we have the 6-time champion, Irina Krush, playing against someone who all of us thought would be fighting for the title as well, Tatev Abrahamian. Krush has had an uneven tournament so far, but look at the wins she's been stringing together in the last 5 matchups. She's looking like herself, while Abrahamian, yesterday's draw has got to be perturbing her still. She'll see whether or not she can get a win in a critical matchup. But the real matchup we'll all be looking at is, can Katerina Nemtsova keep the magic going? She has been brilliant in this tournament. She is the only one on the ladies' side who hasn't lost a game. She just looks positively vibrant, effervescent. Every time she comes down for interviews, it looks like she was just walking in the park. But she will have no walk in the park against Victoria Ni, who after a slow start has won 3 out of 4. So this will be a key matchup as well as the ladies and men look to get to the finish line strong in this critical round 9 matchup. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Just a quick correction, though. I think there's actually 2 ladies, remarkably enough, who've been undefeated, Kate and Naji. Because we
absolutely.
we thought that Naji was going to lose that one yesterday.
No, it
big
was,
half point.
It was so ingrained in my mind that, okay, Naji lost her undefeated score in the tournament, being down a piece, having basically no compensation for it against Tatev. But Abrahamian in time pressure, you know, she lost her confidence. It seems like she hasn't been able to be playing at the level she's used to. She panicked and had to accept the draw.
Wow. Wow, big turnaround in that game, but big matches today. Also, I just wanted to mention that for me, the Hikaru game, the Ray Robson game, that's very, very clear. But there are two other games that I thought really were important and will be important for the standings, and that's our defending champion, Gada Kamsky. He's going up against Caden Trofe. Gada with white really needs to assert himself in this game and hoist his chances with a victory. Wesley So, top 10 player in the world, remarkable tournament he's having. 7 decisive games in his event thus far, really topsy-turvy. 4 wins, 3 losses. He'll be trying to get back on the winning streak against Vara Kobian, who hasn't had a very good tournament. And if Wesley could string together a win, hope for some help in terms of Nakamura getting slowed down, he'll still have some chances as we go into our championship rounds, these last 3 games.
Well, one important thing is to know the psychological state of the players currently. It's not only important who you're playing, but it's also important when you're playing them. And for example, Akobian, he's the type of player that at the moment he's not looking for much in the tournament. He just wants to finish strong and get it over with. And maybe there's a chance here for some of the players that are going to be playing Varouj to take advantage of his psychological state and try to go for a win.
Right. When you get to play players, that's the key. What timing? We saw 2 ladies, Victoria and Anna, walking in just a moment, and here's a man who's really been outperforming the whole event, Ray Robson.
Wow, what an incredible performance he's shown. He's a player that even though he only has 1 second left on the clock, you can never count him out. And wow, just amazing, 5.5 out of 8, half a point behind Hikaru. He has to be happy with his performance here. He's played excellent chess. It's not that he's been given points. He's not been gifted anything.
He's earning his points.
No, he's going out, he's getting those points, he's playing aggressive with white and black. And I think that he is the person that, with only 3 rounds remaining, can really, really put some pressure on Hikaru.
That seems to be the case right now. I just noted that in their previous matchup, Ray Robson against Sam Sevian, Ray has won on the black side of a Dragon Sicilian, but basically Ray got Sam when he was much, much younger and a different Sam than we're seeing today.
No, it's funny to think that only 2 years ago, Sam Sevian, well, he was already a strong player, but nowhere near the grandmaster and talent that he is at the moment.
Right.
Whereas Ray Robson was already a very established grandmaster. It's true that he wasn't as strong as he is right now, but he was already a solid 2,600.
Yeah. One of the things, there's our defending champion, Gada Kamsky. He's looking quite friendly. I've seen him in a lot of U.S. championships where he's kept this incredibly stoic impression, like nothing perturbs him. But this U.S. championship, we're seeing a much more outgoing, relaxed, friendly manner of Gada Kamsky. But he's not winning the tournament either, though.
Well, it might have to do with something along those lines. Previous U.S. championships, he's come in as the favorite. He's come in as the top seed. He's come in as the guy to beat. When I played this tournament a couple of years ago, everybody was talking about, well, did you prepare against Kamsky? Did you prepare against Kamsky? What's going to happen against Kamsky? But nowadays we have, a completely different scenario. Did you prepare against Hikaru? Did you prepare against So? Hikaru, Nakamura, So.
Right.
And it's just been about them. Kamsky seems to be happy playing chess, happy playing good positions, and I don't think he's feeling the pressure as much that he needs to prove to anyone that he's going to take the championship.
Good point. Again, more players arriving for round 9. Conrad Holt coming into the club. On the women's side, I have to tell you, like everybody watching this event, Kate has just been fantastic. She's been playing the best chess, but Irina Krush is really putting the pressure on now, having scored so well in her last 5 games, and she's playing against Tatev, who, as Maurice correctly stated, before the event, those insiders, the experts with the know, so to speak, had pegged this pairing as the one that's going to decide the championship. In fact, that's not the case at all. Irina needs to win simply to keep pace with the leader in the event.
Well, it's true that Irina Krush, such a strong player. She's not exactly at her peak right now. She had a little bit of a rough year in certain events, but she made it up at the end of the year with some nice tournaments. And it seems like even though a lot of people pegged her as the favorite, everybody thought this would not be an easy tournament for her. There's a lot of upcoming players, a lot of transfers like Paikidze and Sharevich. Some of the young players always difficult to play against. Right. So it's not completely surprising that she's not leading at the moment, but she's found herself in this spot before, and she's come back from not being the leader to just taking out the leader. We can remember this last year against Satonsky, and taking the championship. And we have opening moves in a lot of games.
Play has begun in round 9. We will go to our top boards in the open section to begin with. We see Hikaru Nakamura, capable of playing anything, is actually opened up with knight f3 as opposed to anything certain with e4, d4, keeping flexible options. We have no idea what Timur Gariev may play. He mentioned that when he was playing against Varakobian, because White had committed his knight to f3, he ended up playing d6, d4, h6, and explained why once his pawn gets to g5, thanks for the knight being on f3, it wasn't that bad an idea. I have no idea what we're going to expect from Timur Gariev, the man who brings fashion to men's chess. Are those magenta pants he's wearing? It's quite a color.
They're definitely not in the standard color swatch, I can tell you
and
that.
the shoes. It's got to be the shoes. What can you say?
It's the casual and business casual.
And on our other top board, Sam Sevian has opened 1 e4 against Ray. Ray, a Najdorf player, open Sicilian. We do see the open Sicilian in that game. That promises to be an exciting contest. We'll keep our eyes closely on that game. Continuing our look around, we have Gadakamsky playing the London system as White. He likes these tame openings as White, postponing the battles till, let's say, the time trouble or something later. So Gada slow plays it in the opening. We've seen a lot of that by Gadakamsky over the years.
He absolutely loves this kind of setups against younger players. You can see him anytime that he plays somebody that's very theoretical. He tries to avoid this. He just wants to play something that's playable, something that is going to go into a structure, and he can maybe in the long term torture his opponent a little bit. He did it fabulously against Conrad Holt just a couple rounds ago.
Right.
And in my opinion, he's an expert in this kind of systems, that even though theoretically they shouldn't give White any kind of a solid advantage, they're still unpleasant to play with if you're not so familiar with the structures and the plans.
Very good point. And then we go to Wesley So versus VAR. You mentioned that VAR looks a little bit vulnerable still, however, playing is very solid Queen's Gambit decline chess. Bishop e7, the move that the Armenian school of chess has made very popular. VAR has many options here, but I'm looking at a Queen's Gambit decline. Could be a theoretical contest.
Well, interestingly, So and Akobian have played 3 times, but not once since 2010.
Really?
Which is a very unusual kind of statistic.
A gap.
It's a very big gap.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Wesley actually was much younger player. How did they fare against one another in those 3 matchups?
They were all 3 draws.
Ooh.
Very solid from Varujan and So. And even though So was already a grandmaster, he wasn't, of course, 2700. So
Right.
this is the strongest that VAR is ever going to be facing against him. And I have the feeling that VAR is going to be playing Tarrasch, because that's usually what he does.
C7, C5.
Right, when he plays with this kind of structures. Of course, he's become a little bit more solid in the last recent years, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Bishop e7. But actually, yes, I think from the structure that we're looking at, it's going to be a Tarrasch defense.
It looks like that, in fact, has happened with the pawn on c5 and a knight on c6. Okay, just continuing our walk around, we have Sam Shankland, who is climbing his way back into the tournament, playing against Alex Onishuk. Alex, we know, super solid player, looks like a BOGO Indian defense with bishop b4, early trade of dark squared bishops, followed by b7, b6. A quiet system, a solid system, but very hard, in my opinion, for Black to get really good winning chances against if White plays it in a quiet fashion. We'll continue for a moment. Danya Naroditsky. Now, this is going to be a sharp winner French defense. Very theoretical battle going on here.
Extremely predictable, too. This is the only variation that Conrad Holt plays against this. And one of my worst defeats in my chess history was with this variation. The very first time that I played the French defense against a strong player was in the 2004 Olympiad in Calvia against Vichy Anand.
Okay.
And I thought, well, I opened the database to prepare, so what his record was against this Sveshnikov back then, my main opening, it was all 1-0.
Okay, that was deflating.
Yeah, so I decided I'm going to try a French. He came up with a fantastic novelty about 10 moves from this position.
Wow.
And I got swiftly demolished. This has evolved a lot. The theory in this kind of positions is very sharp and very unclear. But Conrad always plays this particular line of defense. And we've studied it a lot because the UTD team at some point, the University of Texas at Dallas, which I was a part of, always looked at this position because there were several players that actually played this variation. So he's very well aware of this line. Now,
yeah, it can become a very rich strategic game, and I agree with you that the key theoretical moments are well down the line from here.
Right.
Still, a lot of theory, I want to say, has developed over the years. Let me turn to the women's championship.
Real
for a
quick,
moment.
we actually
Yes,
have
sure.
thought. Maurice, please.
Oh, sorry.
Well, while you're talking about rich theoretical developments, possible, all kinds of variations, take a look at this position, which doesn't have that many theoretical developments. Let's get this one. I'm trying to get, here we go. All right, here we go. This one. Timur Gureyev, who sat for quite some time, looks like about 6 minutes or so after knight f3, going into the mind of Timur Gureyev as we venture into his shirt choice, his pants choice, his sneaker choice, and he decides to play the move b6 against knight f3. And we have this setup on the board after much thought. Nakamura just banged down some very standard moves. What do you guys think about this deep, theoretically explored line?
Not so deep, but I recall the days of Tony Miles, a dear friend from the Grandmaster from the United Kingdom. He used b7, b6 as a universal panacea for everything that white plays, opening move. And I once played Tony Miles, and I played as white. My first move, 1, g2, g3. And, you know, the tournament has started and everything, and Tony, he says in a very loud voice, he breaks with protocol, and he says to me, "I love these moral victories." As I play g2, g3. And b7, b6 is actually not that bad. And I know a friend from Australia, Grandmaster Ian Rogers, has played it. Let's bring that. I was going to go to the ladies' game. Let's just take a quick because you can help me out also out here, Alejandro, on this. So, queenside fianchetto, okay. So how are you going to punish black for his transgressions by not playing towards the center? Well, of course you're going to play e4. If your opponent's going to give you the center, you're going to grab it. Timur said bishop b7, give me the pawn, knight c3, and it's very clear that what white wants to do is to set up with a central pawn duo with the move d7, d5. Now, normally in this position, each and everybody plays the move e7, e6. I just noted for the record that you could go into a kind of funky open Sicilian where b6 maybe not that theoretical.
Very dubious, actually, but we saw this in the U.S. Championship once.
Gadakamsky, I'm
versus
thinking.
Ray Robson. That's correct.
Oh, really?
It was Ray Robson with white against Gadakamsky, a game that ended in a hard-fought draw.
Exactly. So that's one possibility. But e7, e6 is the main move. And then the idea is that after d2, d4, what black wants to do, again, is use piece play to try to provoke white into either moving his pawn or trying to tie white's pieces to the defense of the e2, e4 pawn. Quite possibly we would transfer into various French structures, but still, I believe that there's been quite a number of games from this position.
Well, it has some very interesting ideas involving exactly the e4 square, which is normal of many different structures. I think Maurice has a structure that actually revolves around the e4 square.
Well, I wanted to make a point as you're about to go to the ladies' games. Yes, I was looking at these delicious matchups, and I say delicious from the standpoint of we want to see blood. I'm sorry, that's what our commentators always look for, is big fighting chess. And if you look at the matchups, they're tailor-made to be decisive games today. First of all, we look at Victoria Nia against Nemtsova. Victoria Nia has been playing quite well. She wants to do well today against Nemtsova. Irina and Tatev, that's definitely going to be a barn burner. But more importantly, of the other matchups, Rusudan Golatiani is playing against Alyssa Melahina. Rusudan had a little hiccup losing a game. She wants to get back and start proving herself that she can win this title. And then the young players are playing against the more veterans. You have Nazi Pakidze, who just had good fortune yesterday and remained lossless, if you will, because she hasn't lost a single game yet. She's playing against young Jennifer Yu. She's definitely the favorite in that position, in that matchup. Sabina Francesca Freuser, she's playing against Apurva Verkud, who has not had a good tournament either, and Apurva really wants to deal with the fact that her opponent also has the white pieces. And that's one of the advantages with the ladies' matchups, is that the veterans, so to speak, veterans, have the white pieces in these matchups. And finally, a game I want to show you a position. Take a look at this. If you want to believe in contentious positions, we have Anna Sharovich playing against young Annie Wang. And I'm saying that the veteran wants to beat the youngster. Look at this opening choice. G3, looking very solid, this Bogo Indian kind of structure. B6, bishop G2, bishop B7, castles, and now the trade on D2. Now the move D6, queen C2. Everything looks solid. It doesn't look like just a big deal. She's looking to play E4. So after knight B D7, E4, look at white's pawns, 3 abreast. And now B4 gets played. Look at that. If you don't think white wants to crush black, well, you're not paying attention, because we know Anna Sharovich, the way she is, she's a very aggressive player, and she knows Annie Wang is a wounded animal right now, struggling just to save half points, much less win games. She is definitely going after. I don't know if she has a bag of tricks there that she's looking in, but hopefully it's not her cell phone or anything. I'm hearing in my ear that potentially it's her cell phone she's looking for. That shouldn't have made it through the security, guys.
Thank you, Maurice. Just going to looking at the leader in the ladies section. So we have a standard English position. White has a large number of moves here. D2, D3, E2, E3, G2, G3, by far the most popular.
Yeah, by far.
Yeah, by far. A2, A3, a lesser move, shall we say. It's clear that white is interested in playing a Sicilian reverse. In other words, Victoria would probably be very pleased by D7, D5. She could play a Sicilian with, for example, E2, E4 here. There's no Sveshnikov, there's no knight B4, so the move A2, A3 could be useful. And so Kate said, well, let's just see how useful that A2, A3 move is going to be. You're denying my bishop the B4 square? Well, I'll put the bishop on the long diagonal, and, well, I'm not a big fan of the move A2, A3, so I think that this was an excellent decision by Kate, and she should be doing quite well at this stage. It's very early, of course, but who knows?
It looks psychologically that Victoria is simply trying to avoid theory as opposed to actually getting into some kind of sharp position or something that Nemtsova knows very well. Maybe she's just trying to outplay her opponent. What do you think her chances are of playing like that against someone who's shown the most solid chess in the entire tournament?
I think it's a bad idea, frankly. I think that when your opponent, in this case, Kate, has been playing so very well, with the exception of her game against Sabina, by the way. That was the first time we saw our leader in the women's section actually falter, show some weakness. When I'm playing against an opponent who's playing really well, strangely enough, I switch. I want to play a heavy theoretical variation that would lead to a middle game that I would be familiar with and hopefully have a slight pull as well. We're going to go to Maurice for a quick second. Oh, pardon me. We're not going to go to Maurice for a quick second. He's just pointing out a very interesting game that's going on between Wesley So and Var. Shall we go to that?
Well, we're going to see an interesting Tarash in that position, but let's take a quick look first at this game between Irina Krush and Tatev Abrahamian.
Because it's so key for the ladies' championship, right? Okay, let's go from the top. So from the top, Irina has opened with the queen pawn, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3. So standard.
Traditional Nimzo Indian, nothing
Absolutely.
special.
Classical variation, queen c2. Irina's basically saying, I'm willing just to win the two bishops as an opening plus. Castles, all of these moves, very, very standard. Knight c3, c5, knight a6, g3. This is actually a line that Ben Feingold, grandmaster here in St. Louis, really likes to play a lot. He's probably one of the most experienced players in the world on the white side of this position.
And I want to say that we actually saw this kind of structure and at least this idea of an early knight f3 in this tournament. It was the game between Jacobian being white against Onischuk being black.
Exactly.
A game that followed a long theoretical variation that ended up just being drawn, and it kind of repeated along the same lines. Even though Jacobian had a slight improvement, it was still kind of an easy draw, I felt, for Onischuk.
I did too. I did too.
But I don't think this ladies will be doing anything solid, anything going for a draw. And actually, we have a lot of action on the board.
Exactly. Well, after castles, bishop b7, again, all standard moves.
Okay, we have actually a little emergency between a couple of the players. Maurice?
Guys, in one of the most stunning developments ever in the history of U.S. chess, Wesley So has played just about 6 moves, and resigned. He resigned against Firouzjan Jacobian. We are trying to figure out what's going on. Jacobian is mystified. Just incredible development here in the U.S. Championship. Wesley So has resigned the game. Guys?
You couldn't have stunned me more with your announcement there, Maurice. I am in an absolute. I'm shell-shocked.
Well,
we can't even speculate what has happened.
Well, I mean, I had heard that there were some issues with Wesley at the moment, but I mean, I thought he was just a professional. You know, you come up to the board and you play your game, and I mean, this is just very strange. It looks more like a protest or like something.
Did he have a protest before? We'll just have to leave that one alone because we need more information. Otherwise, we'll be speculating for ages and ages without even being close to getting an idea. Wesley, bless his heart, has played a very uneven event, winning 4, losing 3. Whether he's won or lost, on numerous occasions he's come in and joined us here on the set, explained what's going on in his games, and been very friendly and easygoing. Something has upset him tremendously, obviously, and I've never seen this. I recall, of course, Bobby Fischer withdrawing from an inner zonal in protest while leading the event in protest against decisions taken by the organizer, but I have no idea what's going on, and
to me, it just seems very unlikely it's something with the organizer. I mean, I've played this tournament 3 years. I'm here at the site. It's a beautiful tournament. The organizers are some of the most caring people I've seen towards chess players. Every single opportunity they have, they accommodate you wonderfully. And I'm sure that if he had some kind of issue, it would have been resolved.
Hotel room, bad lighting, whatever it might
have been.
Whatever,
but I think this has to be something personal, some kind of personal issue.
Something that has happened
off the board. And we are going to come back with more information in shocking development.
After 10 minutes of play in the opening round, I called this the championship rounds. I was looking at Wesley. I'd marked it on my paper as a game to watch because I was thinking that Jacobian was wobbly and that Wesley needed a win to get it back into the event. I never imagined that Wesley was feeling so poorly that he would just stop the clock. So something's happened there. We'll come back and find out. Let's just continue with what is going on in the women's section for a moment. Again, we have this theoretical position, bishop b7, knight b5, by Arena Crush. That looks like a kind of a little bit strange offbeat move.
Well,
the
it
idea
has
is
some
to
immediate threats, right?
Yeah,
a little
this bishop
scary.
on
Yeah.
b4 is this kind of hanging in midair, and if you give white the chance, she's going to play a2, a3. In the meanwhile, if you try to chase this knight, presumably backwards, it's not going backwards, it's going to the square d6, and again, this move a2, a3 is hanging over black's head. So Tatev made what looks like a very accurate decision here. She's played bishop e4, gaining a tempo on against white's queen. White's queen had to drop back. Now the move a6, that's a strange move to me. I would have probably played knight b7 myself, just to give my bishop a retreat on the diagonal, and if my bishop was forced to retreat, well, then eventually my idea would be to bring my knight back to c5. That wasn't played.
I'm a little surprised you're a classical player when I put a knight on b7. It's usually such an awkward position for the knight.
Just to make room for the bishop on b4 to retreat.
Well, do you think maybe Tatev has a concrete idea in mind and she wants to keep her pieces as active as possible?
Well, she sure as heck better. Let's see what has happened, because she did in fact play the move a7, a6. That's on the board. And there's a nice little trick that she set up for her opponent, knight d6, bishop c6, and the highly desirable move a2, a3, which looks tremendously good. You're just going to take this bishop, the bishop's trap. You don't see this queen trap every day.
No,
I must
not
say,
at all.
this looks like a very funny tactical sequence. But after the move bishop a4, all of the squares that white's queen would like to go to are covered. Only available square is d4, but that walks into this horrendous fork, knight b3. So a2, a3 can't be played at this moment, but
Arena decided to play the move bishop g5.
Bishop g5. I was thinking about bishop f4 to resupport the knight, and to play a2, a3. That was not Arena's choice. Arena has played the move bishop to g5.
Does this actually create the threat of a3?
That's a good question. Let us have a look-see for a moment. If we play the move h7, h6, putting the question to the bishop, let's say takes, takes, and now let's have a look at a2, a3. Okay, so black's bishop under attack. Let's say we see the move bishop a4, and now the difference is that we do have the square b1, thanks to the bishop on c1 being gone, and this looks like it's good for white.
Well, we actually have an update on the Wesley So situation.
Breaking news.
Yeah, he did not resign.
He did not resign.
No, he was forfeited for breaking one of chess rules. And actually, Wesley So is a player that once in a while writes on his score sheet things that are not related to the game. I remember playing him in the Millionaire Chess Open, and he was writing on the score sheet, which is a very unusual practice, and it's actually illegal because it's considered note-taking, which is not illegal in chess games. Normally, nobody really pays attention to it, especially in open tournaments, but in more serious tournaments like the US Championship, he had already been warned about this previously, not to take notes during the game, not to write on the score sheet things that were not specifically, chess notation. And he didn't stop, and he was forfeited by the arbiter. And
Tony Rich has
Tony Rich has forfeited Wesley So, and I suppose that, well, I mean, it is a rule that you're breaking, and had you already been warned about it, there's really no choice for the arbiters but to forfeit a player.
Okay, just to clarify what Alejandro has said, is in chess, you're required to keep an accurate score sheet of the moves that are played in the game. You have to write down your moves as well as those of your opponent. After the game is over and the result has been agreed by the players both sign their score sheets as well as the arbiter, and that confirms the result. So the score sheet is actually a crucial part of the organizer's written record, if you will, of what has happened in each and every round. If there's ever any dispute, you go to the score sheet and say, you played this move, your opponent played this move, and the two score sheets match up. So the idea is you can't use your score sheet as you just said, taking notes or writing moves that you expect so that you can see them. So there's a very strict rules forbidding you from using your score sheet for anything else but note-taking. Recall for me again what Wesley had done. He hadn't written down a move, he had written down a note to himself?
It was something along those lines, and Maurice has more information for us here with arbiter Tony Rich.
We are with the chief arbiter of the tournament, Tony Rich. And Tony, walk us through what happened today. Why was Wesley so forfeited?
Grandmaster Varuj Jacobian came and brought to my attention that Wesley had been taking notes on a piece of paper underneath his score sheet. Upon verification of that, I pulled both players aside and spoke to them. I had to mention to Wesley twice before this during the event that note-taking on his score sheet is not allowed. It is strictly forbidden according to the FIDE laws of chess. The previous warning that I gave him, I notified him that if this were to happen again, I would be required to forfeit him. And unfortunately, that was the decision I had to do.
Can you tell us what he was writing down?
It was general advice to himself. It was not analysis, it was not chess moves, it wasn't opening preparation. It was just general encouragement and advice to himself in playing a game.
And what was his reaction when you told him that he was forfeited?
Certainly shocked. He seemed unclear on the specifics of the FIDE laws of chess with regards to note-taking and was under the impression that he wasn't allowed to take notes on his score sheet, but that did not preclude him from keeping notes on a separate piece of paper. I made sure that it was very clear that that is indeed forbidden, and I told him that my decision stood. He's welcome to appeal the decision to the appeals committee, which is made up of Grandmaster Ben Feingold, Women's Grandmaster and International Master Ruseddan Goletiani, and Grandmaster Var Jacobian himself. VAR will not be a part of the decision if Wesley decides to appeal because it impacts the game that he was involved with.
What about Varuj's reaction? He seemed quite distressed himself.
VAR was distracted during the game by the note-taking, which is why he brought it to my attention, and certainly seemed shocked that a player of Wesley's caliber was keeping notes during a game.
What does this mean for Wesley's future games? He still has 2 more rounds to play in the tournament.
I'm sure this will be a big psychological blow for him, but he will be able to continue the event and finish it, and the penalties will apply in future rounds as well.
The penalty for this game, though, is simply a loss. He's allowed to play the next 2 games.
That's correct.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. Chief Arbiter Tony Rich doing something that's unprecedented probably in U.S. history. Unfortunate circumstances. Guys, back to you.
Wow, thank you, Tony, for clarifying, because we were absolutely mystified as to what had happened. And note-taking, again, you were mentioning in your experience, Alejandro, that you were in the Millionaire Open, which was played in Las Vegas last year, that you witnessed Wesley writing some words of encouragement to himself, like, watch your clock, or something. I can't even imagine what he's writing to himself.
Well, yeah. It was difficult for me to actually know what was going on. We have footage of what happened exactly, and we can see Tony Rich talking to Wesley So about the incident.
Oops.
Right.
Right.
No, what a development. This is unbelievable.
Well, I have been in chess many a year, and I like to think that I've seen every kind of mistake that you can make in chess. But really, in my long career history, let me just put it that way, I can never recall anything as similar as this, where a top 10 player in the world, Wesley So, has been forfeited by the chief arbiter for a technicality of writing on the score sheet things that he should not have.
And it is strictly forbidden.
Warned.
It had been warned twice, according to Tony Rich. Maurice,
wow.
Do you have more information?
He'd been warned twice. On top of it, you should notice how the other players were reacting. You saw Hikaru Nakamura looking disturbed, looking around, wondering what was going on. This is definitely going to trickle throughout the hall itself. And you're going to wonder how the players are going to remain focused, knowing of this development that they probably have never seen in their lives either. So a big shakeup in the championship for someone who was really competing for the top, but just the fact also he's a newcomer to the championship as well, a star player. I've never seen it happen in my career. This is a pretty crazy development. Sad thing to happen, especially the fact that he had been warned twice. There's no reason for him to do this. It just seems it's absolutely mind-boggling.
Wow, this is incredible
I'm thrown
news.
backwards. I really am thrown
And this
backwards.
is very sad for the U.S. Chess Championship because, I mean, he was such a real contender still, such a top player, losing in this way.
Well, absolutely. As you described at the top of the show, when you showed the standings, Hikaru Nakamura leading with 6 points, half a point behind Ray Robson, half a point behind Wesley So. Wesley's in third, hoping to pull himself up to second or who knows where, getting forfeited with the white pieces after as many as 5 or 6 moves. Again, for a technical violation of writing a note to himself on his score sheet.
Well, on the other hand, he had been warned twice. If you cannot heed the rules after 2 times, there is strong encouragement for the arbiters to actually follow the law of the rule. I mean, like, the arbiters are not actually required to warn you. This was more of a courtesy than anything else.
Right.
You are not allowed to take notes during the tournament. And it's something that a lot of players I've seen do, but this is the first time I've ever seen it punished.
Punished. Again, expand on that. I really, in the old days, in fact, if you were to have read Kotov's Think Like a Grandmaster, the actual practice in the Soviet School of Chess was to write down the move you intended to play on your score sheet before you made the move, and then look at the score sheet, look at the board, just double check that you're not hanging a piece, and then execute the move. The rules of the FIDE evolved and said, no, you weren't even allowed to do that. You could no longer write down the move you intended, and that has been the rule. Again, expand on who has used their score sheet in ways that might have been a violation.
Right, and before we get into that, there are several examples I can think of. We're going to have a very important guest with us, Varu Janakobians with Maurice Ashley.
Okay.
Yes, we're with Var Akobian. Var, this must have been a stunning development for you. I know you like to play chess and earn your victories. Tell us what happened at the board just before Wesley was forfeited.
Yeah, it's just, it's really shocking for me too. Basically, even before the game started, I noticed that Wesley had the score sheet and underneath another score sheet. So, and I remember seeing him make notes before, and I saw a few days ago that Tony had talked to him about it, that he's not allowed to make notes. And so we start playing. I thought maybe he'll just make them, just writing something and that's it. And but I realized he just, every time he makes a move, he make notes. And I found that a bit unusual because I played for many years, played a lot of very strong players. I never seen anybody do that. And as Yasser mentioned earlier, before you could write your move and then make a move, and actually I used to do that all the time. When I was trained in the Tigran Petrosyan school, my coach told me always write your move, double check and triple check before you make it.
I did the same thing as a
and
player.
I would do that. It was
until otherwise.
Yeah, until I remember I played in Gibraltar tournament 2007. That's when the FIDE just made an announcement that you're not allowed to write anything, just the move after you make it on the board. And it was very difficult for me in the beginning. And I remember, and I was told once by my opponent that you're not allowed to write. So I stopped doing that. It was difficult, because you're in a habit, but but yeah, just according to the rules, you're not supposed to keep any notes there and write moves, and I guess Tony had given him warnings before, and so he had no other choice but I guess to.
Did you inform Tony of it before that you had seen this, or did Tony Rich come to the board himself?
I actually informed him after we played a couple of moves, just say that I find it a bit unusual. I'm not sure what he's writing. I don't think he's, it's any cheating or anything. It's just, it's bit, could be a little bit distracting that you have opponent just writing things there that, but I guess previously he's been doing that, and Tony had talked to him about it. And
you'd never seen this happen though. So what was your reaction when you actually saw that the victory was now yours, but a top player like Wesley So had been forfeited and literally had to leave the playing area?
Well, basically the rules are same for anybody. It doesn't matter you're a top player or you have to keep the rules for same for everyone, even if it's a top. If the rule says you're not supposed to make notes, and if you warn the player once or twice that he's not allowed, if you don't do anything, that means you're putting that player in advantage of other players, even though it might be a very big decision for Tony to do that. But I believe he consulted with some other arbiters and.
I saw you on camera. You look quite disturbed at the moment when it was happening. This is not the kind of victory you won.
No, this is not a victory.
What were you feeling?
This is just it's very unfortunate. We don't want to see this for the fans to see game end and move 6 by a forfeit for Wesley. I mean, I was looking forward to play. I don't get to play too many games against Wesley's or Hikaru's caliber players, and I was looking forward to play. I played my beloved Tarrasch defense from my childhood, and I was ready to fight. But when it was really shocking for me too. I mean, even at the moment, I don't really believe it yet.
Neither do we. It's a quite surreal moment in the championship. What do you think this means for this tournament now?
Well, I don't think it's gonna mean that much as far as I don't think. I think Wesley maybe had some outside chances, but I don't think he was really gonna fight for the first place. For me, it's also. I'm not having a very good tournament, and it's very hard. I feel really bad for Wesley. He's a friend, and he's been with us to the team tournaments. I've trained with him, so I mean, I feel really bad for Wesley. But I hate to say, but this might be maybe a good lesson, just to make sure that you have to follow the rules, even though it might be difficult. It's just you're used to. We develop chess players. We develop habits. Sometimes some superstitious things. And I think it's more like a habit, or maybe he believes if he doesn't write, he's not gonna do well, or maybe it helps him to stay focused when he writes after he makes a move. Some things. I don't know what he writes on the score sheet, but I've never seen that before.
Incredible development. Actually, when you think about it, they have the same thing in golf, where after the whole round is over, they do have to go into that official's booth and sign their golf card. And players have been forfeited after playing the entire round for not signing their scorecard. Even big name players that's happened to. So the rules are the rules.
Yeah, if the rules are written, they need to be followed. And I mean, if let's say it was first time, absolutely, I would say just it's we can play it on and stuff. But since you already told him twice that he's not allowed to make notes, if he doesn't enforce the rules, then it might. If FIDE finds out, maybe they will say you're the chief arbiter, why you're not enforcing the rules.
A couple of days ago, we did see Yulia Levitan of the anti-cheating committee.
Yes.
Come in, and so a definite sort of a dark cloud over this round. What do you think you're going to do now?
I don't know. I don't know. I just have to. I have 2 more games to go. Again, I don't. I will try to play my best next 2 games, but I'm also thinking about my next tournament, the World Team Tournament. So I want to make sure I represent US well in that tournament and sort of, try to finish good here and just try to do well in Armenia and represent the U.S. team well. That's my next focus.
Going back home to your...
Yeah, I'm going to my homeland, and I hope to, help the guys to feel comfortable there. I speak the language, and I think Armenia is very nice. So I hope we can play well there. We're going there with a very young team, not the strongest team we could have had, but I think we'll be motivated.
Well, we wish you luck there, and thank you very much for joining us under these unfortunate circumstances.
Okay, thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Var, for explaining that. I mean, I think definitely speaking for myself, but I'm sure I feel like I'm speaking for all of the competitors. I feel shell-shocked. I mean, I just feel like, like something has been ripped out of me. Wesley Slow, top 10 player in the world, experiencing this kind of a meltdown, and then this technical forfeit. I mean, I don't blame Tony at all. How could you blame the arbiter for enforcing the rules? Wesley, if he's been warned once or twice, maybe even 3 times, as it seems to have been inferred, as you said, it's a courtesy. It's simply a courtesy on the part of the arbiter to give you a warning. Rules are rules. It's shocking that a top 10 player in the world would continue behavior where he had been specifically warned not to do it. Can't blame VAR, but boy, the tournament just feels like something has been lost by what we watched today, witnessed today.
No, I'm incredibly shocked. I don't know what to say. I've never seen or heard of anything like this.
Right.
Wow. Maurice, do you have a...
Well, you know, it's interesting, this note-taking issue. Some people may say, oh, just give the guy a break. He's just writing down notes. What's the big deal? But it's been clearly explained that you don't know what those notes stand for. They're distracting to your opponent. And rules are rules. If he had violated the touch move rule, let's say he touched something and tried to move something else, we'd all be up in arms like, are you insane? You can't do that. So there are some rules that we hold dear. There's some rules that may seem a little bit more arcane, like, really, that's a bad one too. But the rules are the rules. And as I mentioned with golf, I've seen or heard of top players not signing their scorecard and being forfeited an entire round of golf. You imagine you played all 5 or 6 hours of golf and then you come in and then find out it's null and void because you walked away and didn't make that scorecard official. So Tony Rich, he did what he had to do and did what the rules required him to do.
Well, we're going to have to see if this actually goes to an appeal. Wesley So is entitled to write an appeal and say that, okay, I don't agree with the arbiter's decision. It would be escalated to an appeals committee that, as Tony Rich informed us, will be composed of Grandmaster Ben Feingold and International Master Rusa Goletiani. But we will see if it even gets there. For now, we're all shocked here at the studio, and I'm sure the tournament upstairs, everybody's a little uneasy on what exactly happened because I don't think they've been told.
Right,
So
and again,
it's
just
a lot of speculation.
And just to explain to our audience how it actually works, the idea is you've got a set of rules, the laws of chess, if you will, and every competitor who comes to the event follows the laws of chess as laid down. Sometimes, however, there are things like this nature. Should a specific law be enforced, we have what is called an appeals committee. Before the tournament begins, they have a players' meeting, and it's officially sanctioned, what we call an appeals committee. Usually it's a group of 3 players made up by players who are both in the events as well as an independent, somebody who is outside of the event. You're supposed to compose an appeals committee of a group of people that have no vested interest. So you can't really have, say, the organizer on the appeals committee or something of that nature. Or in this case, Verusian himself, because he's a competitor, the appeal would affect him. He's no longer a neutral party. He'd have to step down. A reserve person on the appeals committee would have to set up. So this 3-member appeals committee would take the appeal, a written appeal by the player, read it out, invite the arbiter to explain his position, thank the 2 parties for presenting their cases. Not quite like a law or court case. It's rather informal, but it's very formal at the same time. Then the appeals committee debates the merits of the 2 sides' position. They take a vote. The vote is final till the end of the tournament. You can appeal beyond that to the FIDE and the Rules Committee and so on. Usually it doesn't get that far. Appeals committee very rarely happens because the rules of chess are really quite clear to everybody. But there have been known cases of, for example, a clock malfunction. You know, a clock going 000 because the battery ran out, or something really strange like that, and the player saying you're forfeited, and then the arbiter saying, well, no, well, there's a clock that malfunctioned. There's a lot of rules that are a little bit gray that sometimes an appeals committee is called upon. It's a rare event. I can't recall in any of the, just say the past 5 U.S. championships where the appeals committee has actually had to convene itself. So this is a big development. We don't know if, we don't know if Wesley's going to appeal the decision or not. It looks pretty straightforward as described by the arbiter. I don't really see what an appeal could be, why or how appeal could be successful at this moment.
It really does, but well, we're going to have to see what does happen. And at the moment, we're going to go for a commercial break.
Okay.
And we're going to get ourselves together.
Yeah.
And we'll be back with you guys.
"2014 was a great year for chess. Chess24 brought you live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos. Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. See you at chess24.com.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
Back in the studio after some shocking news, but let us focus a little bit on the board positions.
Right. The show must go on despite the shocking news of the Wesley So forfeit. We'll pick up the action. We've missed a lot of it. Apologies for that. On board one, Hikaru Nakamura, the leader in the open section, is playing against Timur Gariev. We've seen a little bit offbeat Queen Fianchetto, Timur's choice, d4. And the players have actually followed the moves where we kind of stopped it. Queen e2, d5.
And you had mentioned this French style of structure that is going to appear because of black's activity. Can you tell us a little bit about the difference between this and a normal French?
Yeah, who it favors and who it doesn't. Well, first of all, it was important to see knight e4. Very oftentimes in a winner where French, black ends up giving his bishop, as we see in another game, by the way, the Naroditsky game, to double up white's pawns. In this particular line, it's not 100% that black is going to have to give up his bishop. He may be able to double white's pawns using a knight exchange. Let's see how the game developed. Ooh, Hikaru Nakamura sacrificing a pawn. Already things are getting quite interesting.
And this takes a page out of maybe the Nimzo Indian, where you sacrifice this pawn on c3 against an early knight e4.
Right.
And what does white have for it? Do you think his attack here is strong enough?
Right. Just as you said, in the Nimzo Indian, or in any kind of gambit, really, the player who's giving up a pawn is gambiting the pawn for a dynamic play, better development. And let's just see, because this looks like a very forcing sequence that we're about to see. Rook b1. I actually thought that Hikaru was going to throw in the move bishop g5, a tempo against the queen, and giving the choice, the rook on a1 a greater choice as to which square it may move to. Rook b1, in fact, was played by Hikaru. Knight c6. Okay, this bishop looks a little strange inside of white's camp, but for the moment, hello, there's a pawn on d4 being attacked. Queen e3 by Hikaru, setting up various discoveries by this light squared bishop in order to pick up a tempo against this bishop on c3. Bishop drops back to b4. That looks quite, and we're up to date. So white's given up a pawn for greater development, dynamic play. this bishop on b7 is not making that great an impression, but overall, this is a real challenge for white to prove compensation. There's no targets. There's no obvious compelling targets in black's camp that white could say, oh, I want to hit you on the c7 square. I want to hit you on the f7 square. So at the moment, I don't know if this was at the border inspiration or if this type of gambit has been seen before. We could go back to this moment in time. Hikaru was under no pressure to gambit the pawn. He could have played, let us say, the solid choice. He could have played a move like e takes d5. After queen takes d5, well, this knight is pinned, of course, but once you break the pin, the queen would have to go away. If you recaptured with the knight, we would have said, okay, solid choice, looks like some kind of Rubinstein French, black's doing okay, fair enough. But this move, e4, e5, very enterprising choice by Hikaru. Maybe it was, now the time Hikaru's thinking, I want to make some separation between myself and my nearest rivals. What the heck, I'm white, might as well go for it. But he has gambited a pawn, and I wouldn't say this is a clear compensation as we saw in the previous game from the previous round, which was Timur Gariev sacrificing the b2 pawn against Sam Sevian. There, white's compensation was obvious. He had a huge center development. He ended up scorching black's king, Sam Sevian's king that was in that game. This one, less clear to me. I'm not a big believer in white's gambit.
So I might be wrong, but I think that in Timur's games, the b-pawn, poor b-pawn, has been gambited 3 times. I want to say that he played the wing gambit against Kamsky.
Right.
It was gambited yesterday against Sevian, and now it's gambited again, although even now Timur is black.
And he's the one capturing
He's
the pawn.
the one capturing. This is actually very interesting because it does feel like white has some compensation, but if he doesn't prove it in the next couple of moves, it'll just dissipate.
Right. So, yeah, intuitively you would say, yes, compensation exists. And just as you very well put it, it better become obvious in the next few moves, because otherwise if black just, completes its development, catches up with white's lead, where's your advantage? And you've got a big pawn that's missing. So big development in that game.
And I really like that he was able to put the bishop on b4. I think that part of the compensation that Hikaru was looking for was that in this position after rook b1, the bishop is completely cut off from the game. Once it goes to b4, it's able to rejoin the defense of the king side by going back to e7, potentially even back to f8 if necessary.
Right.
So it's back in the game, if you will. But if the bishop was forced to go to a5, the king side would have been much, much more vulnerable.
Right, exactly. I think you described it really well, Alejandro. If, for example, you've seen a bad move like queen d7, and just as you described it, if you put this bishop offside, if you will, you put it on a5 where it's not really involved in the defense, then the compensation is not only obvious. I think a lot of us would sign up and say, okay, give me white's pieces. I like the gambit.
It looks...
But it makes all the difference in the world
Right.
for me that with this knight coming to c6, supporting the bishop retreat to b4, that really takes down white's compensation. Let's just play a few moves. Alejandro, if I were white, I'd probably be seeking, again, a forceful play. I don't want my opponent just to catch up. I play a move like queen f4, intending queen g4, and hoping for,
By the way, Hikaru does agree with you, and he did,
He did play queen f4? Okay.
Yes.
But again, the compensation feels a little nebulous here. I'm not a big fan of this
Sacrifice?
with the sacrifice.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
And it's also a sacrifice that's completely untheoretical. This has not been seen before. It's not something that's a common idea. I mean, for this structure, it's actually a little bit unusual to sacrifice a pawn, considering that play is so slow.
Right.
And we have completely the opposite.
Yes, and right.
Hugely theoretical positions in the games between Onishuk playing black against Sam Shankland and Daniel Naroditsky being white against Conrad Holt.
All right, let's go to that game that you said was very theoretical. Sam Shankland, who after a poor start, poor first half, if we will, climbing his way back in the tournament, playing against White, a Bogo Indian against Alexander Onishuk. You've just mentioned that both players are following a very long theoretical battle. Take us through it. E2, E4. This is the start.
This is,
I assume, of this long theoretical line that the players have embarked on.
Right. The normal idea is to simply develop the bishop to G2, go knight E5 at some point, maybe even gambit the C4 pawn if necessary. It's been tried a couple of times. Success has been shaky, to say the least.
Mixed.
And people came up with this idea of going E4, and it goes into a very forcing variation.
Yeah, I was just going to say that these bishop G2, knight E5 ideas, very, very reminiscent, of course, of a Catalan variation, with the exception of the dark squared bishop being exchanged. So E2, E4.
And that actually transposes directly into Catalan a lot of times.
Yes, I can imagine. So E2, E4, more enterprising for White. White tries to throw down a challenge to Black. Black has basically said, I'm putting my bishop on A6 with the idea of maybe snapping off a pawn on C4. So E2, E4, a direct challenge to Black's entire setup,
Absolutely.
if we could say. All right, so capturing on E4 looks rather forcing. Knight goes back to G5 with the very clear idea of recapturing the pawn. And again, if Black doesn't do anything, he'll regret having put his bishop on A6.
Just like Naroditsky regretted having that bishop alive yesterday against Onishuk. It was the same kind of structure.
Yes,
the
indeed.
bishop was never actually active, and it pretty much was the tomb.
Yeah, he got entombed and became a passive piece for the rest of the game. So Black cannot allow White simply to recapture the pawn and then assert his advantage. So
C5 break.
C5 break.
Very important.
Bishop G2 looks very scary for Black. After all, there's a rook at the end of the rainbow here on that diagonal. Knight C6, very forcing play by Black as he's putting pressure on the D4 pawn. Probably would be very happy to sacrifice in exchange if he
very
could
happy.
put a knight on D4.
It's almost suicidal to take with the bishop and allow that huge knight to D4. D takes E5 is one of the...
Let us just show what Alejandro and I are both in total accord. You may be happy looking at the pieces that came off the board. You may be giving yourself a little, you know, I've got 5 points, you've got 3 points. Don't look at what comes off the board. Look what's on the board. What's on the board is a big, huge problem on the long diagonal. F3 is a weak square, H7, H6 in the position. No way you want to win this exchange sacrifice. So Sam follows the theoretical line that it is, all of this play looks very forcing, and then plays the move F7, F5.
Yeah, and here you can see by the amount of time that the players have taken, at least to get to this position, that they weren't guessing, they weren't coming up with new ideas just yet. They knew that this was theory and they're just following it, and they follow it for actually a few more moves.
Okay, so F5, protecting the pawn on E4, but offering up the pawn on E6, which Sam accepted. Nice threats in the position. White has to watch out for forks.
Yeah, King F7 seems forced.
All looks very forcing.
Rook
Knight F4, Rook D8, King C3, B takes C5. Now material equality has reasserted itself, except it looks for all eyes to see that Black's structure is a little grotty. So White tries to break it up.
White tries to exploit it immediately, but in compensation for this weak structure, Black does have some activity. He already has a rook on D8. The king on C3 might feel a little bit shaky in certain variations, and with his next move, E3, he creates a passed pawn.
Right, which you better scoop up. You don't want that passed pawn to survive. So knight D3.
Absolutely, and here we have the first move, new move of the game.
Aha.
With E2.
So knight D3 has been played before, and this is Alex's novelty that he came prepared with. E3, E2.
An improvement.
Just ignoring this pawn on C5. Sam Shankland saw that his bishop on g2 was passive. He played the move f4. You know me, Alejandro, if I may permit myself, what do you think was Black's intention after the pawn grub?
Probably something very, very evil, but I cannot imagine what it was right now.
Evil intentions. I see that this king is a. You're thinking something along this kind of nature, where you're trying to take advantage, perhaps, of this king being a little bit.
It must be something along those lines. I mean, Onischuk's not the type of player that'll give you a pawn and go for some kind of shaky compensation. No, he knows the knight takes c5 fails to some very concrete reason. And Sam Shankland, he knows that he's facing somebody that has obviously prepared this variation. He knows that the theoretical move e2 is new, that rook h8 had been played before by very strong players. It was the game Aronian versus Grischuk from 2012. So he knows he's not guessing. He's not going to take a pawn. He doesn't need to take.
Alex Onischuk is no Santa Claus. Be careful of grandmasters bearing pawns. F4 looks very natural too, by the way. I mean, come on, look at this. You're gaining a tempo. You're opening up your bishop. On a good day, you can plant your bishop on d5. This looks really good. Ooh, rook e8, bishop check. You had mentioned, Alejandro, that you were familiar with this whole exchange sacrifice. You mentioned two extraordinary players, by the way, Alexander Grischuk and Levon Aronian. You think they have reached this position through a transposition of move orders, perhaps?
I think they just knew it from some kind of analysis from the game. So from what I remember, this is an almost equal endgame, and it's surprising to me that Shankland is thinking so much, but we're going to have to see.
And he has played rook h1, rook h1, e1, by the way. Obviously, eyeballing this pawn on e2. I certainly would not give that pawn up. I like this bishop on a6 as well. I think Black actually, again, you mentioned it's a long theoretical dispute, but rook f3 on a good day, eyeballing rook f1, and also, well, that king could drop over here and this bishop looks pretty good. So my first instinct is that Black should be pleased with the outcome of the opening.
We're going to see it. An exchange is an exchange after all. We're going to see how the players handle it. For now, we have Maurice Ashley with some information about another crazy opening.
All right.
Yes, we talked about the ladies' championship, the women's championship, where the ladies are going to go after the youngsters. The veterans want to see what the youngsters got. And you take a look at this board between Nazi Pikidze and Jennifer Yu. And they're basking in the sunshine right now overhead, the skylights. But the board itself is already on fire, lit up. Take a look at what she has done, has white in this position. First of all, looks very solid. This bishop sneaking outside the pawn chain to f5. Now knight h4 saying, I would like to have that bishop if you don't mind. Now we know when this bishop is exchanged off after a couple of quiet moves, queen b3, bishop d2, and now bishop e7, she decided to take this bishop, giving the open file to her opponent. So here we see the pawn is hanging. So she traded first on d5 and then played g3, and her young opponent decided, I don't understand what you're doing over here, so let me put some pressure on that pawn. How do you defend it? We've got a straight pin along the line. Looks like you're about to drop a pawn. Her opponent said, no problem, because guess what? I'm gambiting that pawn. If you take it, which she did, I'll gambit another pawn. You want that h-pawn too? You can have two pawns if you like. And the main point is she's coming down the middle with e5, also breaking open the position by taking on d5. This position is extremely dangerous for Black. She didn't exactly respond properly. Her best move, according to the engines, bishop f2. How counterintuitive is that? Sending your bishop off in la-la land in the other person's camp. Instead, she captured here. And now she better tread correctly, already in a little bit of trouble because these two pawns are already abreast. This pawn threatens to go down the board. If you get greedy here and grab another pawn, I know, Yaz, you're an old pawn grubber. You're thinking, what happens if I take that guy? Well, you can have it because after e5, suddenly Black's knight has little squares to go to. Let's relegate it over here on what looks like a protected square. Now knight to e4. d6 is weak. This bishop is irrelevant. If you try to trade off pieces, well, the lead in development becomes the only thing that matters after this trade. And we talked about that trade, knight for bishop. Guess whose bishop shows up with ferocity. F7's hanging. This rook is going to show up on either F1 or H1, but the main point is this position falling apart. White is completely winning here. Nazi Pakidze she has not lost a game in this championship. We have not said too much about her, but she's standing at +2, looking very pretty, ready to go to +3. And I think Jennifer should borrow my shades.
She looks like she's sitting right there in the sunlight, a beautiful sunbeam hitting her. So after doing our best to regain our composure after the extraordinary things that have happened in Wesley So's game, we are back to concentrating on the chess. You were mentioning that a big theoretical dispute going on between the game of Konrad Holt and Daniel Naroditsky. It's a mainline French winner where we won't go into what came before. You had mentioned that you'd been looking at these variations while at UTD.
Actually, this particular structure and this particular position has two main experts in the world, and they're both playing in this tournament. Konrad Holt has been playing this exclusively for a while, and even though a lot of people don't believe in the position, you know, he's been having really good results. And another player is actually in the U.S. Women's Championship, Datef Abrahamyan, has played this countless times, including a game against Parimarjan Negi, where she was winning at some point, but let him go, a very strong grandmaster from India.
Absolutely, the top Indian board player too, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. No, so she's not playing it against random people. These are very strong grandmasters she's tried it out against. Against Yunieski Quesada, she also had a very good position. And it feels like the position is so messy and so difficult to understand that sometimes even if you catch your opponent in some kind of improvement, just the know-how of the position, the ability to know exactly which pieces to trade and when to trade them, edges.
They can flip just like that on a single move, is what you're saying. And even though the position looks closed, what I'm also picking up from you is that in fact, a closed position, but very sharp in nature.
Incredibly sharp. We're talking about kings being in danger. You can already see that white is mounting an incredible attack on the king side. And I want to point out that this move, Queen H7, is new. He had played Queen E4 twice before, once against Pascal Charbonneau and once against Mac Molnar.
And that is to say, Konrad Holt has had this position
with black, right?
And has played the move Queen E4. Probably he got hit with F2, F3, driving the queen back to H7. So the question is, does the pawn, you've provoked white to put his pawn on F3. Who does that favor? We're not sure.
It's not clear.
The Queen H7 was his choice in this game. And what's the major themes for black?
Well, this is not a game about subtlety. This is going to be a game that I'm coming for you. Can you get me first? The idea here will be very easy for white. He's want to transfer the pieces to the king side. He wants to play G5. And the idea is that even though white's attack looks very quick, he has to be very careful that it works tactically. If he, for example, plays G5 at the wrong spot and allows something along the lines of bishop E8 and H5 closing down that side of the board, then his attack may very well die down. Now, there's a lot of calculation involved because, of course, in this specific variation, E6 is hanging. So it depends a lot of the positional nuances. But it basically says, white's saying, I want to rip apart the king side. How exactly am I going to do it? That's not so clear. Meanwhile, black simply playing B5, A5, B4, barreling down the queen side, which is under pressure by a lot of pieces that it doesn't seem have much influence in the game. For example, that queen on H7, it's not just a defensive piece for the king side where it's around, but it brings this attack on C2, which sometimes is lethal because sometimes the way that black wins is simply B4, B3, you trade pawns on B3, B2, and you queen a pawn out of nowhere.
Right.
So there's a lot of different difficulties for both sides in this position. It'll be a very tough game for both, and it wouldn't surprise me that the players are in time pressure 6 moves from now, even though the first 21 were all theoretical.
Wow, quite something. I just wanted to say that this is a very nice point that you were mentioning. Danya has actually prefaced his advanced G4, G5 with a rook retreat, rook H1. You might think to yourself, well, why didn't white just play G5? But I see a very nice, very attractive, at least to my eyes, exchange sacrifice here based on this idea of bishop E8, tickling the rook. If the rook were to drop back, then suddenly the idea that you mentioned, Alejandro, rook takes f4, bishop takes h4, h6, h5, a crucial move, shutting down the king side. And you can see that once black gets his bishop to g6, there's no fun, there's no attack for white, and this bishop is a passive spectator as well. So this would be a great exchange sacrifice for black.
It's very common, and it's a joke in the typical French positions that, well, you have a great position, but you're playing down a piece because the bishop on c8 is so bad.
Right.
But in all those scenarios where you can actually transfer it to a powerful diagonal, suddenly you have a great position, even if it costs a rook.
Yeah.
Now, very quickly, we're going to go to Maurice Ashley, who has an update in the U.S. Women's Championship.
We talked about how the youngsters are going to feel the heat. Well, this is definitely happening in the game with Sabina Foyser against young Apoorva Verkud. She is really in trouble. Is black here? Look at white's pieces. This is not even subtle chess. I'm just going to bring a bishop back, put it on b1, line my queen up. This is the kind of stuff we learn in grade school. I just want to bash you over the head. And Verkud dealing also with this threat along the d file with this rook pressuring. She decides to play the move queen to c8, and we are waiting for a big move here from Sabina, the move e4. Again, basic chess. I just want to put a pawn on e5. What are you going to do about it? Unleash the power of the bishop and the queen on this long diagonal. If you play the move g6 saying, okay, I'm going to shut that down forever, well, now e5, and where do you put your knight? There's no good squares. The engine's already saying put it on d5. Just give away a pawn, please, because the attack is going to build too quickly. If you decide to gain a tempo with knight to h5, well, now bishop h6 is good, chasing the rook, getting squares, also potentially g4 if you're not careful. Well, let's say we just hide our knight now on g7. Knight to e4. Look at this guy going into f6, going in potentially to d6. All of white's pieces majestic. Black relegated to 2 ranks with most of the pieces except for a knight, which is not doing anything. So in trouble already in this position is black. And you can see from the body posture that Sabina is thinking, I've got to kill her now. I've got a great position, and let's see what she does next to improve her position. Guys?
Definitely some pressure there on black's position, and we're seeing that Paikidze and Sabina, well, they're going for blood.
Oh, yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, they've got everything to play for in these championship rounds.
We're going to take a break here, and we're going to have Teryn show us around some beautiful art pieces at the Hall of Fame.
Thanks, Jen. We are back at the Pieces and Placement exhibit here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I am here with the curator and participating artist, Daniel Burnett, and we're going to talk about the Rook mural here.
Yeah, so the Rook was done by Christopher Birch, who's a St. Louis native. He's moved out to San Francisco, though, in the meantime. And for this piece, it first shows the Rook sort of making an offering to the king. So it's sort of, you know, giving this sort of like battle story and thinking about the idea that chess was really originally represented a war, and sort of bringing out those sort of, you know, nasty human characteristics and displaying those. And so at first you see the Rook figure making an offering, and then you kind of go around and there's this very loose battle scene in which you see a blackbird flying, and there's a little small tiny depiction of the charioteer, which was the original representation before the more abstract Rook came into play in Europe.
It's very interesting, and it's very cool to kind of see the 2-wall 3D depiction of this.
Very cool. And I also like the fact of there's a lot of reference to the Islamic roots of chess as well, within the patterns and sort of the style of the characters that's painted and things like that. And I think there might even be, although I'm speaking for the artist on this point, you know, sort of notions of that strife between, you know, European expansionism and the rest of the world that has sort of been forgotten or exploited.
There you go. Well, thank you, Daniel. We will be explaining 2 more murals coming up, so make sure to stay tuned. I am here with artist Benjamin Kaplan over at the World Chess Hall of Fame, and we are in the Living Like Kings exhibit, which displays how chess and hip-hop collide, and it corresponds with the Bobby Fischer exhibit up on the 3rd floor because he became the world champion in 1972, about the same time that hip-hop was also experiencing its rise here in America. So do you want to explain how all of that comes together for the inspiration on this project?
Well, in the early 70s, chess and hip-hop are colliding in New York. And on the street, there are, in the parks, there are b-boy battles, there are MC battles, and all the time that's happening, there are concrete chessboards all over these parks. And so that collision is actually happening on the surface right there on the street.
So how did you make all of that come alive here at the Living Like Kings exhibit?
Well, it's a 27-minute film that looks at the history of chess, the history of hip-hop, and those places where they all intersect. This idea of a shared philosophy, a shared ideology, this concept of the game, this idea of being heard and having a voice, all of that's happening in those 27 minutes.
So as an artist, how did that challenge you?
Oh, wow. I mean, I've been a big hip-hop fan since the early 80s when it was starting to kind of become mainstream. And I'm not a great chess player, but I do play chess. And so the challenge of trying to find those artistic, those aesthetic, those philosophical narrative connections was a huge, huge challenge, but it was beautiful. I mean, it ended up turning out beautifully, and in some ways, people kind of look at the piece and they go, duh, like, you know, of course. I wouldn't have even thought of that, but there it is, right there.
Yes, and you guys have had a great response about the exhibit here.
It seems like traffic has been amazing, but most of all, the opening night was exceeded expectations. There was a line out the block or out the door down the block that was like 20-minute wait to get into the place. B-boy battles going on upstairs. The place was packed. I guess they said there was somewhere close to like 550 people here.
That's wonderful. And so you have to come down and check out this film and also the rest of the Living Like Kings exhibit. You only have through the end of the month, so make sure and come down and check it out. You can visit worldchesshof.org for more information.
For Kara's attack? Wow, weird things happening in today's round, Alejandro. We're still in shell shock after the Wesley slow, but we've got some real action going on.
So much
in the game.
action over the board. We have so many games where, well, we have theoretical discussions, we have sharp openings, we have pawn sacrifices. Wow, where to start? How about we take a look at #1 seed Hikaru Nakamura sacrificing a pawn against Timur Gureyev.
We saw this coming right out of the opening. We're thinking it's over the board inspiration by Hikaru Nakamura, Queen E3. We left it at these parts where Hikaru's fishing a little bit to try to develop some threats against Black's king side. He's played the move Queen F4, H7, H6, robbing White of any opportunities of developing this bishop or knight to the G5 square, but okay, Bishop B4, setting up a direct attack against the bishop on B4. Bishop went back to E7. Queen came across to G4. We've seen this actually in another one of Timur's games, his game specifically against Varakobian, where he played King F8, tried to castle by hand, but had a bad experience. That king didn't actually walk to freedom.
Right, I believe he did the same against Wesley So in a kind of weird position where it looked like he castled normally. He had actually taken the rook out on the H file.
Yeah.
Right, and that was it's kind of a strange position.
Okay.
But I think that in this position, okay, you're looking at a French structure.
Right.
Right.
He's just played the move G7, G6, stopping Queen takes G7, addressing that threat. And Hikaru said, okay, almost like in a kind of a wing gambit fashion of a Sicilian, where you just toss your B pawn and you say, I'll play for a solid center. Hikaru's just tossed out the move c2, c3, and he said, okay, I'm a pawn down, but I'm leaving it up to you, black, to complete your development. Two main ideas here for black. One is this castling by hand, king f8, king g7, and saying, I'm going to put my king on the king side. The second choice for black, in Tigran Petrosian fashion, Tigran Petrosian played a lot of French defenses where he had such a setup, and then he castled long. In any case, it's still up to Hikaru to prove the efficacy of his pawn sacrifice. I'm thinking that there is a compensation, but it's not that great. By the way, queen d7 was played, and Hikaru played knight e1. Not exactly the first move that jumps out at you, but the knight on f3 didn't have a bright future, and he's just looking for possibly a c5. Should Timur go queenside, he might have a knight c5 kind of a trick down the line. But okay,
now,
he's still having to prove his...
In this position,
yes.
If we have a very clear plan for black, you're going to play queen d7, you're going to castle long, you're going to be, at the end, okay. You're white. How do you proceed in actually creating problems?
You got to play a4, a5.
You say you just have to play a4, a5.
Just to soften up things on the queen side. You can't just allow black's king to have a safe, calm life, because at some point in the future, especially when black has castled long, there's going to be an f7, f6, or even an f7, f5, and black's going to develop a counterattack on the king side. So you have to be active, whether you like it or not. You got to throw the kitchen sink at the guy. You know, you got to play a4. Probably, by the way, in case of castles, the queen would drop back immediately, just so that a4 is not going to be met by an a6, and white has a question of, what he's going to do with the bishop. But with the queen dropping back and then playing a4, a5 as quickly as you can, you hope you get there first before black develops play in the center with f7, f6.
Well, if the queen was going to be dropped back, what was the purpose of this queen maneuver, starting with queen
e3, f4,
queen f4? So
it looks like a whole lot of wasted tempi, but there, in the first place, it wasn't clear at that particular moment in time that black's king was going to go queenside. Maybe it was going to go kingside.
So what you're saying is you're just
discouraging
that. Exactly.
Exactly.
So now Timur seems like he only has one way to castle. He'll probably be castling long at some point.
Yes.
Probably in the very near future.
Yes.
And we're going to see Hikaru try to attack very quickly on that side of the board. I believe Timur played the move a6, if I can see correctly.
Okay, let's see. So we've seen the position after knight e1. You reckon a7, a6, and then Hikaru quickly retreated his bishop.
Sure.
He chose the a4 square, which I personally find very intriguing, because in a sense, this bishop on a4, which is doing a good job of pinning at the moment, has stepped in front of the a pawn. So let's just throw some moves down. Castles, there's no longer a2, a4, a5 to be disruptive. It looks like to me that Hikaru is going to play for this idea of knight d3, c5, but that's a long way in coming. It's not 100% clear that that's going to get the compensation he's desiring.
Perhaps what he's trying to provoke is for black to play the move b5, after which, of course, this maneuver knight d3 to c5 would be much, much stronger.
Of course.
And if b5 is not played, the bishop on a4 already has a role. The knight on c6 very difficult to move, since the queen on d7 doesn't have a lot of squares, and it's going to be very difficult to break the pin otherwise.
Yeah, so that's a game we'll be watching. We'll turn to Ray Robson, who prior to the start of the round is trailing by ½ a point. He's playing against Sam Sevian. We know that Sam enjoys attacking positions. It looks like a Keres attack.
It was. It's amazing how many games we have today that are so intriguing that, well, this is the first time we actually look at the position. It's a Keres attack,
right.
One of the most dangerous lines for any Sicilian.
Right.
Wow. What can you tell us about this attack?
Well, I actually played the Kara's attack against Viktor Korchnoi back in the day, and it was a barn burner. I eventually won in a tactical skirmish. This is not the kind of chess for the faint of heart. You'd think that Ray Robson, with such a great result thus far, would want to protect what he's achieved in the tournament by playing something solid. No way. He's throwing down the challenge.
Blood. Wow.
Yeah, he's throwing down the challenge. So the reason why G2, G4 gets his name from Paul Carrez, the legendary player. White's idea is really, really fast. He wants to play G5 and in many cases play G6 to try to attack, pardon me, my arrows aren't very good, Black's solid structure, compact structure of F7, E6, and D6. Considered a very dangerous line. H7, H6, H2, H3, that's a restrained variation of the Keras. What I did against Viktor Korchnoi, I went whole hog here. I went H4, Knight C6, Rook G1, and played a very theoretical battle with Viktor. At that time, it was quite a theoretical battle. Lots of games have gone like this. I remember Andras Shadoryan championing the strange move H5 after you played H6, H5, and Black has put his knight on G4, essentially challenging White to play F3, which is met in many cases by the move Queen B6, thanks to the fact this rook on G1 might be a target. But that was the theoretical line at the time that I played the Keras attack. After H6, H2, H3, White says, hey, I'm very satisfied having gained space on the king side. I don't have to go all out for an attack. I'll just play H3 and keep my space.
And this resembles the way that a lot of theory has actually evolved in the past few years. I mean, back when you were playing Viktor Korchnoi,
yes.
The idea of playing H3 in the Knight Earth was a little laughable, but
Right.
nowadays it's one of the main lines.
Exactly. Quite contrarily, you would think that you go out with the move G4, you got to follow it up with H4. In fact, just the opposite. Now, a much more positional approach. Lots of players have discovered, to their regret, that the Knight Orf is a hard animal to kill, and sometimes you shouldn't go whole hog, but actually do it very quietly. So F4, Queen C7, I'm assuming that all of these moves, it feels very normal, if you will, that this is a theoretical line, Queen F3, and certainly from Sam's play, let me put it that way, he's played quite quickly, so he feels that he knows the position. On the other hand, Ray Robson, as we've seen time and time again, Ray loves the long think, and he is behind on the clock by close to a half an hour. Bishop E6, castles. I would say that we're still in theory, and well, we're still in theory. I mean,
well, it's a very complicated position strategically, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I feel is that when I'm playing the Sicilian against people rated around 2,000, 2,200, they know more or less what the theory is, they know where the pieces go, but then when theory ends, they don't really know what the strategical nuances are.
Right.
So maybe you can explain to us more or less what are some of the moves that are going to be key in this position, or maybe some of the squares that really need to be fought for, that sometimes is misunderstood.
Well, always from openings through middle games, quite often it boils down to a fight over the key squares in the center of the board, D5 and E5. White would love to play the move E4, E5, unleashing this bishop on G2, grabbing this pawn on B7. It's common for Black in the Sicilian to try to, in a position where the pawn on E5 is missing, to step back with the knight to D7. First of all, to restrain White's play of E4, E5, and most importantly, to get a knight to the square E5. Sometimes this can even be prefaced with a bishop trade, a dark square bishop trade, because if the knight gets in the middle of the board without a challenger, it really stands very well. From White's point of view, a lot of times White says, okay, you're going to let me occupy the D5 square, I'll play knight D5. In the past, it was always considered that when you when you did occupy the outpost d5, you wanted to recapture with the rook. You wanted to be able to play rook takes d5, bring your rook to d1, put pressure on the e-pawn. I've noticed in a lot of modern games that a lot of the white players are very satisfied to recapture with the pawn, which opens up the e-file and oftentimes leads to a ending where the pawn majority on the queen's side can be used. I think this is a very sharp strategic position where, in fact, you were mentioning the 2200 and playing in open tournaments. Really, it's the better player that wins these positions.
Correct.
That's what it really comes down to.
It's very sharp, and it's a lot about understanding, putting your pieces exactly where they're most efficient. A lot of times just having one piece off or just having one pawn push wrong can spell disaster strategically. And
also tactically,
and
right?
Tactically. We see Robson played the move rook c8. The reason these people are taking so long in this position is before the move knight d7, which you had suggested, was rook c8, pinning down the knight on c3.
Because you've got to keep that pawn on c2 protected,
Absolutely
right?
defended, not allowing knight d5, which we had talked about. So a little bit of pressure being added to the position. It's possible that Robson even thinks of the move queen a5 to sacrifice on c3 at a later point.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting how he solves a lot of his problems. Interestingly, in this particular Sicilian, what can you say about Black's king? Do you think he's ever going to castle?
Oh yes, the Black king oftentimes takes up castling long. The reason I didn't think of rook c8, or even, I'm not even sure that this is a good move, the real test for the move rook c8 is going to be the move queen g3. So the idea behind queen g3, of course, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, queen takes e2, you win brilliantly, thank you very much. The problem is that bishop takes e4, so there's no knight takes e4, the pawn on e4 is protected by both bishop and knight. But with the move queen g3, what white is saying is, hey, give me this pawn. I'm happy to play bishop takes d6 here, and I had wanted to be able to put my knight on e5 to block that. So that was why I didn't really think of the move rook c8 as serious, but that was Ray's choice. Now the question is, how challenging is queen g3? And by the way, I'm not just interested in taking the pawn, I really am, but I'm really interested in playing the move e4, e5. I want to break open my bishop on g2, unleash that bishop. If I can do that, then Sam Sevian is going to be in the driver's seat having the initiative.
Well, it's going to be a very sharp game, and certainly Sevian's currently considering, you know, I have this opportunity to go queen g3. What has Ray prepared against it? Robson's the type of player that considers all of his opponent's alternatives, checks very carefully. He's thought a long time before rook c8, so surely he's thought about something. We're going to go with Maurice Ashley, who has some new developments in the Caden Trove game.
Well, some games are blowing up, guys, getting very exciting. One of those games we didn't expect that was the game between Gata Kamsky and young Caden Trove. Kamsky, we know, likes to play these solid systems, these London systems, try to avoid any kind of major activity in the game. Well, Caden wasn't having any of it. In this position, after quite a bit of maneuvering, he decided, you know what, it's time for the game to go crazy. So he took on d4 and played the move e5. The engines were saying he should have played a5 at first to dampen White's possibilities there. a5, which weakens the b5 square, but that's what they said. Don't let the guy play a5. A chance here for Kamsky would have been c5. You want to talk about a game going completely crazy, all this activity, but it turns out Black is okay in that line. So what did Kamsky do? He doesn't play chess like that. Like the machine, a5 he got in, and now that move is on the board. Caden Trove having to think about this possibility. He decided, I'm taking on d4, allowing Kamsky to take on b6. Now note, you talked about a bishop opening up. This bishop on this long diagonal has now been released from prison. This bishop training down on Black's position, and the engines like to move queen to c5 here, but instead, Caden played queen c6. Trying to get activity along this long diagonal for his bishop. But this may not be the most accurate move, guys. After queen to b4, there's a lot of pressure on his pawn right here, and not easy to see. He's not going to get this b6 pawn anytime soon. This bishop is now gotten into the game quite well, and maybe bishop f1 will follow, and this d-pawn is going to be under some trouble. So I'm thinking that Caden is maybe in a little bit of trouble here, that Kamsky kind of pressure that you don't like to have to face. So queen c6 on the board. We're waiting for queen b4 there. A big development in the game also with Garayev and Nakamura. Nakamura is struggling to prove that he's actually up a pawn here, and Garayev decided to get rid of that bishop. That was a problem we saw back here. After knight to e1, he said, you know what, I'm tired of this bishop. Get out of here, scram. And the bishop now all the way back on d1, and now knight to a5. He says, I want the c4 square. Now, this bishop on b7 may look terrible, but it's a typical French bishop. Looks horrible for now, but what do you do as white trying to break this fortress down? Looks as though Nakamura may be in a little bit of trouble. We're still thinking he should be okay, but Garayev, as we said, winning yesterday, maybe starting to get his form back together. Kamsky's going to have to watch out. So some exciting games starting on both sides of the championship, guys. By the way, I should note one important game. We did see the sequence, the exact sequence we had predicted. Right here, after queen c8, Sabina did play e4, and the game went g6, e5, knight to h5, bishop to h6. She didn't play knight g7 here. She played rook d8. Didn't matter. A knight appeared on e4, and White's position, you could just take a selfie with this position. White looks beautiful. Seems to be in a lot of trouble, the youngster Veer Khud. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And wow, in the open section, the games are really full of fight and vigor. Again, Timur really took the gauntlet and made a big commitment with a6 and b5. Maybe he could have held off on it. He did it nonetheless. And knight d3, we mentioned that if White has a ray of hope,
it's that knight on c5.
It's that square c5, but he's going to have to trade these dark squared bishops to really prove the weakness of the c5 square. In the meanwhile, as Maurice said, once Black settles his knight on c4, he can keep the queen side closed. Can he keep the position closed long enough so that his extra pawn becomes meaningful? Ray Robson has tossed his d6 pawn. He said, Sam, if you want my d6 pawn, you can have it. Sam played the move queen g3. I thought that was the most challenging move. You mentioned it yourself, Alejandro, that White could grab this pawn, and then you'd mentioned that, well, Ray could just move with his queen to a5 and say, okay, you're a pawn up, congratulations, I understand, but look at this. I want to, in Nakamura style, what he did against Daniel Naroditsky, and what we see in so many open Sicilians, that thematic sacrifice on the half-open c-file with rook takes c3. This game is promising to be a Donnybrook too, with, again, all results possible. You know,
it's simply an amazing position. We have so many possibilities here for Black, and it's true. White's up a pawn, but where did your attack go? You have a bishop on g2 that's not actually participating neither in the attack nor in the defense. The pawn's on e4 is a little isolated. There's a lot of pressure on the queen side. This will be absolutely amazing. And we are always actually happy to feature our sponsors here on the show. Teryn.
Thanks, Jen. I am here with Vince Menino of RG Ross, who has been involved with the renovation project since it first began in 2007. So when you first heard that you guys were going to be a part of the $1 million project here at the Chess Club, what was your initial reaction?
We were a little bit surprised, obviously, you know, because chess wasn't as big in St. Louis as it is now. And when someone was brought to us, we were very, very excited when we saw the facility. You know, it's an historic building, needed a lot of work, a lot of renovation work. So we knew we had a challenge.
Definitely. And then when the World Chess Hall of Fame relocated here to St. Louis in 2011, what was that project like to do that?
Well, that was, again, a very, very historic building built in the very early 1900s. It was, in fact, it was Leopard Roost Fur Company at one time. It had been a home and expanded over time, and we had to gut it. Its recent use was a pharmacy, so we had to gut that building, do a considerable amount of work, especially with the stairwell. The one that you see in there that goes 3 floors was not there. We had to remove some elevators that were inoperable and install that beautiful staircase.
Well, you guys did a wonderful job, and I know when people come down here to the Chess Club, one of the first things they see is the world's largest chess piece out front. You guys set a Guinness Book of World Records record. What was it like to do that?
It was exciting, very exciting. 14 feet, 7 inches, I believe, about 6 feet at the base. It was very exciting. We have so many great people at RG Ross Construction Company. My superintendent that handles these projects here for the chess club is Ed Romberg, and he just does an amazing job keeping up with it. We put our heads together, and we have some great carpenters and laborers that we came up with a plan on how to actually we segmented that into rings. Those are actually plywood rings that were cut and assembled. There's over 230 of those plywood rings that are assembled on that.
Yeah, and it's definitely become kind of a landmark down here in the Central West End. And one of your most recent projects here is the Kingside Diner, correct?
Yeah, we're wrapping that up right now. In fact, it's open now for limited use. It's beautiful. We've brightened it up quite a bit. The continuity now of the storefront is very impressive, and as the signage goes up, it's really, I mean, this is becoming the chess mecca of St. Louis. This is great.
Yeah, and speaking of which, what's it like to be a part of just the growth of chess here in the U.S. and in St. Louis in particular?
Oh, you know, it's nice to be on the forefront of anything, and I really enjoy that, you know, how the chess clubs brings the youth into it. I mean, we have some grandmasters here, the champions that are, what, 14, I think is the youngest here. It's just incredibly exciting, and I think it gives the youth of St. Louis and of the world really something to look up to and aspire to.
Well, thank you, Vince.
Thank you.
Yes, and you have to come down here, see some of the beautiful work yourself from RG Ross, and just come see us, and we'll send it down to Jen, Yasser, and Maurice.
Well, it's unfortunately it's Alejandro, Yasser, and Maurice today, but
I've never doubted it for a moment. You're not Jen, you're Alejandro. Alejandro, we've got some games. It looks to me like the players have come for a great fight, and there's a lot of chess on all the boards, very lively action. Maurice has an interesting coincidence that's happening in round 9.
Well, you're talking about pawn sacrifices everywhere. Every board, it looks like something active is going on, an exchange sack on a couple of boards, pawn sacrifices on others. Before I get to that game you're talking about, yes, I wanted to jump to this one. Timur Gureyev and Hikaru Nakamura. And Nakamura has gone to the square D3, allowing this move queen to C6, which makes it a little bit uncomfortable. Will he actually take a second pawn on C3? This move, this bishop certainly doesn't want to go anywhere silly, like B2 certainly is out. D2 is not the greatest square because knight to C4. What do you do with this bishop? You're going to put it on, put it on E1? I mean, that doesn't look like a position that breeds confidence, and certainly black can start looking for play on this side of the board with his queen. So that's a tricky position. The game you were referring to, we saw Ray Robson losing a pawn on the D6 square, we say sacrificing a pawn on D6. Take a look at this game with Alyssa Melahina playing against Rusudan Goletiani. We had this position, queen D5 check, king to H8, rook C D1. Hey, I'm after your pawn. What are you going to do about it? Maybe the move bishop to E5. I'll meet with F4. Alyssa said, you can have it. You want that pawn? Bite on it, because this C pawn is extremely strong, and this is going to cost you at least an exchange. That pawn cannot be dealt with properly in the long run. Instead, H4 was played, ignoring the D6 pawn, and now the big move, rook BE8, extremely active, sacking the B pawn now, saying if you want to take this one, I'm happy to trade with you because I'll have all the activity in the world when my rook lands on E2, C pawn looking great, black may be a pawn down, but better in this game as well. Talk about being pawn down and better. Take a look at this position. If you just go back a couple of moves, we saw a sacrifice happen on G3, the move E4, takes, bishop to H4. That move does not breed a lot of confidence when your bishop has to go sideline to the H4 square. And now this beautiful move, king to B1. Pekidze is playing some sterling chess when she's not in trouble as she was yesterday. But having not lost the game, she's starting to look like she's in control. This move, king B1, getting the king sidestepping off the C line here in this queen, so that after knight bd7, e5 is now on the board. If the knight goes to d5, she can just trade it off in this position and not worry about check to her king because the queen is gone. Now a move like bishop to b5 is looking extremely strong. A nice pin here. The rook can go to the c file. Don't castle king side, the deep queen side. The d pawn is also hanging. White is simply rolling over black right now. So sacrifices abounding in multiple positions all over the playing hall. The players have brought it today, guys. They're looking for some wins.
Well,
nice.
very interesting pawn sacrifice and pawn losses. And I actually wanted to take a quick look at what is probably the matchup in the U.S. Women's Championship. We're looking at the game between Irina Krush and Tatev Abrahamian. And I'm a little curious about Krush's last move.
Which was rook on f1 to d1. Why do you find that move curious, Alejandro?
Abrahamian has just played the move rook c6, a move that is not particularly subtle about its intentions. It wants to triple up on the c-file, play queen c7, and attack the pawn on c4.
Exactly.
Now, what I don't understand is what is she planning to do about queen c7 if I just attack the pawn in the most natural manner?
Right. So, question being asked, and now we need a very good answer by Irina. By the way, when we had left it, we're just going to go back a little ways to see what the players were thinking. Very intriguing opening, maneuvering. White got her knight to d6. You recall we were looking at ideas of trapping this bishop, which were countered by ideas of bishop a4 trapping White's queen. We've seen this position when we left it. Knight takes knight e5, so
putting pressure on that d7 pawn.
D7 pawn because of the pin on f6. All very natural play. Rook a7 looks a little awkward, but sometimes these moves, rook a7, are actually quite fine.
No, I love this kind of ideas. You have the queen a8 check possibility now. You can bring your rook to c7 and double in the c-file. Seems very natural to me, even though rook on a7.
It looks funny, but a very, very common thematic idea. And as you say, queen a8 check, and then the knight's no longer in a pin. So Irina had to deal with that. She did it by capturing on f6, forcing the weakness, the double pawns. Tatev could not have recaptured because of this knight takes d7 with the obvious fork. Black would lose an exchange in this case. So Tatev recaptured, knight d3, tempo against the bishop. It looks like a fairly solid hedgehog position. I think that Black could be satisfied thus far.
There's a lot of compensation for the structural weakness that we see on f6 and f7. After all, the pawns do control a lot of squares. The bishop will eventually be quite active. And normally in the hedgehog, because you're playing for a counter-attack and with little space, you want to trade off a lot of pieces.
Right.
The more pieces you trade off, the more vulnerable White's position will become. And it just happens that in this position, she's already managed to do that.
All right. e2, e4, move I like a lot, grabbing some squares, and who knows, on a very good day, maybe being able to play queen g4 check, force some awkward concessions by Black. So I do like the move e4, rook c7. Obviously, as you say, the hedgehog is known as a counterattacking defense. Black hits the pawn on c4, sets up various breaks, b6, b5, e2, e4. But in general, what Black is trying to do is tie White to a weakness, and in this case, the pawn c4. I don't know about this move, queen b3. I would have been quite reluctant myself to play that move. Irina chose it. I might have played something like rook c1 or b2, b3.
All right, just real quick, we do have a result in the U.S. Championship. We saw a long four sequence in the Shanklin-Onnestra game, and it seems it has dissipated into a draw.
Right.
So we have another result in the U.S. Championship.
Our draw in round 9. But okay, let's move ahead. Queen b3, queen b8. Looks like a nice move. a2, a4. Okay. Obviously, Irina wanted to stop Black from getting in this break b6, b5, but I wonder if that's pertinent to the position, because as you've just mentioned, rook c8, very straightforward, and rook c6, be pairing that tripling along the file that you mentioned. Irina says, I'm going to ignore you. Queen c7 was played, and it's Irina Krush to play.
She played a quick knight f4, actually, against queen c7, and
opening up her own attack against the pawn on d7, but this doesn't look like a very convincing solution to my eyes.
Seems very temporary.
Yeah, okay, well, first of all, what would happen if we ask the obvious question? We capture. By the way, important to note that the king is on g2, so there is a rook takes d7 in the position versus This, I don't think, is any problem for black. I think that this ending of rook and bishop versus rook and knight, black would be very satisfied here. This is not a problem whatsoever for the black pieces. Maybe Irina has a different ending in mind, which would occur after rook takes d7, queen takes d7, rook takes c4. I can understand her wanting to aspire to a queen and knight versus queen and bishop ending. That might give her a tiny pull. I'm not convinced myself. I think that this is pretty balanced game on the ladies' board. Let me just go quickly to Kate's game. Looks pretty even in the game between Victoria Nee and Kate Nemtsova. Maurice, you've got some insights to share.
Well, the youngsters are about to take it on the chin in the ladies' championships. Unfortunately for them, it looks like the games are close to over already. In this position, we see with Sabine Feuser, we've been following this game. White had all this space, tremendous position, and it's White's turn to move, and White can virtually win by force with the move g4. That's a free piece we're talking about. This knight is hanging on this square. What to do about it? The knight has nowhere to go but back home. And now that f6 square is so juicy, we just need to get at it. Well, there's a simple way to do it. Just play bishop to g5. Attack this bishop on e7. And once that bishop is traded off, that's going to be lights out virtually. Let's say you defend it. We just take here, rook takes, and now just plunk. Beautiful knight on that square. It's going to be joined by its buddy on g5, and it's just going to be all she wrote. This position is huge. Meantime, black's pieces look like they're not doing anything at all. This position is simply busted. The other game, unfortunately for Jennifer Yu, she has seen the move e5 happen, knight g4, and now knight to e4. A knight is going to come in to the e7 square. If you try to resist with the move bishop back to e7, well, then this bishop will show up and be a monster on this long diagonal. The move e6 is coming in. All of White's pieces look fantastic as well. So trouble for the youngsters here. It looks as though the veterans are going to win these two games. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Talking about veterans, we do have a result, of course, in the game between Sam Shankland and Alex Onishuk. The players followed a very long, sharp, theoretical opening, and it seems like they transitioned from the opening to the late middle game to instantly an ending.
And it seems to happen a lot in modern theory. We can recall a lot of poison pawn knight ors in which you think, wow, this is the most exciting game of chess, and then 10 moves later, everything got traded off. We're in a simple endgame that was drawn.
Yes, and that seems to be what happened in today's game. Let's follow it up to the point where the players actually agree to a draw. Black has captured this pawn on c6. It's quite clear that White does not want to live with this pawn on e2. He's preparing a counter sacrifice of the exchange. Now it's rook and 5 versus rook and 5. Amongst these top players, that's
nothing to
play for. Sam, however, to his credit, did manage to achieve a rook ending. I was about to say a pawn to the good, which is what he achieved, but once they reach this position, it's going to be, after rook takes, it would be 2 pawns versus 1 pawn on the same side of the board, a very easy draw for the defender.
Especially with the rook coming to f2, completely cutting off the king, just nothing to do here.
Nothing to play for, so a draw was agreed at this moment.
But, well, maybe Gareev can do a little bit more with this pawn. We're going to take a quick look at the Nakamura-Gareev game. I believe that Maurice has some new developments in that game.
Well, it looks as though a tacit offer of a draw has occurred on that board between Nakamura and Gareev, because Nakamura realizes that any move he made to guard this pawn would just make his pieces look silly, so he played the move queen back to e2. Now this pawn is in fact hanging. Queen takes on c3 is playable. 2 pawns up now is black with nothing for White to show for it, but he does have this move bishop to d2, attacking the knight on a5. If you move the queen away, obviously this knight will drop. Queen a3 is the only way to really save it. But now bishop to c1, and your queen is trapped. There's no place to put your queen except back to c3, bishop to d2, forcing a repetition. If Gareev wants to go into that line, he's a pawn up right now with nothing to fear, nothing real to fear in the position. He could just take on c3 and just let the draw occur. I think Nakamura would thank his lucky stars if that happened on the board, but Gareev there looks like he's deep in thought, having to make a big decision about how to continue in this game. By the way, guys, we should also point out another game we didn't expect this one to blow up the way it did, but Kamsky now has sacrificed a pawn. How many times do you hear that? I know Yasser recoiled in shock. What? He takes d4, A takes b6, queen to c6. He played queen a4 here, giving away his b pawn so that he could play b4. It's not every day you see Kamsky sacrificing for compensation. Down a pawn he is, rook f8, bishop to f1. The Indians are saying only slightly better for black because of this space that white has, and this d pawn doesn't look like it's going anywhere. And now the highly unusual knight dropping back to b8 has been played. The Indians saying now this is more or less equal, this position. This d pawn does look like it might get corralled eventually, and b5 is being suggested in this position. But Kamsky sacrificing a pawn, I mean, we're getting news on all the boards. Forget about him just being a positional player, as he says. He's going for comp, guys.
The master of technique is trying to become the master of tactics. And by the way, when you force Kamsky to play a tactical game, and you're really happy that you've got him in some real tactical slugfest, you may have made a mistake.
No, that's never a good idea.
This man plays tactically very, very well, and he just enjoys the positional struggle much more. But that game's heating up. I wanted to turn to the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Timur Gariev for the psychological situation in the tournament. Timur's not having a good tournament, right?
No, not at all.
He's just come off a victory. That puts a little bit of wind in the sails.
Some kind of confidence going back from such a crushing performance.
Right. And so now here he's playing the #1 player in the field, the guy who's in first place. He recognizes that he could take the pawn on c3, claim a draw by repetition. Everybody would say, well done, you drew the #1 guy in the tournament. But how about this for a thought that has to go through your mind as a top professional? Playing a bad tournament. How neat it would be, how much fun it would be to upset the #1 player and win the game. You think Timur is the player that will play for the win?
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we're going to actually have anything to wonder about. It seems like Gariev did take on c3, and an instant bishop d2 was seen on the board.
So 2 pawns down by Hikaru. There's no choice. He's going to have to make a repetition.
Right, and we expect that game to end. Pretty soon we can see the close-up on the board.
Queen takes c3, winning a second pawn.
Right, actually we already had the repetition bishop d2, queen a3, bishop c1.
Has occurred once.
Has occurred once, so we're going to see if they shake hands pretty soon. Maurice has some new developments in the Jennifer Yu game.
Games where we will see hands shaking very soon, but for a different reason. We talked about this. We just want to update you quickly. In the game with Nazi Pakidze, where she played this enterprising pawn sacrifice, it seems that she has gotten a bigger advantage in the game. Her opponent has just castled in this position, getting the king out of the middle of the board because knight d6 was going to show up. But all Pakidze has to do now is find this very simple double attack on this side. Queen to h3. This fork of the two pieces is going to be deadly for her young opponent, because now if knight to f2, then white can simply take on h4. And unfortunately, she can't bother with rooks because the move knight g5 is going to be all she wrote. Literally, queen h7, mating ideas coming. The game is going to be over. Queen h3, just a little bit of calculation to realize knight f2 is not that special. And in the other game, she did find the move, did Sabina Feuser. Here we said g4 is the money move. She did it. And after knight g5, we also said bishop g5. Kudos to her. She did find bishop g5, and that game looks like it's going to be over soon as well. Guys?
Speaking of games that are over, we do have a result in the Timur Gariev game. Nakamura and Gariev have drawn. A forced repetition was seen on the board as Gariev was up 2 pawns, but his queen run out of squares, and we see the handshake right there.
Right.
There's no choice for either player. A draw was agreed. I think that maybe Gariev could have pushed a little bit with this extra pawn, but he would have been far, far off from a win.
Oh, without question. I mean, it would have been a full fight ahead. For Hikaru, disappointment, of course. He had the white pieces. He's playing against a player who's, by the way, in the second half of the field, so he may have come to the game with high ambitions of increasing his lead in the tournament, only a half a point gap. But in truth, all things considered, he's probably happy that he got away with a draw today, because this pawn sacrifice did not thrill me with any great enthusiasm, and a fortunate draw.
Well, it seems to me that it's a good result for Gureyev. I think going into the game, had somebody told him, hey, you're going to easily draw the #2 player in the world,
I'll take it.
I'll take it. And he's probably happy with it. The draw is a very solid result. It's very good after his win against Sevian. The pawn sacrifice may be a little dubious, but at the same time, proving it would have been very difficult. There's a lot of difficult positions where Black has to break through if he wants to actually achieve anything. Not easy to do by any means. I think he's happy with it. Nakamura may be a little bit more upset considering his high standings. The fact that Gureyev's tournament has been not very good. So maybe I think Gureyev takes the win out of this one, at least from a psychological point of view.
And turning to our other game, Ray Robson on board #2, he had castled, challenged Sam Sevian to capture this pawn. We had left it bishop takes d6, bishop takes d6, queen takes d6, queen a5 was clearly a position not to Sam's liking. He's sitting there saying to himself, that look, I'm facing rook takes c3, queen takes a2. My king's about to get blown up. Black's kings look perfectly safe. He decided to pull in his horns a little bit. He played the move king b1, tucking his king into the king side. That gave Ray the time he needed to play rook d8, and now it is Sam Sevian to play. You know, this pressure along the c file is a little bit disconcerting. I would probably play rook d2 here with the idea of rook d1, trying to put as much pressure on the d6 pawn. I'm not a big fan of White's position. I don't see this as an advantage of sorts. And I think for a lot of open Sicilian players, they'll say, I did good.
I absolutely agree. Black's position looks really good. He has this isolated pawn on d6, which seems to be the only bad thing of his position.
Right.
But it's compensated by so many factors. We have a pawn on e4 that's isolated, the bishop on g2 maybe not exactly where it wants to be. And because the king's on b1, suddenly any position in which many diagonals open, the king's going to have to watch out. Hey, there's so many pieces attacking me. They have a queen on c7, a rook on c8, bishop on e6. Maybe the dark squared bishop could join the fray at some point.
Right.
There's definitely a lot of possibilities for Black in this position. If anything, I would rather be Black, even if maybe the objective evaluation is about equal.
Exactly. I'd prefer to be Black too. I've played this move rook d1 to d2. It's kind of like a normal grandmaster's move, but while you were commentating, something was going through my head, and I began to think the move of the tournament that we've seen so many times in this event was g7, g5. That's not a move that you would voluntarily play. But then I started thinking about it, and I'm saying, good grief, this is a real move to shake up the position tremendously. If you're forced to drop back with your bishop, maybe you're not happy with the bishop on e3 as it interferes with the protection of the knight on c3. Black could go wild over on the queen side with a move like queen a5. If you play bishop d4, rook takes with the idea queen takes a2 check, and oops.
That doesn't seem playable.
Oops. So, I mean, more possibilities for Black, I'm thinking, and g7, g5. Man, if we see that move, that would really liven up this game tremendously.
No, I love this idea. g5, weakening the dark squares for White, and you have ideas of even playing the knight to e5. Seems like very positional.
Knight d7 to e5.
It's very, very difficult in some situations to play for White. On the other hand, do you really want to push a pawn that is so important in your defense?
Of course.
Very double-edged.
Right.
And we have with us here at the studio our guest and #1 American player, Hikaru Nakamura.
#1 American player, #3 player in the world at the moment. He's been fluctuating between 2 and 3 all throughout this tournament. Hikaru, it seemed like Gureyev went into his zone, his interesting zone, and then you decided to sacrifice a pawn, but it didn't seem like you had much for it. What were your estimation in this game?
Well, I mean, for starters, I should have known better. I've played this b6, e6 probably 500 times on ICC, frankly, so I should have known better. I'm a little bit unsure as to whether the sack I played was correct or incorrect. I mean, I'm not sure if there's some difference with d5, e5 thrown in, or if I've if somehow black goes knight f6, e5, knight e4 without d5, if there was some difference. But I thought the pawn sack was fine. But I think after queen e3, I'm just much worse, basically. I mean, it's kind of like yesterday. I saw queen e3. I thought I'm going like queen f4, knight g5, all kinds of things. And then once I moved, I kind of saw this move bishop b4, and I thought, wait a second, what's going on, basically? So, yeah, I mean, after bishop b4, I think I'm just worse. And I think, I mean, at the end, I was quite lucky that Timur played queen takes c3. I think if he just goes knight c4, I mean, I don't think it's losing, but I think at the very least it's going to be very unpleasant, and so yeah, just not very good.
Yeah, we were surprised too that he just quickly took a draw. Did he say anything afterwards about wanting to just take on c3 and forcing this repetition?
No, not really. We didn't really speak, but I mean, I suspect perhaps my rating saved me today in the sense that when you're the top seed, I think your opponents tend to overestimate. Like the position I had versus their own position, for example. So I think that really was beneficial because I think if black goes knight c4, I probably have to do some kind of a4 move probably. If I don't go a4, black goes a5, bishop a6, and I mean, it's just miserable. So I think I got a little bit lucky today.
So a bit of a break for you. Well, we'd be remiss in not asking you about what happened in the game with Wesley So. I know you were playing at the time, so we have the full story. He forfeited the game based on the fact that he was taking notes during the game. I saw on camera you seemed a little surprised as the commotion was going on. What were your thoughts when it was happening?
Well, I didn't really understand what was going on. Obviously, I saw the kings on e5 and d4, so I knew that it was a black win. I didn't really understand what was going on. I guess it's just it's really surprising, especially now hearing that I guess Wesley. I don't know if he was. I don't think he was taking notes pertaining to a game. Not
at all. But still
to be writing down. I mean, especially when they're warnings, is very strange. I don't know what was going through his head or what he was doing. I mean, it's very unfortunate, certainly, and I think
we see the look here. We see on camera as he is being forfeited and surprised in this moment that he's actually about to lose the game and walking off. Has this ever happened to you? You've seen something comparable to this in tournament play, especially top-level tournament play?
No, certainly not something I've seen before. I don't know. I think from the time you start playing, you learn to keep it within yourself. I guess to keep everything within yourself. That being said, I mean, I don't know what to say as far as Wesley goes, because since he was warned, but it's just unfortunate. I think in a way it mars the event a little bit. I mean, otherwise I think it's been a pretty good event. I mean, in terms of organization, so it's just a bit unfortunate. But like I said, if Wesley actually was warned and told not to do it, then
twice apparently he had been warned.
Then I mean, I think it's his own fault, unfortunately. So.
Tough development. Well, let's now go to one other game, an important game for the standings because you're being chased right now by Ray Robson. This current position we have on the board, what is your estimation of the chances for black and white? The move rook d2 has been played in the game.
Rook h1, b5, rook d2.
Yes,
rook e1 was played.
Let me get the position up. There we go. All right, so this is now on the board. What are your thoughts about the chances for either side?
Well, I thought actually rook h1 was dubious. I think white should have gone rook d2 first to prevent b5 from the standpoint that if you go rook d2 first and then black goes b5, you can go knight to d5. And I mean, white should just be a little bit better here, I think. I mean, this is very similar to actually a game I had against Magnus Carlsen. I think Magnus had a few more tempos than this on the white side, but basically went knight d5 and h4 g5, and I just got smashed pretty badly. So. I mean, I prefer white's position, but I think after rook h1, b5, rook d2, maybe maybe there's a little nuance here, and black can go bishop c4 first. I think there's a little. I mean, I think this is a little nuance that black can go bishop c4, whereas in the other line, I think with rook d2 first, you threaten knight d5, and black can't get the bishop to c4, where it's better on c4 than e6. So, I mean, I think the point is black wants to exchange knights on d5, not the bishop for the knight. So. I think it's still probably better for white, maybe, but I I mean, certainly since Ray's a half point behind, I think he's playing the sort of position, sort of double-edged position that he has to if he's going to try and catch up with me.
I believe you two guys play tomorrow maybe,
yeah.
and he has the white pieces?
Yeah, something
So you
like
think that maybe he's happy to draw this? You think he'd be happy with a draw, or?
I don't know.
Because he's gonna have to shoot for you.
I don't know. I seem to be playing much better this tournament with black, or at least the results suggest that. So I'm fairly optimistic that tomorrow I can play better with black than I did today. That being said, yeah, I mean, obviously it's a big game tomorrow, but I mean, it's not really, the onus isn't on me to do anything. I know Ray's been, or maybe I'm confusing Ray with Katarina, but I know someone said something like, you know, if you're not the favorite to win, there's no pressure. But I mean, I would take the opposite stance. I think if you're in the lead, it's much easier to relax and enjoy yourself, because I mean, you're in the lead. It's better to be in first than in second. I mean, the onus isn't on me to do anything special. I just have to keep the lead. So we'll see.
Interesting perspective. Well, thanks so much for joining us, and good luck in your last two games.
Thanks.
Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, sitting pretty on the top and feeling relaxed and enjoying himself. A lot of people wouldn't feel that way. I guess that's how the big dogs roll. Guys?
Sitting pretty indeed. A half-point lead with a huge game tomorrow, as the two leaders at the moment, Ray Robson and Hikaru, will face up in a championship game, championship round 9 today, round 10 tomorrow.
Absolutely, we're going to have fantastic games tomorrow, but today we still have a lot of action.
A lot of action.
We're going to have to take a quick break, and we will be back to see what's going on in all the games.
Thank you, Alex.
Welcome to Chess.com. Chess.com is social. Now you can play chess with your friends whenever you want, whether that's middle of the day or middle of the night. You can get instantly matched up with one of over 5 million other members from around the world. You play live games in real time, turn-based games at your convenience, or tournaments with anyone at any time. Chess.com is mobile. You can play online from your computer, or you can play on the go from your tablet or your smartphone. No matter where you go, whether you're at work, grabbing a bite to eat, or just enjoying some time at the park, your games are there with you, and keeping multiple chess games going has never been easier. Chess.com is for learning. Don't just play chess, get better. The best chess training resources have never been more accessible. Learn essential chess strategy quickly and easily with the extremely popular Tactics Trainer tool. Improve your game in ways you didn't know were possible with training videos by chess masters. And regardless of where you're at now, take your game to the next level with multiple simple-to-use training tools. Chess.com is for everyone. Over 250 million chess games have been played on Chess.com. And it doesn't matter if you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com is the place to play and learn chess. So create your free account now and see what Chess.com is for you.
Well, we are back with the U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Championships, and we have a lot of different possible results going to happen really soon, as it seems as in the U.S. Women's Championship, the young players, they don't seem to be stepping up to the plate today.
No, the veterans are getting the best of them. I tell you, I'd like to think of myself as a strategic player, and for those strategic players who are purists, it's not going to have a big effect on the standings of the U.S. Championship itself, but this game of Daniel Naroditsky and Conrad Holt is just a wonderful, wonderful strategic game where you can make all kinds of arguments if you like White's position or you like Black's position. You told us a long time ago, Alejandro, that this was a very big theoretical dispute. A lot of study has gone into this position. You can argue that White has the edge, no, Black has the edge. We saw a very intriguing exchange sacrifice made by Conrad Holt in this game, and it was not just an exchange sacrifice, but as we see, it was an exchange and opening up his king with this move h5, but at the same time keeping the position closed. White's got this bad dark squared bishop that's passive in the position. Queen g6 by Conrad, and look from Black's point of view, hey, if you just do nothing, you just let White, pardon me, if White just lets Black cement his rook on b2, he's going to have constant pressure down the c2 file.
He had none of that. He was in a hurry to checkmate his opponent, and it's very clear that Naroditsky has a deep understanding of strategical nuances of the position. His advantage doesn't come from the fact that he has extra material. His advantage comes from going for the throat. Can you tell us more about this long castle, which seems risky at first?
It looked very risky to me, in fact, and I wasn't really too sure how I was going to evaluate the position. I was actually fearful of being put on the spot and say, okay, what do you think is going on? Because I really don't know what's going on. Then Conrad, just as we were coming on air, I was looking, King f7. That wasn't, I mean, you kind of usually wait to get blown out of the bunker. You don't usually take a walk voluntarily unless you see that it's really going to be bad news if you hang around. So one thought that went through my head was, if you go rook to b8, and with the idea of planting the rook on b2, there was a line that went like this, pardon me, I just want to show, where Daniel would get the opportunity of forcing the trade of queens.
Right, king e7, impossible to queen f8 mate. Therefore, you have to interpose the queen on f5. The question is...
And that would have been for what it's worth, a strategic success, I think, for white, because there's no, at least you're not getting mated or constantly, having to deal with issues like, well, maybe there'll be a knight sacrifice night before. So I'm thinking that the trade of queens would have been in white's favor, because now the position opens up for the rooks. There's more action for the rooks after this move, g7, g6. So
yeah, it feels like black's king's still not out of the woods, even though there was a queen trade once. This is a very important move you mentioned, g6, just bringing that king back into the fray, saying, hey, my rooks are really powerful, I'm going to check you a lot, you don't have a lot of cover. Very important position that even if the queens are traded, white retains his initiative.
Right, and I can see basically what black is trying to do with this move, king f, oh, pardon me, with the move king castles, king f7 by Conrad Holt. Conrad is saying, listen, if I can park my king here, the closed nature of the position in the center, my king is going to be safe, and maybe one day, on a very good day, I'll be able to get my bishop back around on this diagonal to the g6 square. All three results are possible here.
No,
this is
absolutely still a crazy position. A lot can go wrong, but I have to go back to the same thing I talk about every round when I'm with the Kingside Diner with Benjamin Feingold.
Yes.
Time pressure.
Uh-oh, what do we got?
Conrad Holt has 8 minutes for his remaining 13 moves of chess. Not a position where you can just make a move and hit the clock and hope it's good. Very sharp position. And we had talked about earlier how even though the first 21 moves of this game were theoretical, we were expecting that there would be time pressure because every single move matters so much. It's so difficult to find them, and even more difficult to say to yourself, hey, this is the right move. Go ahead and play it without saying, well,
let me double check,
double, triple, quadruple check, right?
Right. And in fact, just to correct yourself, you predicted this, and you did it very, very well, that the position requires such deep understanding and reconciling yourself that you have made the right decision. Both players having very tough decisions to make in this game. Again, it's not that crucial in terms of the tournament standings, but for French aficionados and for chess people like me that really respect and appreciate great strategical play, this is a wonderful game.
No, it's a fantastic game, but let us not discount the fact that even though we focus a lot on the first places, that this is a qualifier tournament, and I think that we forget about that a lot. But there are 5 places for the World Cup that's going to be played in Azerbaijan later this year. And since 2 of those spots belong already to Nakamura and So by virtue of their very high rating, and another spot is already taken by Sam Shankland, who qualified from the Brazil Continental the previous year, there are 5 spots for only 9 players. So suddenly, you know, Conrad might finish, I don't know, 9th?
Yeah.
And somehow that's still a qualifier spot because of tie breaks, because of somebody declining. So even though you're very low, it might be still a very strong fight for a very important tournament.
Exactly, and which brings up Varric Hobian, who hasn't been playing very well, gaining a very important point by forfeit today. And you talk about the qualifier, let me just explain that for a moment. What we're talking about is a 128-player knockout, 128 players from all over the world. It's $1 million in prize fund. It's a very nice event to get to, because if you do make it to the finals, the top 2 finalists, I think the top 2, or at least the finalist for sure, gets invited to the candidates, which gives you a shot at the World Championship if you can get into the candidates tournament with 8 players. One of those 8 players are going to be the challenger. So qualifying for this FIDE event is a big deal.
Unbelievably important. So difficult to qualify. Well, Maurice has more for us in the U.S. Women's Championship.
Tactics, tactics, tactics. We have a position, a couple of positions where tactical decisions needed to be made, need to be made, have been made, and all of them with importance to these games. In this position, we had not been looking at this game too much. We'd seen some compensation, though, for Alyssa Melahina against Rusudan Galutiani. It looked like her pawn on c3 with black feeling very good. And in this position, she played after queen c2. She could have defended this pawn. She played the move queen to e5, a little bit of a gamble, a little bit of a tactical idea. Her opponent took on b7, and now she played queen e7, attacking this pawn on h4 and also attacking the bishop on b7. position, saying, I'm going to get my pawn back and I'm going to be doing well, the c3 pawn being the most important factor in the position. Rusudan immediately blundered with the move queen to e4, and the question now remains, will Alyssa find the move? Guys, this is a very cute move for black to find in this position. I don't think you just spot this instantly, the depth of the move, but the key winning move here is simply to trade queens. Rook to e8, threatening the queen. That's the greatness of this move. It's a straight threat to this queen. The point being, now the queen is under attack, the bishop is under attack as well. If you simply trade queens, rook takes here, and now the bishop is hanging and he cannot get back to the e4 square. That's the key point. If, for example, you play a move like bishop to f1, now bishop to h6. And how do you stop c2 followed by c1 queens? Now white will realize the problems facing her in this position after rook to e8. There are other moves you could possibly play. For example, if you just dropped your queen back to d5, well, now a running pawn, c2, and if you move your rook over, how about a queen sacrifice? Queen e1, no way to stop this pawn from getting down to the c1 square and becoming a queen. This game is over. It's going to be a free piece if Alyssa finds the move rook to e8, not your run-of-the-mill attacking move right here, queen to e4, not your run-of-the-mill attacking moves like, I'm good, I just sacrificed the pawn, now I'm ready to trade queens and win the game. She has to find that. In another game, however, we see here the game between Sabina Feuser and Arpova Verkud. She should have won this easily. Take a look at this line she missed. She's going to kick herself for not seeing this line as white. After the move h6, we know the position's overwhelming, but the direct play would have won easily. Knight f6 check. King does not dare go in the corner. That's not how you get mated every day. That sucks. You go jump off a bridge, that happens. Knight f6, king to f8 instead, but it wouldn't help because this knight can go into h7. Look at those knights just dominating squares. King to e7, now b3, attacking the knight. The knight obviously has to move. You don't want to just lose a piece. Where to put it? You could take this pawn, and now the move queen to d2, and it's mate coming. b4 check is a square. Also, queen d6, no matter what you do, you could try anything you like. In fact, even this line is interesting. Knight c4, queen d6 anyway, just to highlight the fact that you're being mated after knight takes, another checkmate that you don't see every day. Instead, she missed this line. Did white, she's winning so many different ways. Instead of doing that, she decided in this position to play the move b3 too early. H takes g5, b takes c4. She's doing quite well here, but the big advantage she had, like 5 points up, would have been somewhat curtailed with this move, knight to e8. Unfortunately for black, she didn't find that move. She instead played bishop c6, and now white is back in the driver's seat. Knight f6 check. I'm not sure. She hasn't played it yet, but knight f6 check. She's back in business. This g-pawn is going to drop when this queen shows up. So white is definitely still in control of that game. And finally, on this board, white did win a piece. She played queen h3, attacking these two pieces. Bishop to f2, leaving everything hanging. She just played bishop c3, not giving any play. c5, and now queen takes on g4. White's up a piece, should win that game handedly. Should Pakidze, who, by the way, will be a stone's throw away from winning the title, sitting at +3 with no losses in her very first U.S. championship. Guys?
Right, we were talking about the fact that the U.S. Championship was a qualifier for the World Cup, but an even more direct and important qualifier is going to be the U.S. Women's Championship, which normally qualifies 3 people.
Okay.
So the top 3 should be going to the World Championship cycle. The World Women's Championship works quite differently than the men's, so the cycle is considerably different, and they have less players in their complete cycle.
Mm-hmm.
So only 3 qualify from our zone being the national championship. So a strong fight for those spots as well.
Exactly, and the 3 qualifiers that come from this event, that would go to the 64-player knockout. It wouldn't go to the Grand Prix, the Women's Grand Prix.
Right.
Am I right on that?
That's exactly right. Currently, the reigning world champion, Maria Muzichuk, who only won her title quite recently.
A few days ago.
Right, will be playing against the winner of the Grand Prix series in women, which was Ho Yifan. And there's already a bid for that tournament to happen in China later this year.
a bid for the match.
A bid for the match, and we're going to have to see if Ukraine responds with their own bid and see what FIDE decides. But that's going to be definitely very interesting. And then the next cycle will be decided again with a 64-player knockout.
Very good. Got it. Let's go to the game of Ray Robson, because that game, of course, is crucial for the open standings. When we left it, not too much has happened, frankly. Ray had been in he had been better than 30 minutes behind on the clock. They had reached a position like this. Hikaru Nakamura, leading the tournament, was in our studio. He opined that he actually liked white space. He made it clear that he thought that this bishop needed to go to c4, because that after bishop back, I think he was feeling that a position after knight d5, bishop takes d5, e takes d5 was better for white. He had expressed that he had a bad outing against world champion Magnus Carlsen, where he described it himself that Magnus came with a g5 blow and he lost terribly.
Of course, we have to mention that he also said he was considerably down in Tempe compared to the game we have at hand.
Exactly. But what is crazy, what is going on, and that is crazy, is that Sam Sevian has gone deep into the tank. And now Sam, has 13 minutes to Ray Robson's 21. That's weird, because Ray's the one always in time trouble. Maurice, you've got some thoughts also to share.
On another board, it looks like Alyssa Melchina didn't find that counterintuitive move, rook to e8, to win the game, or at least win a piece, but she's found a more human move that when you look at it at first, you think, yeah, that's the move I'd probably play if I had this position. The more human move, not to trade queens in this line, she played queen to f7. A very nice move as well, threatening the f2 pawn directly and keeping her eye on this bishop and keeping all her trumps alive, particularly this c pawn. And take a look at this nice line. If the rook goes over to defend this pawn, now you play the move c2. And you are threatening to queen on this square. What do I mean? Well, if you play bishop to d5, saving your bishop, we'll just do a little queen sacrifice on you right there. And after rook takes, we'll get a queen, obviously, and then this rook will hang. I don't want to make the move because it makes my computer go crazy, my touchscreen go crazy when you promote for some reason. But at any rate, well, let's get to this position, queen f7. What else can you do? Your pawn's under attack. Now if you play f3, now rook to e8, and your queen is betwixt and between. That's rocking the hard place. Here c2 it has to defend, but also here's the bishop on b7 it has to defend. And now very logically, you're going to lose the game. Wherever you put your queen, you can put it, let's say, hide it over here. Now bishop to h6, and black is in total control. So the human idea, queen to f7, and you can see right there, Galatiani deep in thought, and she did play queen f3 in response to queen f7. That shouldn't work. A simple trade on f3 should win the game. Let's bring that up on the board. Queen f7, queen f3. You didn't want to exchange queens, it looked like, in this line, although the India is actually going back to queen e7 to recreate that position that we saw earlier. Queen takes, actually somehow it doesn't work, because after bishop h6, the bishop does get back to e4. Wow, so that's a big nuance here. Queen f7 looks like an inaccuracy because of this move, queen f3. The best line now is to move the queen back over. I'm not sure she's going to find this, guys, and get back to this line. So we'll see what happens in the next couple of moves.
Thank you, Maurice. And turning once again to Ray Robson's position, after spending a considerable amount of time on the move that Hikaru had tossed out like as obvious, finally Sam Sevian did get to play the move that Hikaru suggested, knight d5, and Ray recaptured with the bishop, e takes d5, and although Hikaru felt that white was seriously for choice or considered that white had a much better position, I don't feel that this is a bad position at all for black. That if this is a bad position for black, that somehow you can't play the open Sicilian, because this feels okay to me.
Well, yeah, so let me ask you a little bit about bias in chess. And you think that when you have a good result with a certain opening, you start feeling a little more confident with it, and you think the structures somehow favor me. And you think that when you lose a game, suddenly those structures look a little less appealing, and you lose a little bit of objectivity. And I think maybe, you know, Hikaru, a little bit burned by this experience against Magnus Carlsen, doesn't like the structure as much. But upon deeper inspection, it looks, hey, those games must have been different, because in this position, it just looks to me that Black is doing quite fine.
Yeah, me too. And you're right, there is this bias that you carry. You've got this baggage with you. Like, for example, when I was a kid, I really liked, for example, the Sicilian Dragon. I had this bias in favor of the Dragon. Few bad results, and then suddenly, I kicked the Dragon out of my repertoire. And yeah, you carry sometimes negative emotions from setbacks, but my first inclination is all results are possible, and we have seen the move rook e8 by Ray, by the way.
Very logical, just fighting for the e-file. And we're going to see many different strategical points in this position, the pair of bishops not being as powerful as they usually are. But for now, let's take it to Maurice, who has a new development in the Kamsky game.
A big development. You talk about bias. Kamsky is biased against playing pawn sacrifices and playing too actively, and he may decide to stay on his positional horse from now on, even more so playing against these kids who love when it gets crazy and rambunctious tactics on the board, because in this position, Kamsky had sacrificed a pawn. It's still looking okay for him. Definitely has comp. Then he decided, you know what, let's go for a queen trade here in this position, get into an ending. Young Caden played knight to e4, and after knight takes, bishop takes, Kamsky said, okay, time for me to get my pawn back with bishop takes on d6. Caden said, wait a second, I'm going to put some pressure on this d file, hold my pawn down. Kamsky played the move bishop to c5, now eyeballing this pawn, and then bang, bishop to c2 out of nowhere, saying, wait a second, I'm going to push this pawn. You make some casual move like rook d2, I'm going to play d3 and cement my pawn on that square. Now I'm threatening moves like bishop to c3, going after your rook. Where does the rook go in this position? Black now has to be very careful, because he is definitely being hunted in this position. This knight will come out, by the way, at some point, but White's pieces don't seem as if they're going anywhere special. The two bishops being the main factor in the position. We'll see if Kamsky finds a way to extricate himself from this bit of a problem. And he also has to deal with his opponent's time pressure, guys. Caden has only 9.5 minutes left. Kamsky with a full 28 minutes on his clock. So a lot of dynamic changes happening quickly in this game. Guys?
I didn't see this development as occurring from this very soft opening. I really like Gada Kamsky's position. He played the strange move queen a4. Queen b4 looked really good. He was just going to exploit his opponent's weak pawn structure. Instead, he ended up taking maybe some unnecessary risks, but after this move bishop c2, if I were in a blitz game, I wouldn't hesitate. I'd just sacrifice the exchange and say,
absolutely. It's
look,
so dangerous to allow this move d3. I instantly take on d4.
Right.
But this is not a blitz game. Gada Kamsky, one of the most patient players out there. He knows that if he can hold on to the material, he will do so. On the other hand, if you do take the exchange, sacrifice, and play it, well, you have a lot of compensation. You got rid of that strong dark squared bishop. You have some pressure on the a6 pawn.
Right.
Yes, an exchange is an exchange, but here it seems very difficult to believe that Black has realistic winning chances.
Agreed. But conversely, if you don't sacrifice that exchange, and as Maurice said, you try to play it cagey with a move like rook d2. Well, this move d3, bishop c3, bishop h6, and
it seems like I'm going to lose an exchange anyway.
Anyway, I'll probably have to play a move like rook to a3 to prepare an exchange sacrifice. So why not just go for it at once and get the dark square bishop?
Exactly.
Yeah. No. So things are happening there. I haven't seen the game of Kate against Victoria Nieve for some time. This was that English, if you recall, with a2, a3, kind of a soft move by White.
Right, very positional, slow, but at the same time, both sides going for different flanks, which at any moment means, hey, if something blows up, the kings might become exposed.
And just to express that point, Black has been playing over here on the king side, trying to loosen up White's king's position. Notice that Kate had traded light squared bishop, that bishop on g2, a very loyal defender to the White king in English. So White has got the structure where she's managed to keep things a little bit closed and tight. No F4, F3 for Kate. And on the other hand, Victoria trying to open up the queen side, she's managed, but her pieces on the knight on B3, the knight on B4 don't make a particularly attractive impression, especially this knight on B4 seems to be standing there doing nothing particularly wonderful for white. We've seen the move rook E1, makes sense, grab the open E file, but now Kate turning the tables a bit on her opponent. White has opened up the queen side, but it seems like Kate is the first one with rook A3 to take advantage. And by the way,
that
we're talking
so
about
much pressure here.
Yeah,
so much pressure.
Talking about exchange sacrifices, White may want to very carefully consider the consequence of allowing such a maneuver. If you drop back with a knight, which looks attractive, after all, you're defending this pawn on D4 and you're attacking this rook on A3, a new and a much more serious set of problems occur for White and for Victoria in this position. Now, the rook on the 7th rank pinning a lot of pieces along the 2nd rank, I beg your pardon, and I would say Kate's for choice here. So
no, for sure, and I feel that Victoria is definitely feeling uncomfortable, having taken 7+ minutes in the move that she's about to make, and considering that now she only has 10 minutes remaining. That's not a lot of time considering the amount of moves she still has to make. And well, we'll see how that game progresses. But we have a new development again in the Sabine Feuchter game, with such an attacking game.
All right.
A pretty shocking development in that game, guys. You will not believe what's going on. We had White virtually mating black. I mean, easy win of a piece. Easy game for the veteran here, Sabine Feuchter. But now suddenly the game's almost dead equal. I mean, that's bizarre as you get. We saw that line where she was sacrificing her queen to mate. The edge was so big, and in this position, she played after bishop c6, she played knight f6 check, king to f8, queen to e3, bishop to b7, rook trades, and then this simple trade. Now, all black has to do here, guys, is realize, hey, I got this beautiful diagonal. Let me trade off knights. Suddenly, she would have had tremendous play here. If you take on this square, then we just trade knights, and now you can't just decide you want to do anything you want. There's no attack anymore. I just take on b5. Like, what are you doing? Nothing happened here. So in this position, after c takes b5, the simple knight e8 would have virtually equalized a little bit of edge for White. White would have blown such a big edge in the position, but unfortunately for her, it looks like she did not find this move. She took instead on b5, and now, unfortunately for her, she's back in a terrible state. Queen c5 check. Queen e7 looks like it's going to be all she wrote after knight h7, king to e8, and now queen takes b5 check, and this is going to be awful. Terrible blunder. She had a chance. If she blocks with a queen, of course, knight to f6, check is killing, and so after queen b5 check, if she moves the king, then she's going to get hit either knight f6 or rook coming to d1. This is going to be a terrible position. She had a chance. She defended so valiantly, and now she's just going to lose. What a crazy game.
Well, it's important to understand sometimes that in this kind of positions, I think Apurva took on b5 just thinking, hey, I have to take my pawn back. And there were so many other factors going on that automatic thinking, my pawn is my pawn, had to be thrown out the window. She had to realize my king is completely unsafe. My priority is not get checkmated. And we see Sabine Feuchter on camera just playing that variation that Maurice had pointed out.
Knight h7 check.
No, not exactly a great effort by Feuchter to allow a defense potentially, but
absolutely not. And especially when you think about that knight on g7, how pathetic it is, versus that horrible knight on f6, that great steed. So knight e8, even if it costs you a pawn, get rid of that knight.
Me 14 pawns, I'll still get rid of it.
Get rid of that knight. Safety for the king. It's a key element in chess. Maurice.
Absolutely. We know we want to trade off our opponent's good pieces. You know, we've been sort of bashing, or maybe I've been bashing the younger players in this game, showing their bad results. But we should point out the young Annie Wang, who's definitely had some trouble so far in the tournament, having a tough time after actually winning her first game against Tatev Abrahamian. she hasn't played very well, but this game she has played quite well. We should just quickly look at it. It's not really relevant for the standings between Anna Sharavic and Annie Wang. She's cemented a knight on c5. She's got this pawn always under watch, and nothing much is happening for both sides, but Annie, she'll take her lessons from this tournament, as will all the youngsters. When you take a bruising in a big tournament where you're not expected to do anything and we're hoping you do well, and you come in and then everybody's just hitting on you and hitting and beating on you round after round, it's going to take a lot of fortitude for these youngsters, Annie Wang, Apurva Verkud, and also Jennifer Yu, to take the lessons from this first U.S. Women's Championship and say, you know, I got the lessons. I see what I need to do to improve. I'm not going to be traumatized by these losses. And we expect to see these youngsters come fighting back the way Sam Sevian did from a couple of years ago, not doing that well, but look at him now. So we expect this from the young ladies as they learn what it takes to play at the top.
There's nothing quite so important to chess as opportunities to play against strong players. And that's what I really love about this event, is the mixture of the junior players as well as the veterans. And seeing these young players, I know that they're going to be the champions of tomorrow. Sometimes you just got to take some losses. You play chess. It's the nature of the sport. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some, but you need that experience. And there's nothing quite like championship experience. It just makes you that much a stronger player. I'm looking at the game of Ray Robson, by the way. Ray made quite an intriguing strategic choice. It seems to be the day of strategies as well as the day of sacrifices. I'm not 100% sure I would have done the same as Ray, which was I didn't see this bishop on g2 as being a very effective piece. I thought the knight had more possibilities. Knight d7, e5 would have been my choice, but knight e4 was Ray's, forcing the trade of bishops.
Maybe Ray was a little afraid of something along the lines of knight f6 hanging to bishop h6 in certain variations?
Yeah, I thought that he was going to, actually, I thought his idea was to drop back and, I don't know, aim for the e5 square. You know, on a very good day you would play g6, of course.
Right.
That wasn't his choice. And again, you know, sometimes you say, well, what separates grandmasters from one another? They all seem so very good, and there's so many strong players in the field. One of the things that definitely separates grandmasters from one another is how do they handle their time trouble?
Oh, absolutely.
And, you know, your nerves, you know, and you get scared. Like Tatev yesterday, out of a winning position, she would have won that position 9 times out of 10, except for one small factor, her clock.
Yeah, absolutely.
And amongst these top grandmasters, the question is, who plays better under time trouble? I'm thinking that this position,
well, also we can
all
talk
results,
about
but it's the clock that's going to be the key factor.
But we have to talk about people that don't get into time pressure, and I think that's really what separates some players. Let's talk about the last time Hikaru Nakamura got into time pressure in this tournament.
Exactly. That's a very short conversation.
That's a very short conversation. That's exactly the point. Hikaru doesn't get into time pressure. He plays confidently, but he plays fast. He plays well, but he plays fast. Always your opponent being in time pressure allows you so many different ideas, so many different possibilities, and that extra pressure that might be required for a player to just crack.
Mm-hmm.
Well, speaking of cracking, well, we'll see if Maurice Ashley has more for us.
Indeed, to miss a win on the board, you just want to smack yourself when that happens. And it looks like Alyssa Melachina did not understand just how good her position was, and she has repeated moves in her game, and it looks like they're going to go straight to a draw. We saw this position when she played queen e7, queen to e4, a serious mistake here for white, and black had the move rook to e8. She had to spot that putting the rook onto e8 was a winning idea, preventing a bishop from returning to this e4 square and letting her bishop and pawn act in unison to win at least a piece. What did she do instead? She played queen to f7. Nice ideas, but queen f3 made it impossible for her to make any progress without making the move queen to e7. And now queen went back to e4, and she went back to f7, and they have repeated this position a couple of times, and we're expecting now for the game to end in a draw. I'm sure Alyssa is going to be very angry at herself for missing the move rook to e8, but she simply did not find it. It was looking very counterintuitive on that game. In the other game, though, we see there another matchup with Feuser. Feuser is back in control off the position. If I can just pull it up now, she's back in control, and it's terrible. The black king marched all the way to the other side, and it looks like it's going to be mate to that king. Actually, the engines are saying that this is going to be mate in 4 no matter what happens next. So unfortunately, the youngster is going to go down after having just that one window of opportunity to save the game.
Well, I'm very curious. I don't understand Melechina's decision because it's not only that, okay, she didn't find the win. Okay, I get that. She didn't find rook e8, that's fine. But she's better. I mean, she's just strategically better. Why would you take a draw?
Well, because of the beautiful pass pawn on c3.
Right. I understand that the immediate win's not there, but just play any other random move, queen c7 or something.
Bishop b5, something,
and just play for the win. You're not really risking much. And we do have a result in Sabina Feuchter versus Apurva Virkud, in which Apurva has resigned. Of course, as Maurice pointed out, there was checkmate pretty much on the board. And well,
I just can't resist expressing one crazy piece of irony before we turn to the arena crush game for a moment. In the game of Alyssa and Rusa, in that game, the players are going to go to a 3-move repetition, correct?
That's what it looks like.
And if I were in Rusa's shoes, having the white pieces, I would be the one anxious to make the claim. How does a player make a claim in 3-move repetition? What you have to do is write on your score sheet the move you intend to play. You don't execute the move on the board. You go to the arbiter with your score sheet. You say, I intend to play this move, and with this move I will claim a 3-move repetition, which the arbiter then confirms or not. So in this case, you have to write down your move, making a note to yourself, and of course that was how Wesley So got forfeited for writing on his score sheet. We turned to the game of arena and thought that before you could shoot me down for that irony. The players had reached this ending that we talked about, queen and knight versus queen and bishop. I thought it was pretty balanced. b5, ab, ab, queen d3 was played.
It seems fairly balanced, but you don't want to trade queens here with black. It feels like if you do trade queens, because of the pawn structure, it would be so much easier for white to bring in her king, maybe try to do something with the position. Probably still around equal, probably relatively easy to hold. But I think it's just much, much more practical to keep the queens on and play for the fact that white's king is also not very safe.
Yeah, one of the things that grandmasters like to say is that in this position, essentially we're playing for 2 results.
Exactly.
Either white wins or it's a draw. And so for arena, that's a bit of a success right there. So I completely agree with you that trading queens would only allow for 2 results, favor of white. Queen c6 was her choice. f3, b4. Now this is a move I would have been very reluctant to make.
Actually, I like it.
You like it? I would have been reluctant.
I figured that the bishop is not going to have any better square than e7 anyways. So why not have it do 2 things at once? It defends the pawn on f6, it defends the pawn on b4. I had the problem that while the pawn was on b5,
yes,
the queen on c6
was anchored to the defense.
Just completely anchored, and I want this queen to give my opponent's king problems, especially after the move f3. I feel like no matter how much crush attacks at the moment, if I can get my queen to c1, you're just not going to be able to make any real progress with the king on g2 being so weak.
Okay, fair enough. Again, I just see these endings where the pawn is on a dark square, limits the black bishop, but you make a good point that after you've played this concession type of move b4, your queen's free. Let's go have some fun.
Now, it would be a problem if somehow the queens get traded. Then that would be an issue.
So things are sharp. Things are getting sharp in this game. We've seen the move queen c1, not only just angling for queen takes b2, but thinking about, well, checking on if white gets frisky. Well, guess what? White did get frisky, played the move queen d7, giving, I'm assuming that Arena would be very happy that she figures that her king instead of being shielded by the pawns, is still shielded by the pawns, but in a different way, standing in front of the pawns. So she wasn't too worried about queen c1 check. Bishop f8 was played by Tatev, and now the question is, can white take advantage of maybe these double pawns? Clearly, knight takes e7 is nothing. I mean, the best you're ever going to get is a perpetual check. The one I was wondering about is what happens after a knight h5 idea with the very straightforward give me the pawn.
Perhaps here a quick queen takes b2 might be possible.
Queen takes b2.
But I think that in the worst case scenario, I can always go back to g5 with the queen.
Okay.
Maybe try to kick out your knight.
So black is going to be pressed to make a decision here. Should she capture this pawn on b2, or should she, you know, scuttle back, run back with the move queen g5 and simply defend the pawn on f6?
And we're going to actually
decision.
see this kind of positions, but we're actually going to see them on another move order.
Okay.
Irina decided to play the move queen d8 after bishop f8, putting some pressure on the f6 pawn. And now Tatev has several moves that are probably about okay. She can go for some kind of crazy variation, for example, with queen f1 check.
Okay.
And now that the queen is on d8 instead of d7,
yes,
you can go king g4 and f5.
Ooh.
Just trying to expose white's king. It seems like both kings being so weak, probably a perpetual check will be the result of the game. But we're not going to be seeing this variation. Tatev decided to take the pawn on b2.
She did.
Yes.
So she went into the sharp variations that I thought would occur. Queen takes b2 from a different move order.
Right.
The same position occurs.
With queen d8.
Now we know in our practice that the combination of queen and knight when attacking a king.
When attacking a king, this is very important detail.
Particularly are two very effective pieces. At the moment, 6 minutes for Tatev, 17 for Irina.
It gets a little sharp. I mean, suddenly that pawn on b4, it's a big threat. I don't see anything immediate threatening black.
No checkmates.
No checkmates. Some uncomfortable things maybe.
Right.
But perhaps it will be time for Irina soon to give a perpetual.
Like you think that some position like takes, king here, no immediate, I beg your pardon, no immediate checkmate threats, and probably, I'm just putting some moves on the board, queen a3, oops, you know what I'm trying to do.
It's a good queen.
And I was trying to set up some checkmating ideas, but as long as you can get your queen back to e7 in time, you're thinking that white is probably well advised to just pull in her horns here and make a perpetual check.
Absolutely.
The b pawn too powerful.
It seems the attack, it's powerful, but not enough to just give that killing blow. On the other hand, we do have Sabina Foscher, who was able to finish off her opponent in a brilliant manner.
Thanks, Alejandro. Well, we're with Sabina Foscher, who got a dominating position quite early, but it looks like you almost let her off the hook in the game. This moment when you allowed her to be able to play knight e8. Were you aware of it while you were playing?
Yes, I was aware that she can play knight e8. I just thought, okay, I'm taking a pawn. She probably will think of taking it back because otherwise, you know, I'd have a pawn up and, you know, shouldn't be very difficult to win. So, you know, I said probably she would capture back, and I had seen this beautiful exchange rooks, queen c5, queen b5. I knew I'm winning there, so.
Yeah, but it turns out knight e8 was not so simple
like
after
knight
all.
e8, yeah, I was planning on probably giving knight h7, taking g5, and, you know, I still have a pawn up. Her king is weak on check ideas. But you were telling me before we went live, you were telling me that I had knight h7 check when she played h6. Sorry, knight f6 first, knight h7. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I thought my knight is trapped there, you know. I saw this idea that her king cannot get to e7, but somehow in that position I wasn't considering it, so, okay.
Well, you won the game.
Won, yeah.
You won the game anyway, and you made this point that this is so far your best results of all the championships you've played in. You must be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It feels good.
So you still have 2 rounds to go. You can't finish now and rest on your laurels.
No.
So who do you have left to play? Your next 2 games are?
Victoria Ni and Nasi Pakidze.
So 2 very tough opponents. What are your thoughts going into those 2 games?
I'll just try to play, like, you know, I played all this tournament. I think I played pretty good chess, better than before. Just, you know, I was unlucky here and there, and you know, just try to play nice games, solid, you know.
Let me ask you, because it did happen in the hall, were the ladies, you guys are on the other side of the playing area, were the ladies aware of what was going on with the controversy between Wesley So and Veruja Nakobian, that Wesley So got forfeited in his game?
No, I mean, I didn't see it immediately. I saw it on the screens. And I was wondering what happened, but I didn't ask anybody. You know, I was playing my game, and I found out that something happened. So
it didn't bother that side of the.
No, I heard at some point somebody saying that they have somebody on tape. You could hear it. I think they were downstairs, so you could hear a little bit. But then, you know, it got quiet, so I had no idea what was going on.
So it didn't disturb you guys. Okay, well, good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you very much.
Keep up the good work.
Thanks.
Guys?
Thank you very much, Maurice. And again, congratulations to Sabina. I'm looking at this game, by the way, Alejandro, between Sam Sevian and Ray Robson, and the times have just been going back and forth.
No, they just want to give us a heart attack.
Yeah, well, this is typical Ray, right?
Typical Ray. Do you think he drags his opponents into this kind of situations? Because I always feel against Ray, you feel, oh, I'm up a couple of minutes, then I'm up half an hour, then I'm up an hour, and then I get into time pressure. I'm like, wait, how did I get into time pressure?
Right. I mean, he's very good at pulling that, somehow getting his opponent to think. He's just played this move F7, F6. I thought that White was ready to go H4 and G5 and try to open up the game.
And sorry to interrupt
yes,
you.
Please.
We apparently have a big blunder in the Irina Krush game, so we're going to have to take a quick look at that. Maurice.
Yes, indeed. Irina Krush is now winning cold if she finds the sequence. The move B3 was a big blunder. You guys were talking about other ideas. She played the move B3, just ignoring what was happening on that side. She thought that it was just a perpetual was the maximum that White could get out of this. But guess what? She can get a lot more than perpet by taking with check and now playing this counterintuitive move, knight to D7, attacking the pawn. This is the position we're in right now. White can play knight to D7, attacking this bishop, on F8. And what do you do about it? There's two threats. Getting this bishop and also bringing the queen to G5 and then the knight back to F6. If that happens, she's going to get mated. So, for example, let's say you play a random move like bishop here, bishop to B4. Now queen checks on this square, and now your king is frozen because that knight guards that square. And when you drop back, then just knight F6. And there's nothing to do. It's just mate. We know that queens and knights, they harmonize extremely well together. And that was the one thing that Tatev had to look out for. She played this move B3 unnecessarily. So now let's go into some variations after, well, my board has frozen, guys. Looks like it also freezes when there's a mate on the board. So guys, take a look at that line because knight D7 is the telling move, queen A3, and then the idea of bringing the queen to the long diagonal. If black's queen leaves and goes to A3, white's queen will end up on that long diagonal. And she has played the move, knight to D7. White is completely winning right now.
Well, you can take a couple of variations here, but before that, I do want to point out that the Elisa Melechina game finished in a draw. Rusa Goletiani, it just repeated moves, which is quite disappointing, I think, for Elisa's fans, simply because she had a clear win in the final position.
On the board,
on the board, basically.
Yeah, so knight D7, funnily enough, I mean, well, let me just say for myself, I would have fallen for the same blunder as Tatev.
Right.
Because I thought that queen A3 and what I was looking at was a perpetual check. Maurice, help me out. Queen A3, I'm missing the clear idea.
Killer, right?
What is the killer idea after queen A3?
Queen to G5 check, according to the engine.
Clear.
Queen G5, the king must go in the corner.
Clear.
And now the key move is queen to E5 check.
Okay.
Queen to E5 check. I understand that bishop G7 would in fact lose to queen B8. That makes sense.
That seems very clear.
And then king would, therefore my king, pardon me, black's king
has to go to G8. No choice about it.
And now I'm set up for some
Knight F6 check.
Horrible swindle. I am forced to go on the diagonal. Well, let me just play possum, and I'll play king H8.
Maybe here there's some kind of problems with your light squares. I'm seeing queen H5 maybe a possibility.
Queen to H5.
Queen H5 looks brutal, but Does it mean I have to resign after king g7?
No, but maybe after e5, that might be killer.
Queen g5 now after that, and you get
queen,
mated.
yes, I get it. Okay, so I can't play possum.
And
after queen e5 check, king, after queen e5 check, king g8, knight f6, I'll play king queen g5 mate.
Queen g5 immediately is checkmate.
And it's mate.
Oh my god, that is...
That's
killer.
Actually pretty. It's a easy line to fall for, because if you don't see the effectiveness of this move, queen e5, that's nice. That's just a very
nice geometrical pattern, right?
Yeah, very good.
Tatev had to be just a little bit more careful about her position, and the losing move seems to be this move b3. She just had to take one tempo to make her position more comfortable. Basically, any move I think would have been okay here. h6 looks
H6
okay.
is probably the move.
Actually, guys, there were only 2 moves.
Oh, really?
It wasn't that easy because the harmony of the knight and the queen was so severe. So one line was, the one move you mentioned, h6 was a key move here to try to get out of all that mess so you can have a little space to run. So it seems simple, but we know about queens and knights. When they combine, you got to be careful. They combine really well, and we saw the harmony in that position with those 2 pieces.
That's a very, very nice pattern to keep in mind. But that would be a huge result, of course, because Arena chasing Kate throughout the tournament is only half a point behind. If she could pull off this victory against a very key rival, that would be huge for her campaign of remaining U.S. women's champion. Let me turn to the game of Kate Nemtsova. She is up against Victoria Ni. When we left it, Victoria had played the move knight c2, and surprising to me, Kate dropped all the way back with the rook. I was expecting her to play rook a2. Queen d3, queen f7. These moves have been played. h5, mentioning trying to get at white's king a little bit. h2, h3, a trade of pawns on g4. Whenever you make these trades, you always have to ask yourself, who benefits? You know, like who gets on the H file first? Indeed.
It doesn't seem by any means that it's going to be black, though. So
yeah,
it makes me a little curious on why she did that. The only thing I can think of is that maybe she wanted the G5 square for her knight.
Permanently.
Permanently.
Wanting the G5 square. So rook E8 by Kate, and we're up to date. But just, by the way, you mentioned. Let's have a conversation about Hikaru Nakamura getting into time trouble in this event. I seem to think that Kate has actually been doing pretty well with her time management.
Absolutely.
She's been looking very good, and it's no coincidence that both of those players happen to be leading their events.
No coincidence whatsoever.
Cause and effect going on here. So this position, I'm still guessing it's a little bit balanced, or feels balanced. Maybe
it's
I prefer black.
It's going to be a long game. It's going to be difficult for Victoria to finish off until move 40. She only has 2 minutes and 11 seconds left. But on the other hand, she's doing okay. She's solid at the moment, and a game that is very, very, very far from solid. Maurice, tell us about the Conrad Holt game.
Well, Naroditsky had fought back against Conrad Holt. We should say it consolidated his advantage against Conrad Holt, and he missed what was a beautiful shot to take over the game completely. Take a look at this move, guys. You're going to like it, and then I think you're going to jump to that because of the time pressure that Conrad Holt finds himself in. It is White's turn to move here. In this position, he decided to play the move queen to g4. Instead, he had this wonderful move, queen f6 check. What a great move. I mean, look at that. Takes, check, and now the king protects the queen. Let's take that off the board. And now rook check. Now, very importantly, there's a mate on the back rank. So you have to calculate quite carefully here. But if the king were to go straight back, trying to keep that mate alive because the bishop is hanging, well, first White will be able to play bishop h6 check, and then bam, and that is all she wrote. So he cannot play the king straight back. He has to play after rook h7 check. He has to play the move king to g6. And get in front of his own mating idea, allowing rook takes. And now this position to be assessed. White is up a clear pawn. There's no attack for black at all. This knight is dead. These pawns are looking miserable as well. And this F pawn is going to go home. this position is over. Cleanly busted. He missed it, and he played queen to g4. So take a look at that position, guys, because they're now in severe time pressure. And Daniel looks somewhat inconsolable again. We've seen him go through a lot of emotional distress during these championships. It doesn't seem as though he's quite himself, letting these emotions get the better of him. He might have seen this move, queen f6, afterwards, and is still playing on his mind. So let's see what happens as he tries to finish off this game.
Right, he just moved g6, a very interesting idea here, attacking the queen on f7. Holt taking his sweet time, but I don't see anything better than rook takes h8, trading off the rooks.
Okay, let me just get up to date on my board with that situation. So g6, you're saying that basically a forced move by Conrad in this position. Rook takes h8. By the way, a move that he had played. White's not in time to take the queen because rook takes h1 check.
Checkmate.
Well,
soon,
he forces
right?
you to get, that would cost white dearly. But rook takes h8, of course, was played by Danya. And now Conrad to play?
Yeah, Conrad to play. It does seem like you have to take the g6 pawn. I don't see any real choice after trading off the rooks, mainly because you cannot live with a pawn on g6, and other because, well, white does have a pretty serious attack. I think you want to get rid of the queens.
True that. Everything, the only reason why I would let that pawn kind of live for the moment is because I do see there's a peshki out here. Queen takes a3 that, you know me, I'm attracted to pawns, you know, what can I tell you? But big developments in the arena crush game. Maurice, you want us to take it? All right, well, let's have a look. I'll bring it up on my screen. We have this
had
position.
seen this position specifically, and we said the hard move to find here was queen e5 check. It seems like she has found it.
And she's followed up with the beautiful knight f6 check, setting up those checkmating patterns that we are so familiar with ourselves when you ever have that queen and knight combination. So I had tried playing possum a moment ago. It didn't work out too well for me. How did I get busted?
Queen h5, very important move, attacking both h7 and f7, which are currently both undefended.
Right.
Taking either one is completely lethal for black. It seems like she has to play something along the lines of king g7.
And this was the killer move right here.
No way to prevent both queen g5, queen h7, queen g4. Too many threats.
Yeah, exactly. And all the threats, unfortunately, are as fatal as a heart attack. They're checkmating threats. Queen takes f7. Yes.
Guys, I don't think e5 is necessary. Isn't it just queen g5 check after?
Yes. Yeah, what do we say?
Yeah,
we actually transposed into that variation. What are we saying? Yes, correct.
By the way, going back a minute to, and we've seen a resignation.
Resignation, it's over. Arena crush, an important point, very important point.
Huge, huge. And that puts all of the onus right back on Kate, as Arena Crush in her last 6 games, I think has scored some really nice 5.5 out of 6.
Amazing.
I mean, okay, maybe a little hiccup at the start, but she is rounding out into her best form. And unfortunately for Tatev,
what a disastrous tournament.
She just missed a move today, h7, h6. That would have probably been enough to secure. She was winning yesterday, saw a ghost, under time trouble, made a draw from a winning position, and unfortunately for Tatev, there goes her chances of fighting for the title.
No,
she'll still fight for qualification.
She will, but it's going to be difficult as some of her main rivals have scored, and we see that there is a result actually in the Paikidze game. I believe that Nazi was able to finish off her opponent, Jennifer Yu, and that cements her pretty much on 3rd place.
In fact, funny you should mention Nazi, because she's here in our studios with Maurice.
But before we go into that, let's take a quick look
at the Conrad Holt game.
Right, I just want to see the time pressure here. That's
yes, we all love time pressure, don't we? Since we're all used to blundering ourselves into time pressure, it's nice to watch others doing it as well. Okay, that's that game. This is the Conrad Holt game.
We have a lot of moves there.
So we saw this rook take, we saw this forced exchange trade of queens. I mentioned queen e7, but now the rook is beginning to assert itself. The reason why that rooks are considered stronger than minor pieces. This should be winning for Danya. Sure, why not?
I'm not entirely sure what your plan is to win.
Okay, very simple plan. I'll play f3. I'll play bishop back to f2. I'll put my rook on h4, and I'll go bishop oops. My arrows today are terrible, Alejandro. I'll put my bishop back to e1, and I'll go after the c-pawn.
All right.
At least that's my plan. That's the plan.
I agree wholeheartedly that if you take my c3 pawn, that'll be winning. But as a French defense player, I want to make this French endgame somehow viable. Okay. And I'm wondering if I do put my pawn on a4.
Okay, so for example, after the move king c8, let's put some moves on the board.
Right,
f3, a4.
And I want to quickly run to my king to b8 in order to be able to play knight a7, knight b5, where I attack d4, I attack a3, and I defend c3. If I'm allowed to get all of these moves in, suddenly it's not going to be so easy. Now, of course, we have to count the tempi, we have to calculate a little bit. Conrad holds almost out of time pressure. Okay. So he might have the time necessary to see this position. And although I agree, of course, White is the one pushing for a win, I'm not entirely sure that it's entirely
If you get your knight on b5,
right.
you get some nice play. Well, indeed, the players, by the way, are very close to making the time control, and we'll turn to our guest.
Absolutely. We have with us Nazi Paikidze. Maurice.
Well, she's supposed to be a rookie, but she's playing like a veteran. Nazi Paikidze with +3, not having lost a game so far. Congratulations on your game today. It went kind of smoothly. You sacrificed this pawn on g3 and then e4 out of nowhere.
Thank you. Yes, I sacrificed a pawn. I don't know if it's correct objectively, but she didn't react very well. Bishop h4, the move that she made was really bad, I think. And then she castled on the king side, and I had a very good attack. She couldn't defend that.
Absolutely, and the engine said that your play was correct, compensation right away. How are you feeling after yesterday's reprieve? I mean, you looked like you were dead to all rights, and because of time pressure, your opponent let you off the hook. Are you feeling like back in business? Thanks for the gift.
Yes, definitely. Yesterday I got quite lucky, and it was a very important half point. I couldn't even believe I made a draw, because I was just pissed down, and she went into time trouble for the second time, and then she just couldn't find the win with 30 seconds.
Have you been managing your time really well this tournament? Has this been one of your secrets to your success?
I wouldn't say so, but I think I manage it better than my opponents.
Well, that's a big deal. I mean, we see that happening across the board. You're at +3. That's a great score in the championships. It could have ended today in natural 9-round tournament, but there's still 2 long rounds to go. What are your thoughts going into your last 2 games?
Well, I think the most important games are coming up now, especially because tomorrow I'm playing the tournament leader.
Nemtsova?
Yes. So we'll see.
The temporary tournament. As a matter of fact, she's not the tournament leader anymore as of this moment, because Irina just leapfrogged her with a win. She's going to have to either draw or win to keep her lead. But your point is still well taken. You play her, and then the last round you play?
Feuser.
You play Feuser, who's playing well right now.
Yes.
So what are your thoughts going in?
I'm not thinking about the result. I'm just going to try to play my best.
Okay, that's easy. Well, you do that, and congratulations on so far a sterling result here in the Women's Championship. Nazi Paikidze, I mean, just playing for all the world, like we could have called her the champion. She's still got a lot of work to do if she's going to pull that off. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. And this game between Samuel Seirawan and Ray Robson certainly heating up. I have no idea if the times are correct, but if they are, both players are playing on increments. And again, Sam Seirawan, again, if the times are correct, 35 seconds. This means that his clock had actually ticked down to 5 seconds.
Well, of course, I believe it. Ray Robson's part of the game. So.
Yeah. So let's catch up to what exactly took place here. We left it around bishop takes, rook takes. White doubled his rooks along the f-file. Black doubled his rooks along the e-file. Bishop d2, covering the e1 square, not allowing rook e1 check, attacking the pawn on f6. I thought that this was a very key moment in the game. Ray had just played f6. I expected Sam to go on the attack with the moves h4 and g5. He didn't do that. He actually stopped and played queen d3, queen c5, setting up ideas like rook to d4, going after this pawn on d5. Then came rook f4 to stop that idea. Ray dropped with his rook in on the e2 square, a2, a3, making luft, the move that we can all appreciate.
Very important move. Also allowing bishop b4 in certain scenarios.
Exactly. Rook on 8 to e5, again putting pressure on this pawn on d4. Looks like white had to put his rook in a funky square d4, but that appears to be temporary. Rook g2 was played, bishop b4, queen c7, and now, again, the players are playing on increments. Let me get updated on what has happened. After the move rook e4 was played by Sam Seirawan, Ray played this nice little move rook g3, keeping his rook nicely centralized. But rook e1, queen c4, rook d1. This definitely looks like a time trouble affected move. And Ray
Gotta play
Robson,
something. Might as well play rook d1.
But then Ray has played rook e5. Yeah, it's like one of those do something moves.
Do something, yeah.
Rook e5, putting pressure on the d5 pawn.
Queen f3.
Queen f3, simply covering the pawn. Right now, this black's bishop on f8 looks pretty passive, but that's not what's... Ray is down to 12 seconds.
Wow.
On move 35. Let's just watch these two players as...
They have several moves to go. They still have several moves to go.
2 seconds. Oh, I've got Ray losing on time, but I don't think that is what has happened.
No, it seems like the players are still focused. Definitely a lot of play for black. It's important to know that he has the initiative with the queen and the rook. So even though his bishop is somewhat iffy, it feels like he might have some compensation for it. It's important to understand that the complexities of the endgames are very real. It's very unclear which pieces to trade, and it's not something that can be easily determined when you have 10 seconds to think.
No, that's where chess is tough enough when you have a lot of time to think, with 10 seconds to go. So bishop e7, Sam Seirawan clock was ticking down. Sam played b2, b3, makes perfect sense.
Seems
this
like
queen
it's
on c4
forcing a trade of queens, if I'm not mistaken.
After queen e4?
Or queen e2.
Or after queen e2, in both cases.
If you go back to c8, I might be missing something, but I think bishop c3 comes very close to trapping your rook, if not just trapping it straight away.
Right. This, in fact, looks ugly. So both queen c2, and white could force a bishop ending in both cases. Queen e4, queen e2, doesn't matter. I could trade and try to say, hey, listen, I've got this bishop ending, but who stands better?
That is not completely clear to me.
Exactly. F6 sets up for f5. I get c4, you get f5.
Messy.
Definitely.
Messy,
definitely messy. And the players have, after b2, b3, queen e4, and look at them blitz each other. Queen e4 was played, and I don't know what Sam has done. I just saw him.
He traded the queens, I
believe. He did?
Yes.
Okay, let's just go back to that moment. We are, oops. No, we're not here.
Far.
Yeah. Okay, we get to here.
Seirawan decided that the trade of rooks was not in his best interest. He decided to trade queens. Queen takes c4.
He did trade
rook
queens.
Rook takes c4 and then move rook d3.
Okay.
But I'm not a big fan of keeping the rook on d3, considering the rook on e4 is so active.
Absolutely, though. That's a giant rook, and I would think after king f7...
I would give the edge for black.
Setting up ideas of h5.
You don't have c4 available because of my rook on e4. I'm pressuring the king side. The rook on d3 to me looks rather clumsy.
Without question. And furthermore to that, white's queenside majority is not being utilized. Well, also if you take a look at the kings,
right.
It's black's king. Black could play h5, and black's king position could blossom, could be a lot more active. So Ray Robson, under time trouble, in this crucial game, rook d3, probably a poor decision by Sam Seirawan. Both players in time trouble.
Only a couple of moves left for each, but still.
Big decisions are being made in this crucial game to the Open Championship. And I'm with you. I think Ray has seized an advantage.
Initiative 5. It will be a huge result if Ray Robson's able to win against Sam Sevian with black.
But check this out. As Sam did find a resource that wasn't easy to spot, he said, well, what if I play rook c3 after king? Instead of just accepting that I'm defensive and I'll be worse for the rest of the game and trying to hold, let me do my best to search for my best chances with rook c6.
I like how there's always this fight. Even in the endgame, you're trying to fight for the initiative. You never want to be passive. Important rook c3 move. And now Ray has an important choice. I mean, he could immediately develop his initiative on the king side. Maybe go h5, sacrifice a pawn, say, hey, I want my pawns to go forward, or he could try to capture the d4 pawn by playing rook d4 instead.
Exactly. So this could turn out into an incredibly sharp game if we get some variation like this with a lot of pawns getting smacked, two connected pass pawns over here on g6 and g7 and f6. That's a very sharp line. I think Ray took the sedate approach. He didn't go for h5.
He played rook d4,
which seems like kind of solid.
Much more normal.
Rook c6, rook takes d5, and rook takes a6.
And this is Sevian's 41st move.
And he'll be relieved. Both players
already after.
And he just got up and he left.
He left.
And so, you know, again, I can imagine Susan Polgar, the coach of Webster, you know, heart palpitations. Thanks again, Ray.
But we're going to go into a big thing here for Ray Robson
for
sure.
Will.
Try to see what happened. How is this endgame? What am I doing? But meanwhile, we have somebody that won an endgame that we thought was equal at first, Irina.
Irina Krush.
The 6-time champion and the defending champion, Irina Krush. Welcome to the show, Irina. You won a game that looked equal-ish throughout, and then suddenly you got this queen and knight ending that just, poof, like magic, you were mating her.
Yeah, I mean, the scenario that happened in the game is one of those possible scenarios that I thought there were some chances of actually occurring on the board when I went for this end game. When I got this position, actually, in the beginning, I thought I was going to be a bit better, you know. Then I realized it actually wasn't so simple to take advantage of Black's weakened structure. She had some counterplay with the b pawn. I think the move b4 was a good idea by her. So then I had to kind of adjust my evaluation. Thought, okay, it's probably around equal, but obviously the position is sharp, you know, and the queen and knight and the weakened structure around Black's king, you know, give white attacking ideas. So if you're not careful, you can even get into a mating net like happens in the game.
And she wasn't careful. She had a couple of ways of defending against this net. When you saw it happening on the board, did you get excited? Like, wow, this looks really home the point?
You know, actually, I didn't see how she should defend exactly. You know, once my queen got to d8, my knight to h5. I mean, at that point, white is comfortable because obviously white risks nothing. You know, white is going to win the f6 pawn, either white mates or maybe black has a miracle defense. But, you know, I wasn't very worried at that point. So, you know, I didn't try too hard to look for a defense for her because, you know, why should I try? You know, it's not my position. You know, I knew just going into it that, you know, white was fine. But I wasn't sure that I was winning until actually, you know, she played queen a3 and I started to think. I was like, okay, first I didn't see the win exactly. You know, I have to do all this little bit of geometry there with the queen and the knight to
Let's
set
take
it up.
a look at that position if you don't mind. Right here she played the move queen a3. And you said you went into the think here.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that I had a lot of time. I mean, I had, you know, 15 minutes, and that's definitely enough time to calculate a position like this. And at first I didn't see the win, and then I was like, just have faith. Just have faith that it's there, and then I saw the idea of coming to the h7 pawn.
And that was pretty forcing, as a matter of fact, once you get here.
It is very forcing because, I mean, the two key squares here are g8 and h7, so I either mate on queen g5 to g8, or I latch on to the h7 pawn, and there's just no, and also f7 becomes weak. So yeah, the queen and the knight just managed to infiltrate on the key squares in this position.
You've won 5 out of your last 6 games. I mean, you started what looked like a very poor tournament for you. Some people were even thinking you might even win the Bobby Fischer Prize, but that didn't happen. You had to recoup yourself. Now you've won 5 out of 6. I mean, that's the Irina Krush people are expecting. What has changed over the last 6 games?
Well, nothing has changed. I mean, really, I'm doing the same thing. I do think I am playing better in general. But yeah, you know, I'm back. So I'm going to try to keep playing my kind of chess. And yeah, this game was nothing too special, really. You know, I think my opponent played just fine, got counterplay. And yeah, it was very balanced. But somehow I think, you know, she likes to be active, Tatev. She's kind of an aggressive player. And that's the kind of approach she went for here, just going for the B2 pawn, kind of just getting troubles on herself, you know. She didn't have to allow my queen to infiltrate to D7. I would have had to work hard to even set up anything remotely like this. So I think, you know, I do try to pay attention to the style of my opponents, you know, so I have an idea of who I'm playing against in all my games. And the positions that I'm going for are also I have taken into account what style my opponent has.
So you're currently in the lead, like sort of for the first time in the event. You're the clear leader until we see what happens in the Nemtsova game. Are you surprised, or like you said, you're back, you're where you belong?
Everything is fine, Maurice. Nothing surprising, you know. I mean, I knew I would have to win some games to get back into position. You know, I dug myself into quite a hole, and I do still think that, you know, I haven't done anything really different. I think my opponents overall played quite well, you know, the ones that I faced earlier on. You know, I easily could have lost to Rusa. So, of course, I didn't have to not win against Anna. But yeah, overall, I'm feeling fine. This is today is a difficult day. You know, it's a Holy Friday, and just physically, I wasn't feeling that great actually. You know, so I'm glad this game is done, and I can focus on the next ones.
Well, you have two big games coming up, but none bigger than the game you'll have against Nemtsova in the last round.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts at all about that matchup?
Well, I'll think about it when I get there, you know, after tomorrow's game. But, you know, I'm just going to play the way I've been playing. There's no major changes going to happen.
Well, thanks so much, and good to see you back playing your style of chess in a good situation in the championships. We wish you luck in the next two games.
Thank you, Maurice. Also, I wanted to say hello to all of my friends and fans who are watching all these interviews. I have a very supportive group of friends, and that have given me a lot of support throughout this tough tournament, in emails and calls and messages. And so I wanted to say thanks to them. It really does help me.
Indeed. Irina Krush, the champion, shows why she's the champ and a force to be reckoned with. Guys?
Well, we have a couple of important positions. First, the result in the game between Gata Kamsky and Kaden Trof. That game ended in a draw after a sharp position, kind of a lot of exchanges happened, and a resulting position with symmetrical structure was drawn. Meanwhile, it seems like Irina Krush will be able to catch up with Katerina Nemtsova, as Katya has a position that looks like it will be a forced perpetual from what I can see.
All right, let me bring that game up on our screen. Victoria knee with white. When we had left it, let's say around these parts. Trade of rooks, queen d2, knight e6. Victoria was able to put together an attack against the pawn on c6, knight takes d4, knight takes c6, knight takes c6.
Nice little combination. They're taking advantage of the exposed king on g8.
Exactly. Queen takes d5 check. Let's just see king g7, and this is the perpetual check you were referring to, Alejandro. After takes, black could give.
There's no way to escape, and on the other hand, what is black playing for? You're down a pawn, it's a passed c-pawn, your king's actually not so strong. The bishop cannot really join the attack from what I can see.
You got to take it.
You got to
take the draw.
Right.
So that would be a very big result for the women's game. Like you say, allowing Irina, who's been on a roll, to bridge the half a point gap. So that looks like that tournament will feature two players tied for first. Let's go back to Ray Robson's games for a second.
Before we go into this endgame, we're actually ready with
a new guest.
We have Rusa Goletiani here, who drew Alisa Melechina in a position that did not look very promising.
We say drew in air quotes because if her opponent had found this move, rook to e8, Alyssa would have won the game. Rusadon, you were shocked when I told you that rook e8 was winning and you would have lost the game.
I knew I was in trouble, but I actually missed rook e8, so I'm lucky she didn't play it.
Did you guys chat afterwards? Did she feel like she had something and just missed it?
No, we didn't talk, but she actually spent a lot of time thinking, so it looked like she couldn't find anything, so she repeated the moves.
Incredible situation. So you're still fighting near the championship, but not so easy anymore now that a couple of your competitors have put a little bit of distance. You did lose a critical game. Was it yesterday?
Which 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
That game broke my heart, but oh well, this is chess. What are you gonna do?
Wow, yeah, it is heartbreaking sometimes to play. Speaking of heartbreaking, we saw an incredible development happen with Wesley So being forfeited his game, and you are on the committee, to the appeals committee. So if he decides to appeal, you would have to be one of the judges. Have you been apprised of the details?
Yeah, we were just talking about those details. This is very strange. I have never heard of anything like that before. I really feel bad for Wesley, but when you're warned 2 times, I guess you have to obey the rules. I feel really bad for him, but even if he appeals, I don't think he has any chances because he was warned twice.
We see him there on the screen. What do you think of a player like Wesley So doing something like this? It's pretty stunning.
It's very unfortunate. I feel like he probably was very upset with the whole situation, with his standing in the tournament, and I have a feeling he didn't even realize he was doing it. Sometimes when you're nervous or when you're not feeling happy, you might just do something unconsciously. So I think that's what happened to him.
He was warned twice, though. I mean, that's a big thing for an official to warn you, and then you just do it again. That's incredible.
I agree with you. It's very difficult to understand how that happened, but when you play chess, as I said, like anything happens, right? When you're so into the game or you're so stressed about your games overall, it's easy to forget. So I would understand that point as well.
Well, we thank you for your grace in coming down and spending some time with us, and hopefully you get back to the winning circle again in your next 2 games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Rusadon Galatiani, a past champion. Looks like she might come up short this time without some miracles by the leading players, but still a fighter indeed. Guys?
Well, 2 championship rounds still to play. And I have the feeling we've seen so much drama and action in these U.S. championships. I'm not putting my money firmly on anybody at this moment. I mean, I just feel that the championships, despite the very good play of Cade and despite the very good play of Hikaru, are wide open. And Hikaru has not been impressing these last few rounds, especially today. Well, he said it was an ELO effect. He had the ELO effect, the high ELO that made Timur go for the draw.
And it's true. And on the other hand, it's possible that he would have held the draw, but at least, you know, maybe Timur could have made him suffer, wore him down for the future games. When we think about it, there are such important matchups coming up. Katerina Nemtsova will be playing against Irina Krush in the final day of the tournament.
Right.
A huge matchup. And I believe she doesn't have an easy path there. She also has to play against Naji Paikidze.
And tomorrow, Ray Robson, Hikaru Nakamura, the 2 leaders in the tournament,
Absolutely,
they're playing in the penultimate game.
Very difficult matchups for the leaders. So anything can happen. This is definitely not a boring round robin where one player just run away with it. This is definitely still a very tight race. And speaking of the leader, you might want to take a look at Ray Robson's endgame, which is, well, very sharp.
Sharp or drawn? That was what I couldn't reconcile myself. I thought that this was a very good idea, by the way, of course, from Ray, h4, h6, h5, trying to isolate this pawn on g4, create a weakness of maybe the rook could drop to g5, or in some cases more directly to d4, and even potentially using the king. So h5 looked very sensible to me. Then I saw this move a4, and I said, oh yeah, a4. If you take, or you don't, black, I'm thinking black does not want to allow any a4, a5.
Absolutely not, yes.
That's a runaway criminal passer. That's definitely a serious one. But I thought after takes, this rook on a4 was going to be protecting g4, unless you could come up with some tricks, maybe rook to h1. What do you think about this idea?
It looks
Check.
It looks pretty solid for white. It's very important you keep those pawns defended, but at the same time,
Well,
I mean, you do have some counterplay.
Yeah. This is not easy draw. Not at all.
It's not an easy draw. It's not an easy position for either side. For example, even in that position, taking on h5, taking on h3, rook a5. Yes, it's better for black, but it's still not, I think, entirely clear.
Exactly. Just you don't. The whole point is you don't want to allow connected passers for black.
And we can't forget that white already has a passer in this position. As soon as I move my bishop to c3, it's true. Even if you do have two connected passers, you don't have to deal with a simple plan: b4, b5, b6, b7, b8.
Right.
Not so trivial.
Let me play sharply. As a young, in the style of some youngsters here, let's go all in.
Wow.
With the move takes, because I'm thinking that this passed a pawn after you take on g4, and of course, you do have connected passed pawns, but for the moment they're pretty slow, and this pawn on a5 may be just important enough that it makes it comfortable, and who knows?
And you mentioned that this was the style of young players?
Don't tell me.
Sevian has taken with the pawn on a4, challenging Ray Robson to take his g4 pawn, be up a full pawn, but have two connected passers on the king side. But the question becomes, how fast are they truly? This pawn on a4, just ramming down the board.
Right.
It doesn't have anybody to stop it. And it's important to notice that the bishop on e7 is particularly badly placed to be able to join the fray in this position. It has to make a lot of moves. It cannot really reach any of the queening squares for the a pawn. You know, once it's on a7, it's completely unstoppable. So I want to stop it on a7. But I cannot reach that position so easily.
Right. You're saying you would love, as black, to be able to put the bishop on d4 to control the a7.
Absolutely.
But to get to d4, you're going to need 3-4 tempi, and maybe you don't have them. So takes, we've been looking at a pretty straightforward looking line that goes like this, and you're saying this bishop on e7 makes black's chances of winning this position upon up really, really slim.
And out of curiosity, wouldn't maybe rook b6 be a little bit more precise instead of instead of c3?
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely 100% right, because the rook at the moment on a6 stands in the way of the a pawn. So by all means, rook b6 is a superior move. Hold on, I'm just seeing that in this position rook takes b4 does work. No,
well,
it doesn't.
You cannot play rook b7 because rook takes b4, takes a6, and I will be just on time. But if you start with a6, suddenly I am not entirely sure what's going on in the position. I think I have a trick with bishop takes b4.
Precisely.
And on a7, the brilliant bishop c3. And I think that black's just about on time, since there's this huge threat taking the queen if it promotes on a8.
Right, as well as, well, hold on, before, yes, no, in fact, rook a6.
It's the same idea.
I lose a rook at the queen.
And
wow, action galore, still.
No, as I said, this is still a very sharp endgame. There's a lot of mistakes that can happen. Of course, white's not forced to actually allow this. He can defend, and I was actually very worried, if you just defend the bishop on c3, on b4 by playing c3.
Right.
You don't want to trade off those bishops, because now white has two connected pass pawns that are very, very far advanced.
Right.
Very difficult position to evaluate. Maybe we'll see another time trouble coming up.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So a huge game for the men's Open Championship as to what's going on. You had mentioned in this game between Daniel Naroditsky and Danya, as we know, has been having a really harsh tournament. We say it can't get any worse. It can't get any worse. I think that Danya has actually played a brilliant game today. I mean, it's been a great strategical struggle. And even after he's won this exchange and he's winning this pawn on c3, I mean, how cruel would it be that he'd end up in a position where black could somehow make some kind of a fortress? I mean,
no, you're up on exchanging a pawn, and then you don't win, and then you go to the room, and then somebody tells you, you missed queen f6 check.
And then you feel like terribly. Oh, I mean, that's just piling on. Maybe Danya's going to win this position, but This is not
easy.
simple at all. No,
I'm actually
not
even,
at all.
I don't even have a plan.
Right. Well, you think to yourself when you're an exchange and pawn up, you ought to have 2, 3, 4 options.
No,
not.
You'll have to stare at your opponent until he resigns, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. One of the great insults of all time, right? And that was really brilliant. The player from Qatar who's married Rasusian.
Modiaki?
Yes. Mm-hmm. He was playing against Viktor Korchnoi. And at a moment, Victor, in the game, Victor was ahead material, and Victor broke protocol at the board, and he said, "Excuse me, do you speak English?" Why, yes, I do. In that case, why don't you resign? I mean, this is just an absolutely brilliant insult. I mean, why don't you resign? So at this position, it's like one of those positions where you're exchanging pawn up and you're thinking to yourself, it's winning, and it may just end up being one of those cases where a fortress is possible, and that would be so infuriating for Danya. I couldn't even imagine, how upsetting. I mean, everything's gone wrong, and he's played a great game. Great game to have an advantage.
But at the moment, we have this opposite color bishops dominating the position. It's going to come down to
bishop
the fact.
on f5, yeah.
Right, and if I can eliminate the a pawns, even if that includes losing the a4 pawn, then it's going to be very, very tricky for you to make any progress. The dark squared bishop relatively irrelevant to a lot of positions because it doesn't add anything to breaking down the light square structure.
Right.
So how to continue? Of course, I expect Naroditsky to torture hold for many, many, many moves.
But this is very, very typical of the positions where the computers really are not at their best. They probably evaluate this position as +3 or some large number only based on the material, not aware that as human beings we see a lot of fortresses, and you can hold positions when you're serious material down because your opponent simply can't break the defense. And this, unfortunately for Danya, may be one of those instances.
Right, I was talking to
Aviv
during one of their breaks, and especially after this structure happened, and I kept telling him, can't trust the computer. You just can't trust the computer. And I'm sure that it's something like +3, +4 in this situation, but yeah, it's true, it is +3, +4, but then what? How do you make progress?
Right.
And the computer might shuffle around and say, I'm still +4, and then you realize...
For 49 moves, it will call itself +4 before going 0, 0, 0. So a very difficult ending for Danya to win. Of course, he's going to be torturing his opponent, Conrad Holt.
And Maurice has some kind of new ideas on how to actually take down this fortress.
All right.
Yeah, I was trying to figure it out myself, so let's try and do it together, guys, or play along for a little bit. Here's what I want to do. I want to put the bishop on b4. Well, first I want to put a rook on d2. So king b2 first, then bring the rook over to d2, bring the bishop to b4, play c3, and then bring the rook back this way, and then bring the king around. I know it's taking a little bit of time here. Bring the king to e3, and bring the rook on the b file. So I'm going to threaten either to bring, I'm going to put my rook right on h2 and either penetrate this way and win your a pawn straight, or penetrate this way. What happens in that line? And by the way, I'll also combine it maybe with the idea of sacrificing my rook with the bishop on f5. What do you guys think about that plan?
Okay, Maurice, just go ahead and play some moves for us, and we'll play along.
So I'll play king b2. That's my first move.
For sure, and I'll play bishop, king f7.
King f7. I'll play bishop to. Sorry, I have to play rook to b2.
Yeah, I'll let you do what you want. Bishop e4.
Okay, I get here.
You can assume pass, I guess, for black, right?
Yeah, we're gonna assume pass. Bishop f5. We'll help you out.
Bishop f5, and now I want to.
And I'll go back and forth with my bishop while you're setting up the ideal.
All right, so I go here, you go here,
Yep.
I go here.
Yep.
You go here, I go over here.
You got it.
Let's say you go here, and now I go here.
Right, you got it.
And you're just waiting around, and I go here. And again, you're
waiting around.
Waiting here.
Yeah.
Right.
And now if you do that, I go here.
And then at the end of this is where the knight on b5 ends up having and the knight on b5 has no squares.
That might be true.
This is my dream, my fantasy.
Right.
I'm trying to set up.
Right.
Obviously, you didn't do anything for a while, so now,
I'm just trying
now
to
you know what I'm trying to do.
Exactly. So at the end of this, fantasy, as you very well put it, you've set me up in a situation that I can't hold the knight on b5. Right. So I actually have to do something. I can't just sit back and let you do that, which was break the position. So at least a nice idea.
The problem is, though, while I was doing this, king d2, you play bishop e4. I'm curious if you play king g7.
Important to keep the rook out of the game, so it makes a lot of sense that as soon as you threaten to penetrate down the h file, well, I go
Play
king
king
g7.
g7.
Ask
Okay.
you what your follow-up is.
Keeping the rook at bay so it can't easily penetrate to the 8th rank and over to rook a8.
Now, it's also important to notice that if you play bishop e7, trying to play bishop f6 and, I don't know, helping the rook out, king f7 is going to ask the bishop, well,
do you
actually
up the a3 pawn?
Yeah, right. This pawn is definitely hanging. So this is the balanced position we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is I can't get this rook to get to the b1 square.
Right.
But can I get the rook around to the a2 square? Is that too crazy? What if I go here and head this way? What happens now?
That might be a plan.
That might be a nice pathway.
We're going to have to see if any of this is actually playable. Of course, there's a lot of ways of torturing black in this position. So,
by the way, I just want to say to our audience out there, I always get this question, how do I get stronger? How do I get stronger? How do I get stronger? What we just did, the three of us, Alejandra, Maurice, and myself, is exactly how I got stronger, is we would look at a game in a group, we would share ideas and say, I want to do this and I want to do that. And Maurice is saying, okay, go ahead, I'll choose one side. You, Yasser, you choose the other. In this case, I got the worst side of the deal because I had to defend. But that's how you get stronger, is get together with a group of your friends, analyze together. It's also the most fun I've ever had in chess, is looking at World Championship games with a group of friends and seeing understanding the way the masters played.
Absolutely, and it's so much fun to look at this kind of games. It's not even opening analysis. You're just kind of looking at a position, trying to find the truth, trying to get stronger, and a little bit of competition there. You know, you want to prove your friend that you're right, he's wrong.
Exactly.
So you get this fun of little competitions, and that forces you to analyze a little bit better.
Agreed.
Well, we have, let's see, a couple of other games that are still important. I don't see too many games in the Conrad. Not a lot of moves yet in the Conrad Holt game.
Oh, I imagine that game is actually going to take quite some time.
We're
going to go back to this Ray Robson game because, again, it's so crucial. Mm-hmm. We've just seen the moves h5, a4. Mm-hmm. As expected, the players and sharp, but ultimately, I think, very correct decision by Sam Seirawan to recapture with the a-pawn, gambiting the pawn on g4. We have this position, and Ray is considering how is he going to deal with the a-pawn after this move order of rook to d4, rook to b6, rook takes g4. Congratulations, you've won a pawn, but hey, how are you going to stop this a-pawn? I mean, obviously, black could get his rook all the way around, but I've got to feel whenever you seize the defensive, you seize the passive rook.
You never want to be passive. You never want to be passive.
Your winning chances just go down really dramatically. So I'm sure Ray is trying to figure out something, an active attempt, but frankly, I'm not seeing it at the moment.
It's not so easy, and of course, he's not forced to actually go for this g4 pawn. If he wants to create quicker counterplay, he might just go for f5, try to trade off the pawns and say, hey, I have my own passed pawn, you have a rook on the way still. And that might force some lines in which it's just a draw in some kind of rook endgames. So it depends how much here Robson really wants to risk.
And again, he probably doesn't want to overdo it. I mean, he's very, very aware tomorrow that he has a very big game with Hikaru, with White.
You want to go into the game with confidence, not having lost your previous round because you decided, hey, I'm just going to risk everything and then try to win.
Right.
It makes a lot of sense to go for some kind of sedate option. And speaking of that, we have Nemtsova, who seems to actually starting to go for this perpetual line we had talked about earlier in her game against Victoria Ni. And I expect that game to actually finish relatively soon. I don't see how either side is really going to get out of this perpetual check ideas, even if black makes even some kind of random move here, not necessarily giving the perpetual. I don't see any way to improve the position.
No, I completely agree that if I were black, just bow to the inevitable here. I don't like being a pawn behind. I don't like having my opponent having a pass pawn. So this queen e2 check to the king, king down, and just perpetuating and recognizing that we've had a hard-fought draw would be the correct way of finishing this round 9 game.
Now, that being said, I do want to point out something that I've noticed a lot of really strong players do. And it's like, hey, I have the draw on hand. Let me see if I can find something else. And if they find a move that doesn't lose, it keeps the draw, but hey, it just allows your opponent to make some kind of blunder, some kind of mistake, why not play it? So if, for example, Nemtsova finds that, I don't know, let's say king h6 holds the draw because there's no way to defend the perpetual.
Right.
Why not play it? Maybe she'll make a mistake.
Yes, and something similar to that happened in the game between Ray Robson and Daniel Naroditsky.
Exactly.
On the board, Daniel had a perpetual check that he could have forced, but then he thought to himself, well, look, that perpetual check isn't going away. Let me play this other move because Ray's in severe time trouble.
Exactly, yes.
Maybe he only had one defense. I think it was a move Queen F7.
Very precise defense. Yeah.
Right. But the problem was, not only was the defense precise, it was actually good enough to win. So you flirt with disaster. I understand what you're saying. If king h6 doesn't lose and that perpetual check is on board forever and ever, why not give your opponent an opportunity of making an error?
Yeah, but you can't win without risking, and now Nemtsova has to decide how much is she willing to actually risk in this position.
Exactly. So, decision going on there, but I do expect a perpetual check coming back to the game. Still, the fortress position. Maurice had pointed out one way of trying to combat the fortress was to put the bishop on b4, put the pawn on c3. He demonstrated how white could potentially win this position. Very difficult win, and Ray Robson did not go for that pawn sacrifice with rook d4. Instead,
it's very similar to that idea I had pointed out of g5, f5, just rolling down the pawn. It's very logical to me. It seems like any pawn race, black's a little bit ahead. He might not even recapture on f5. For example, if I go a5 in this position, I can break through with f5 takes and say, well, I don't need the pawn on f5 for any reason. I'm just going to keep pushing.
Well, this was actually an interesting thing that happened in the game of Wesley So. In time trouble against Ray Robson, Wesley So as black decided to capture a pawn on b2, which was absolutely meaningless to the position.
Pawn. Absolutely.
He should have been playing d4, d3, e4.
Pushing those pawns.
Pushing his center pawns. He went and grabbed a pawn. Here you make a very good point that you don't need this f5 pawn. It's not going anywhere, but this g pawn is what's going on. I'm thinking that in this position, by the way, if I were in white shoes, well, hold on. This is suddenly getting very sharp, and I have to really start calculating important lines. Is this completely ridiculous? What's going on in this bishop ending if I go rook a5?
Well, it needs to be calculated, but we have to remember that if you play rook a5, you're losing a tempo compared to the other variations we're looking at, as g5 has already been played, and you played the relatively useless maneuver rook a5, b5.
Agreed. Essentially what I'm saying with this is I've given you a free tempo g5.
You're very generous, thank you.
Yes, and you should take it, but how very meaningful is it? Maybe you should go f5 anyway, and rook takes f5. That was my whole point, was that you couldn't go f5 immediately. If you do go for this pawn, well, then again we're back to
this kind of situations.
But you do have a5, which kind of bums me out, frankly, that you get that for free, so to speak. Okay, so let's see the direct
stuff. This is still going to be very sharp.
A5, what's the direct stuff look like? A5, F5, takes G4, right?
Well, before we go very deep into this kind of details, and I think this is going to be a very sharp, we can analyze to detail, we're going to go with Maurice Ashley, who has some kind of novelty in a game that we haven't seen that much.
A novelty in the ending?
Well, a novelty in the position.
Novelty, more like a wild idea. Anna Sharovich playing against the young Annie Wang, who has been having some trouble so far in the tournament. But hey, she can punch back too. And after she won a pawn, it seemed like they were maneuvering somewhat, and then suddenly the game got very sharp, and we got to this position, and young Annie said, all right, I see your pass D-pawn, but your king's a little susceptible as well. 6 pawns against 5. What do you do next? And Sharovich decided to take on B6. Knight takes B6, sacrificing, trying to get her pawn back. Unfortunately for her, there is this idea, a counter shot that Annie could play the move H4, and we're waiting for that now. It's not on the board as yet, but H4 looks quite strong. In fact, your queen can't come over and defend this guy. Your knight's hanging. So you have to go after this variation, and now after queen takes G3 check, look out, because this check is possible. King F1, queen check, king to E1, and now the move H3. Will Annie go into this crazy line? Her pawn is very fast going down the board. Moves like queen F2 don't even count because of queen takes with check, and this pawn is still very strong. For example, king D2, we could still play this move because that knight continues to hang in the position. If we try to save the knight, well, of course, that's not going to really help. The pawn is going to queen now. We're going to sacrifice. So it looks as though she has some sharp lines to calculate. Will she play these moves? These are bold moves, but when you're in desperate circumstances as she is, looking for a point, sometimes it pays to be bold. The knight has just sacrificed itself on B6. You know, I don't like the fact that she's looking to the right. That's not good. That's not a good sign. She should be looking over to the left. She should be looking in a way that's much more aggressive, poised over, and let her opponent know, I'm going to beat you. But right now, she's looking as though she missed this move, knight B6. And sometimes when the ship's sinking, you know, you don't even look for the life raft. Guys?
Well, on the other hand, I think that once she played queen G5, she had pretty strong idea of what to play.
Yeah.
Right, now the question is going to be simply if she believes in her position enough to sacrifice the piece. But on the other hand, I mean, what else is she going to do? If she doesn't play H4, everything else looks very, very, very passive to me. And that would just turn the game around. She had a clear advantage. If she doesn't play H4, suddenly I like Sharovich's chances with her passed pawns.
Right. I do see the young Jennifer playing the move H5, H4, sacrificing a piece, and you know, we're seeing different passed pawns, like for example in the Ray Robson game of a game of whose passers are stronger, and some sharp games going, sharp play needed. Also, I don't know about you, but maybe it's just been the overall effect of the rounds themselves, and the fact that there's been so much drama and tension. I feel drained at the end of these days, you know, like following the games, and I'm sure the players now in their 5th and 6th hour, you know, having to make very difficult decisions, like the Ray Robson game.
Right. And then we do have a result in the Nemtsova draw. Victoria Ni and Katerina Nemtsova have drawn, which means that Katerina Nemtsova is now tied for first with Irina Krush.
The first time in the championships, I believe that...
Since the very beginning.
Yes,
since the very beginning.
That,
and now she's going to finish with 2 very tough pairings. Nemtsova has to play Naji Paikidze tomorrow, and she will be playing Irina Krush in the last round.
Naji stands in 3rd place, so she has to play the 2 her rivals who are pursuing her the most closely.
Indeed.
Yes.
So that's going to be very interesting. I think we had almost a move by Annie, and I was actually wondering in the Conrad Holt game, I think that they made a move, but I don't see H4 on the Annie Wang game. I don't see H4 on the board, which kind of worries me a little bit.
You don't?
Yeah, she played the move Queen G4 instead, which also looks very incisive, but at the same time, it might not have been the most precise.
Well,
we're going to have to take a look at that.
That doesn't look half bad to my eyes as well. I mean,
it does attack E4.
You're keeping an eye on this rook on D1. You're saying, okay, I've also got knight takes E4, swinging the knight over here to G3. If white drops back with her rook, and in fact, Anna has played
rook E1,
rook E1, which was probably required in fact. But here it looks like it.
Well, what I don't like so much about allowing this move rook e1 is that in case that I go h4 now, I think that the knight's not controlling the third rank for the rook. So the rook might be able to swing up to e3, I believe, and defend against some of the threats. Whereas before the rook was on d1.
Right, and never had that
opportunity. Correct.
Yeah, got it.
So that might be the key difference between
I'm sure it is,
queen
in
g4
fact.
and h4.
So queen g4, even though it looks okay, was probably an imprecision that gave white an option that maybe was undeserved.
Right, still a very unclear position. Similar things can happen. I can foresee also being tempted by going into this variation and playing rook takes b6, and after queen takes c5. Before h4, sorry.
Oh, okay, let me take those two moves back, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
So before you're going rook b6.
Yeah, queen takes
c5.
And I wanted to see if something like rook f6 worked. And
sure.
And I wasn't sure if I was actually threatening anything.
Yeah, but hey, listen,
but
there's a coordinated attack there on f3.
Right.
If I do something like dropping back, hoping that my b pawn, maybe, well, I don't, is this crazy? This could be actually a kind of a funny line of play. I'm not 100% sure.
What is going on?
I don't know. I think I'm allowing you to queen, but I'm trying to win your queen for rook. We drop back with our king, or do we take? No, the problem is I don't think can we take? Holy cow, what's going on? Takes.
I don't see a good way to get rid of some of the threats. For example, king f1, maybe queen d8, rook b1, or rook c1.
That's a surprise. That may not have been the most pleasant surprise you wanted to see.
Yeah, now
oopsie daisy.
Now you start having to give some checks, but maybe only a perpetual.
Right.
If
this
lucky.
is a. Well, okay.
Right.
It goes to show.
Very sharp position. A lot of things can happen.
Exactly.
Very, very unclear. It does seem like Conrad Holt is going to be faced against this idea of Maurice Ashley of putting the bishop on b4, putting the pawn on c3, solidifying the bishop in a position where it holds all the pawns and allowing that rook back into the game. And we're going to have to see if Conrad has any idea how to hold that position.
In fact, he dropped back with his knight already. He has played move knight a7.
That
of course,
like
this could be the back and forth motion that we were doing ourselves. It's not.
But it does feel like a little bit of a concession if I have to bring my knight back. All right, and we have a very important guest with us, current tournament leader or co-tournament leader, Katerina Nemcova.
Very good.
Oh, I'm sorry. We were just chatting about dinner and other plans.
Dinner and a movie.
Well, actually, she said she was surprised we were still here, and I was telling her that we were here because Robson was such a barn burner, and of course we don't leave without you. You are the star so far, but we have to say today you're now tied for the lead with Irina after 2 draws. She has won 2 games. What were your thoughts, first of all, about the game?
I thought I was better after bishop h3, but I just misplayed it. Maybe f5 too soon. I should have played just knight d6 and wait. I don't know. I thought I'm better there, but then I think I was in trouble a little bit.
It seemed close throughout, but now that you have drawn, you're tied. There's 2 tough rounds to go. You've got to play against one player who hasn't lost at all this entire tournament, Nazi Pakidze, and then you have to play Irina in the last round. What are your thoughts at this challenge that you face?
Well, tomorrow I have white, so I'm playing for a win, and I'll try to make her first loss. But other than that, I mean, the last round will be very important. Yeah, both of the rounds will be really, really tough.
Are you feeling the fatigue now after 9 rounds of really intense play?
Well, it's tiring. I will admit that it's a long tournament. Last year we played just 9 rounds, so it would be better now to be over.
Right, but you'd be going into a tie break if that were the case right now. But again, 2 more rounds to go.
Yeah, and tough rounds. No walking, in a forest. So we
you say walk in the forest. We say walk in the park. But I like I like the forest. Walking in the forest. she does Irina, she plays Jennifer Yu, and Jennifer hasn't had the greatest tournament so far, so you would expect that she's going to be going all out to try to win. So will you be doing the same tomorrow?
Yes, but Jennifer, she's also strong. I think she's a little bit nervous because it's her first tournament. I remember when it was my first tournament. But, I mean, she can make her game difficult. I believe in that.
Are you feeling the pressure now, though? It's, you know, everybody's been talking about you almost as if it's a coronation. Queen Nemtsova, she's already won the tournament. Have you been having those thoughts or letting any of those thoughts creep into your mind?
It's really so far away, so no. I focus on today's game. I wanted to win, but it was really difficult. So, I mean, that's how it is now, and I have to live with that.
Well, we've been enjoying your games, and we wish you best of luck in the last two.
Thank you very much.
Katerina Nemtsova, we were saying the clear leader now, just tied for first going into the last two rounds. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Kate. A really sharp ending. This is not easy
not
for
easy at all.
grandmasters when you're sitting back and there's no pressure on it under a ticking clock. But the game between Sam Seirawan and Ray has turned exceedingly sharp, and it's all about a tempo. And
well,
it looks like Sam took the pawn on f5.
Yeah.
We just saw this move g5 by Ray. Oh, pardon me, f5 by Ray.
I keep counting the tempos, and if I'm not mistaken, well, they're equal. Let's say that I just take on f5. Would we actually see a position with both players queening?
I wouldn't. You mean like this, just to put the? You mean this? Yes, straightforward stuff.
Well, if I go straightforward, I'm
queening.
No, you're queening first on the straightforward stuff. I was wondering if you take on f5 first.
Well, we start with. Not.
Yeah, I was wondering if you take on f5 because I was starting to get worried about some kind of f6 sacrifices in certain lines, but maybe I have nothing to worry about.
So here, g4, we can. Are you thinking
rook g4. I thought I needed my my rook on the g file in certain variations, and I needed to actually get rid of that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Maybe I do have to take on f5.
All right, because of this move, rook c4, rook g4.
Right.
So we're capturing smack.
Yeah, but then a5,
a5,
g4,
g4,
a6,
a6,
g3.
All right. This is the
double queen coronation, and
whoa.
Well, I'm not entirely sure what's going on because suddenly the kings are very weak, considering that there are queens on the board.
Well, that just doubles everybody's trouble with queens on the board. Of course, white has this pawn. Black, for the moment.
I feel it should end in a draw somehow.
Right. It's always annoying when I find variations like this that look so tempting and intriguing, and then I turn on my engine out of frustration because I can't make it. I can't make heads or tails. The engine immediately comes back with 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and I just want to kill the engine. It's
That's so annoying.
Yes, it is. This is a very sharp play. By the way, g takes f5. Rook takes f5, in fact, was played. And this is how we get this variation of a5, g4.
It seems that...
rather compelling, I mean.
I mean, I don't see a good way for white to defend against the threat of the pawn going to g3. If I, for example, go rook c4, I still have rook g5. I couldn't even advance first, I think.
Oh, pardon me. Yeah, you could even advance,
and if you rook g4, then I can play rook g5.
Right.
And I think that I'm not going to lose as black.
No, definitely not losing as definitely not losing as black, and possibly good chances for
probably just a draw, I think, because
I can take.
And then I take on d6. I think I have time to do that. And after g2, bishop c5, it looks pretty drawish to me.
Exactly. Whew. I don't know about you, but I think I'm just ready for a little bit of a break, and we'll come back to finish up round 9 of these extraordinarily interesting U.S. championships, where it seems like every day we have a new story, and the Wesley So will reverberate for a long time.
Oh, absolutely. And all right, we'll be right back with you guys. We have
And we
new
are back.
developments in
Always.
a game that I think is going to end pretty soon. A little bit of a surprising result because I think we expected a very long struggle in this game, but Daniel Naroditsky seems to have found a way to break through the defenses of Conrad Holt. And if we can just pull up the position here at the moment, what Daniel needs to find is the not so difficult to find actually F5, breaking through the position.
So we have this position. Oh, hold on, we don't have the position on the board that I wanted.
Right,
So the players had reached this position a moment ago. Rook F7,
And Bishop
setting up
G4.
for the sacrifice of Rook takes F5, and there's a passer alert.
Right.
So Bishop G4 was played by Conrad.
And then you need to pull back this bishop, say, where are you going? Come back here. I'm going to sacrifice my rook for it. And this seems to be completely winning. I'm not entirely sure what the king is doing on a6 or how it got there or why it got there, but it's there.
Right. With this king, actually, funnily enough, have been closer to the G7
Seven
square,
right.
when we were trying to hold the fortresses. And the point that you're trying to make here, Alejandro, is that after white sacrifices and this pawn goes, well, in truth, first of all, we can just go ahead and force the sacrifice, and our bishop makes it all the way back.
Easily winning position, free bishop. The king will come and round up the pawn. No
And that's
problems
all
winning.
she wrote.
This is completely winning.
So
and actually, Daniel did not play the move F5. He played the move King C2. But
which might be just as fine, because it's maybe just rubbing in the point that
there's no way to stop it.
There's no moves for you in the position.
Right.
By the way, what I find very interesting, although I think of Danya as being a very, very young player, he's actually the United States Chess Federation's endgame specialist. He took over the column from longtime Pal Benko, who was one of the great endgame players. And Danya has written some books, in fact, on the ending. And you can read a lot of Danya's articles at the USCF online website, and I do. He's one of the columnists I really enjoy following. He showcased the famous Bobby Fischer Taimanov good bishop versus bad knight ending,
right.
And he did a splendid job in explaining that. So Danya has emerged as one of the endgame specialists in American chess. And he just played this move, King C2, kind of emphasizing that this king on A6 has no moves. It would probably be better placed. And there goes the handshake.
The resignation. Absolutely. There's no way to stop F5.
Dare we actually just applaud Danya and say, hey, look, you've been having such a rough tournament. It's so nice to see you scoring a point. Sorry, Conrad. You know, but you've had your good moments to shine, specifically against Wesley Slowe. But for Danya, you know, you're going to have disastrous tournaments in your career. It just happens, and this will at least take away a little bit of that sting.
A little bit of the edge of the bad flavor of this tournament. He has to be very disappointed, especially this is the last U.S. championship he plays before going into college.
Right.
And, well, he wanted to actually make it count.
Right. But hold on, I do believe, Alejandro, that Danya will be a part of the world team, the American world team going to Armenia.
Right, the last U.S. championship I meant.
Of course, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify, but
right.
In the U.S. championship, victories are so hard to come by, and it's so nice for Danya to get this one. And
it's nice that he's been able to, you know, constantly fall down, but he finally picks himself up, wins against a player that knows his positions very, very well. He kind of went into his opponent's turf and said, well, I can still win games even here.
Wow. So that was really quite a challenge. And speaking of challenges, we still have a very tough endgame that's, I think, now going towards closer to a draw than anything before. Let's just see how things unwound here. We left it more or less on this spot. Rook C4 takes. Sam, sensibly, I want to say, brought his rook back to defend against this runaway pawn. You mentioned a line where both sides get queens.
But unfortunately, and it seems like we do have a result in this game. Sam Savian and Ray Robson have agreed to a draw in the final position, which makes sense. I mean, I don't see much play for either side. Even though both sides have passers, it'll probably not really go very far.
With such reduced material. 2 pawns versus 2 pawns, rook and bishop versus rook and bishop.
Absolutely.
A very fair result in a very tough game, a hard-fought game.
Very hard fought. Time pressure was consistent. We had over 10 moves of time pressure where the players had all these chances to go wrong, but somehow they managed it. They got into an endgame that was equal, and they played it relatively well.
Yeah, and that increment, I do believe that at a certain moment, Sam Seirawan was down to 5 seconds. I don't know if Ray was down to his habitual 2-second, 1-second thing. I think he always held a little edge there.
Well, that's just
but
normal
again,
for him.
Yeah, time trouble wasn't a decisive factor in this game, but it has been throughout Ray's tournament. And we have a special guest.
Absolutely. With us is Daniel Naroditsky and Maurice Ashley.
Thanks, Alejandro. Daniel, we're supposed to be very objective here on the broadcast, but I got to tell you that probably all 3 commentators were rooting for somebody, and that was you, to get off the schneid. We know you've had a very difficult tournament. How have you been holding up, not playing your best chess?
Well, to be honest, it has been tough. In terms of the results, it's been definitely the worst tournament of my life. I don't think I've played egregiously. I think I've made mistakes at the wrong moments. I haven't calculated very well, but I've just been trying to have fun. At this point, there's nothing to lose, and I might as well finish strong. I know it's not going to be my tournament, regardless of how I do in the last games, but if I have this opportunity, I might as well play my best.
Usually we get like a 5-rounder or a weekend thing, 7-rounder, or at most a 9-round event. This is 11 rounds. What's it been like trying to fight on when you have 11 tough rounds to play?
Well, it's been difficult, especially one blow after another, and I've had some good positions and some chances at least to draw some of the games that I lost. But the 1 round a day and the rest day really helps. I just have a routine. I prepare. I try to take walks and go to the gym when possible, and just take it one step at a time.
How do you manage like that loss against Ray? We saw you seemingly dejected. Is there a point you just felt like this is ridiculous? I don't even want to play anymore?
Well, I definitely felt that way, at least initially after my loss to Ray. It was I won't lie, I was pretty heartbroken, especially because, well, as everybody knows, he had 1 second at one point, and I thought there's no way. He still had his hand on the piece, and he had 1 second, and I just sat back and thought, okay, the effort is over. And then he managed to play on, and I missed the easiest perpetual of my life, just misplaced the queen, and I managed to lose. So it was definitely very, very difficult to come back after that game. And I played okay yesterday, but I just got outplayed. But I finally managed to win a game, so I'm glad.
Does it feel pretty sweet, that victory?
I mean, it feels pretty good. Of course, this in no way redresses the terrible things that have happened before, but at least it's something, and I'm glad that I still know how to actually win games. It's a feeling.
Well, we know you know how to win games. You're a dangerous player. What are the lessons that you take away from this to make you stronger for your future events?
Well, I've been having a decent streak lately, and I think it's very easy to, when you're successful and you're playing well, and it's not taking that much effort, it's very easy to sort of rest on your laurels, and I think that's partly what I did. But I'm certainly going to take away a lot, because every game that I lost was against a very strong player who played well. So I'm just going to approach it as objectively as possible and try to pinpoint exactly where I went wrong and what went through my mind during these games. And of course, it's as painful as it is, it's a good experience, and it really tests my perseverance, and hopefully it'll make me stronger in the end.
Well, we expect great things from you. Congratulations on your win today, and
thank you.
Close out strong.
Thanks, I'll try.
One of the good guys in chess, the youngster Daniel Naroditsky, we know he'll be back. Guys?
Thank you very much, Maurice. And again, I already said it, but bravo again to Danya for hanging in there.
Absolutely.
For a very, very difficult, we've all had our bad career events. And I can tell you, as an international grandmaster, the most painful thing in chess is losing a game. And what could be more painful than losing lots of games? And you know, it was just sort of like the roof was caving in at a certain moment. I mean, everything that could go wrong. If Danya had drawn this game through a miracle fortress, it would have almost been like a fitting conclusion for like the worst tournament of your life, right? Fortunately, he was able to break Conrad. Maybe Conrad didn't defend as best as he might have been able, but for Danya, not a vindication, but sweet.
He must feel very relieved to score a full point. It's very important, you know, from his moral standpoint. I actually won a game in this tournament. It's very difficult to finish a tournament with completely winless.
Right.
But that's not going to be the case for any of the players in the U.S.
Thank
Championship.
goodness. Thank goodness. They all can point to a sweet moment.
Right. And somebody that's had several sweet moments in this tournament, we go on with Maurice Ashley and Ray Robson.
Grandmaster Ray Robson in second place in the event. Ray, today's game was tough, was interesting. You played against another junior who's playing quite well himself. Can you tell us your thoughts about how the game proceeded today?
Yeah, well, I know Sam is a very, very talented young player, and he's very good at attacking, especially. Not that he's bad at other parts of the game. So I kind of, didn't want to come under a huge, attack on my king. And, well, I was kind of worried early on when he started to play G4, H3, F4 that would happen, but somehow I managed to avoid it. And I think when I played Bishop F8 early on, I felt that I was okay, and he started to think a lot at that point, and he got into time pressure. And then I was trying to find a way to take advantage of it, and I also got into time pressure. I thought I maybe had a slight practical advantage at least, but I wasn't able to make use of it really. He played really solidly, and I just couldn't find a way to get an advantage.
Well, a draw with the black pieces against a tough opponent is nothing to sneeze at. You're still half a point behind Hikaru Nakamura, who also drew his game today after he was in a bit of trouble, in fact. Sets up a very key matchup tomorrow. You against Hikaru, you have the white pieces. What can the fans expect?
I'm not going to do anything too crazy, because even if we draw, we still have one more round to play, and I'll still have chances. So, I'm going to try to win, but obviously Hikaru is one of the very best in the world, so, it's not going to be very easy.
You said it was his tournament to win. You've been saying that all throughout. But if you beat him tomorrow, it's your tournament to win. Is that a big opportunity for you?
Yeah, if I win tomorrow, then it's my tournament to win, but that's a pretty big if. So yeah, I mean, obviously it's a huge game for me, for the tournament standings, but I just have to play my best and see what happens.
Well, we won't ask you to give us any opening secrets or anything like that right now. Tell us, did you see what happened with the Wesley So game? Were you distracted at all by the events that transpired?
I don't know what happened. I can guess, but I don't actually. I just saw, it seems like for some reason Wesley probably was forfeited.
Okay, so you don't know what happened. So we'll tell you the details later. So the setup as you have it now, you're going to the last round, you're playing Nakamura. You've been in these kind of situations before. Can you give the fans any advice as to how you handle this kind of situation in order to be successful?
Yeah, well, when I was younger, I always had a lot of problems with very important games, usually with last round games or when I was leading the tournament. And I'd get nervous and I wouldn't concentrate as well. I wouldn't play as well because I was nervous. I'd get into more time pressure, and I usually have bad results. And I guess with some experience, eventually I became a lot calmer. I realized that all I can do is do my best, play normal moves, not do anything crazy, just because it's a very important game, and that's led me to have a lot better results.
Those are wise words, and we hope to see you play your best tomorrow, whatever comes of it. Congratulations on such a great result so far, and good luck in the last two games.
Thanks, Maurice.
Grandmaster Ray Robson, it's the game of the tournament. Tomorrow he faces Hikaru Nakamura in what promises to be a decisive game in the championships. Guys?
Wow, thank you, Maurice.
No.
A lot to be said for level-headedness. Just don't overreact to the occasion. I mean, just play your game and stay true to yourself. Very sharp game was going on. We have one remaining game, I think, only one game remaining.
But it's a game that's probably going to be heading into a draw, as
It
both
looks like
sides
a
are
drawing.
going to be exchanging pieces soon. So we can take a quick look before a decisive game today.
Of
Tomorrow.
course, please.
We're going to be taking a look at the standings in the U.S. Chess Championship. And at the very top still, Hikaru Nakamura, 6.5 out of 9, followed by Ray Robson, only half a point behind. And still with 1 point less than Ray, Arkada Kamsky and Alex Onischuk. Sam Sevian joins the people in 5th position with Shanklin, So, and Trope after, of course, Wesley's forfeit loss today. And in the women's section, we have an important result today as Irina Krush beat Tatev Abrahamyan, and now she is tied with Katerina Nemtsova with 7 out of 9. Trailing by only 1 point is Naji Paikidze, who still has an outside chance of winning the tournament, and half a point behind her is Rusa Goletiani.
And of course, Tate and Naji play tomorrow, so
big games tomorrow. Naji, Kate, and Robson Nakamura will be absolutely huge. We go with Maurice Ashley for some closing remarks.
Well, we started this tournament off as a 2-horse race, at least this round off as a 2-horse race. And it seems that is definitely that way on the men's side. In the open section, those two at the top, Hikaru Nakamura and Ray Robson, half a point separating them, and a big game, just the kind of game you can't miss because it might be the decisive game of the championships. So we're really spoiled to have that game tomorrow, as well as the other games you guys mentioned. But on the ladies' side, on the women's side of the championship, we see that that Irina Krush has come back, shown her stuff, shown why she's such a great champion, running with 5 out of 6. I mean, that's what you expect from her, and now tied for the lead. And she will play Nemtsova in the last round. They both have gigantic games tomorrow to set themselves up for that epic battle. So we'll see what happens. It's been fun. And pole position, guys, it's time to see what the finish looks like.
Thank you, Maurice. It's great to have ringside seats. And Alejandro, wonderful. It was really nice having you on set.
Yeah, sir. It's always a pleasure to be here. And tomorrow I'll be excited to be watching this game. So I'll be doing the commentary with Ben Feingold at the Kingside Diner. Right. And Jen Shahade will be joining us tomorrow again. And see you tomorrow at 12:50 p.m. Central Time.
Thank you.